It's from the Underground Charity live stream. My name is Will Putney, and I'm going to be your host for this event. Everybody who's here today, who's watching, has undoubtedly had a lot to process these past few weeks. I feel like every day these tragic events are playing out before our eyes. The whole isolation and stress of the COVID pandemic combined with what I feel like is a failure of our police organizations and local, state, and federal government officials to respond to people have brought this country to a really dangerous moment in time. I just want to be honest with you. I am not super comfortable doing this. I don't think I'm a politician. I'm definitely not a podcast host. I literally produce records for a living and I write music with my friends. I'm a white dude who grew up in a middle-class suburb. And I don't think I'm really qualified to be any kind of mentor or to understand the struggles of the Black community at all, or the LGBT plus community, or the struggles of immigrants, or Native Americans, or women who battle sexual harassment and are victims of abuses of power, and everybody else oppressed by a system in a country that time and time again just fails to follow its founding statement that all men are created equal. This was a reaction. It was a reaction, a personal reaction that I think is the sum of all the parts that have kind of forced this into motion. Just watching unjustified crimes and unpunished criminals, all of these longstanding systemic issues that could permit cops to murder a man, George Floyd, while three others just watch and do nothing. And it takes a fucking riot in the streets and a bunch of targets get burned down before they're even held accountable for it. Or Breonna Taylor, who's a essential worker who could be just murdered in her own house because of like some no-knock warrant that let cops just smash into her house. And then they outlaw the action and the killers are still in place as police officers. And I'm just reading comments justifying murders because people broke laws, and I'm just over it. I don't even need to cite examples. I don't have to sit here all day and read this off. You all have social media, and you've heard these stories. You've heard these stories for years. Your parents have heard these stories, and your grandparents have heard these stories. But today, where I am in life right now, I just think we need action. We need complacent people to wake up and help support movements for positive change. We need to pressure those in power to enact change on all levels of government, the economic systems, all the cultural biases, and honestly, change within ourselves. Recognize that we don't teach a generation of children in school about atrocities committed in America against people of color, that we let things like redlining happen and destroy communities, that we let qualified immunity happen, that we let wealth theft happen, that we exploit classes for personal benefit. And people have the nerve to act shocked and surprised when, after years of peaceful attempts and taking a knee in a football game and peaceful protests, that situations escalate. Of course, they're going to escalate. It has to escalate now. You can't back people into a corner when they have to fight for their life and their basic human rights and not expect them to fight back. But more importantly, well, not more importantly, but also it's a lot of this is about our ways of communication and our ways of understanding sort of the more subtle layers of racism and bigotry and stereotyping that have existed under our nose, from the day we were born. It's the ability to recognize our apathy and our flaws and our egos. I feel like at some point in your life, you kind of have to ask yourself these questions, does my privilege and my level of comfort, does my social status and the opinion of my friends and family, does that matter more to me than doing what's right? I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about white people. I'm talking about everyone. This event is really about communication. It's about being more understanding. It's about recognizing your flaws, and it's about listening. Listening is a big part of this for me. I think everyone has an opinion. You just got mine. This isn't really my fight, and the best I can do now is listen, be an accomplice for the Black community, follow their lead as they can open the doors for real change, and not just for, this music community or the Black community, but for all people of color and everyone who's oppressed. And I think that's what we all intend to do today, because honestly, I think that everybody can do better. Before we bring on the first guest, I would like to thank all the artists involved over this 2-day event. All my friends in bands and managers and label dudes, everybody I called immediately said yes to this. And it was very incredible to realize that the company I keep is full of wonderful people. So thank you. I also like to thank my new friends and a lot of the speakers today who I actually meet face-to-face for the first time, live stream right in front of you, specifically a lot of the Black artists who are probably very overwhelmed right now, taking like 15 minutes to talk with the music community today and share stories and insight and guidance. I feel like that's what we need right now. So I do appreciate it. And everybody else who's reached out and offered advice and criticism to help me create a diverse lineup and bring in guests from all different walks of life. Everyone who's helped share and promote this event. All my guys at Graphic Nature who helped organize this, the Sound Rink guys who helped organize this. Thank you all. I do believe everybody who's here today is here for the right reasons. And I know that some people are more outspoken and more comfortable voicing their thoughts in a public forum. Some artists are probably going to come on here and, just talk about music and may not feel super comfortable carrying some kind of politically charged conversation, or want to feel, maybe they just want to remain a little reserved, let voices of the Black community kind of resonate louder on this. All I ask is you don't judge anyone or hold anyone to the fire who's decided to be a part of this event. I think everyone's here to learn. Obviously, everyone who's here is here to support the same cause. So I do appreciate all the guests that are on here. And if I haven't punished you enough on social media, plus with my bands, I feel like I should mention the charity raffle. We're doing a $10 charity raffle. You can click that donate button. A minimum of $10 automatically enters you into a really, really massive and awesome giveaway. There's tons of guitars, test presses, big vinyl packs from labels. There's pedals, there's merch, all sorts of rare collectibles. Tons of people donated. We'll go through, all that stuff, when we take a break later and stuff. But you can click that link. You can see all the prizes. The top 3 donations are going to get to pick their prizes. So if you really want something, throw a big number out. And if you're one of the top 3 donations, you can pick what you want. All the donations for this are going to be going to be split evenly between 3 charities: the ACLU, the NAACP, and the Black Visions Collective. They're all 3 very different charities with different approaches, but together I feel like, from everyone I've spoken to, I feel like this package tackles the civil rights issues, equality issues, criminal justice reform, community relief issues in a pretty well-rounded and productive way. I do think all this change we're talking about that we need is going to take some time. Governments move slow. And aside from burning down the whole country, the only way forward is to stay at this fight for the long haul. I think these charities are experts at the long fight. So every dollar you donate today is going to help these charities stay funded for as long as possible. And if you've donated already, everyone involved in this event is, truly appreciates the gesture. So, all right. It's enough bullshit from me. Hang tight for a second. I'm going to go get my first guest, and we will be back at you shortly. Okay. AJ Chat. What's up, my man?
I'm fantastic, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being a part of this, man. I wanted to bring you on as the first guest when I heard you were interested in this, because I heard a little bit about what you were doing right now, and you're really like at ground zero. I mean, the moment things happened in, Minneapolis, which sort of escalated to where we are right now, that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, you were there, and I think the perspective that you have right now is awesome. And it is why I was like, I really want to start the conversation with you, because you're like the day one guy. And yeah, I would appreciate, if you could speak on that a little bit. Talk to me about, what's going on there. Real quick before we start, AJ Channer, singer of Fire from the Gods, very cool band. Should have introduced you more properly, but I'm just excited to talk to you because I want to hear all this. So, all right, well, catch me up. So what's the story? What happened that got you there right away?
Okay, so upon seeing what happened to George Floyd, I thought, oh, here we go again. But it wasn't just here we go again, because once it bubbled up, once the city started burning, I was like, wow, I think we're at a turning point, because I believe people have generally just had enough. And it wasn't just Black people, it wasn't just Americans. I mean, the whole world kind of activated. And so I saw it and just said, you know what? I can't sit here on the sidelines anymore. The message of Fire from the Gods has always been about social justice and society's betterment, and not so much the political side of things. It's always been about the betterment of society. And so to see another citizen murdered by police, to see another Black man murdered by police unjustly, to be completely honest, in my most humble opinion. So I said, I've got to get out there. And I went. The riots and the protests started on Thursday. I was there on Monday.
Crazy.
I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. I just knew that someone had to document it, because we are in such a polarized society, and everyone, that's no secret. And we get caught in between the government and the media. And it seems like the government are playing against the media and the media are playing against the government. And then we, the citizens, we just get caught in this whole little scramble of bullshit where we don't really understand and see what was going on. So I said, you know what, as a commentator, as someone who uses art to commentate on what's happening in my particular, in society today, I've got to go out there and maybe give a very unbiased, objective view, because that's what Fire from the Gods is about. That's what I've always been about. I've been about the unifying factor, because we as a society, we as a global community, we have tried every other option in order to maintain control, in order to get a handle on society, in order to get some sort of peace, some sort of lasting peace. And the situation in Minnesota, it's very easy to say, well, there they go again. They're rioting, they're burning shit, they're tearing down their neighborhood. But no one really listens to the voices. Everyone gets so consumed in the what. We get consumed in the fact that this is what happened, and they're now burning down their buildings, they're now burning down their neighborhood. But no one talks about the why. So I wanted to go to Minnesota to get a why. I wanted to hear the voices of the people in the city specifically, because I know that their voices amplified would be more of a voice of reason to why this is happening in the States, why this is continuously happening, what is wrong with policing in America, what's wrong with the racial inequality in America, where does over-policing come from, why are people so policed, and just the why, because stressing the why, I believe that gives America and that gives society a better picture of what is specifically happening and why it's happening, and why we can, and how we can possibly get to a point where it might not happen anymore, or we get to a point where there's a bit more understanding. And like you were saying before, for this situation to be rectified, yes, justice needs to be served. Yes, policy needs to be changed. But like you said, governments work slow. Governments, policy. It is very good that people have called, this call to action has created some sort of the conversation. But the conversation needs to continue, because the racial question here in the United States goes a little bit deeper than just the policing issue. Policing is one aspect of it. The socioeconomic hierarchy and pyramid that's been created that's tending and now trending to get further and further and further. There tends to be a huge distance in between the different social classes, and it's all creating this cauldron which is bubbling over, and there's a powder keg. I think we're at this point where we're about to explode, and just Minnesota, the reaction in all 50 states, I think that's the most emotional reaction the country's had in a long time to something like this. But it doesn't mean that it won't go away, because who knows? I mean, just last night in Atlanta, another gentleman was shot by police. Yeah, the facts are a little bit different of what occurred, but still.
I mean, it's happened several times this week already, sure. And
Right.
I think what I've noticed is every time this happens, it always starts peaceful. And then
Of course.
it gets a little more rowdy. People get a little more violent. People get a little more frustrated. And it's like, you've seen peaceful protests, like massive amounts of peaceful protests.
I was a part of a bunch of peaceful demonstrations, and nothing suggested that there was violence except for the damage that happened after. You see the damage. I mean, I saw the burnt out Minnesota 3rd Avenue, 3rd Precinct. I saw the Target. I saw the Arby's. I saw the pawn shop where the guy tried to defend himself and he shot someone and they burned the place to the ground. But the thing is, there are agitators, obviously. Like, okay, let me put it this way. There was a U.S. bank that's there on the corner of Lake where the Target is, where the Target that was looted and became the focal point of the situation. Right across the street from the 3rd Precinct. And there on the bank, it said things like "smash the state," "this is blood money." There were a lot of anarchist symbology on there. The thing is, if you're for that, I get it. And, at one point in my life, I was extremely anarchist. I was extremely left. I had these views where I was just like, just burn it all down. I was a young, frustrated kid that didn't want any more to do with the system, so to speak.
Sure. I think when you have that like moment and it all really sets in, your initial reaction is to say, yeah, burn it all down.
Yeah, of course, exactly. And that's what they were going through. But the thing is, what I observed and what I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I'm like, these brothers that are sitting there getting smashed by the cops, these brothers that are sitting here that are sick of the situation of the policing in Minnesota, they're not stopping to put an anarchy A on a bank. So you got to know that there's some sort of other agitator that's involved. And sometimes that happens, especially here in the States, because people know once you start throwing bricks, once you start throwing bottles, then you've heightened the police. Now you can shift the narrative. Now, I don't know if it's intentional. I know that some people want to piggyback and they want to say what they want to say and they want to get everyone else riled up. But the fact is this: you have a city that is overwhelmingly white. You have a very small community of Black and immigrant people that all live in two very separate areas and parts of the city. You have a police force that's about, I don't know the exact numbers, but what I was told multiple times was that the numbers were about 1,000 police officers. 50 of those police officers are Black. So you have a community that's policed by people that don't even understand them, that don't speak the same language as them. But we do all speak English, but the fact is there's a language of occupation, there's a language of aggression. And so this part of town was boiling, and it was bound to happen because apparently it happens every day. It's not New York City, it happens every day, but New York City is such a big city and with such a homogenous community in New York that, the policing kind of tends to differ from borough to borough.
Sure, it's widely different if you go to different areas. Yeah,
exactly. But these cities, and you always hear about LA, you always hear about Atlanta, you always hear about Chicago, you hear about New York. You don't think about these small Midwestern towns. It's the very same thing. The flyover states. We forget about these, but there are these communities of Black people that live there that have dealt with racial prejudice and over policing for years because the spirit of racism and the air of racism is so prevalent and so pervasive in these towns because they're so segregated. I mean, this town is just like Chicago, to be completely honest. Chicago is extremely segregated, but this place is segregated to the fact that there's still redlining in these towns. You know, the economic method of separating neighborhoods. So these are like warring factions, and the police versus the community is like a warring faction there. And the fact is this: I do believe in the system that we've created, because the system built on the ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is not only is it great to believe in that, but it just gives you a sense of security that my life matters in the greater community, in the greater scheme of things. And my voice matters in the greater scheme of things because my humanity now has been taken into account. But obviously, we do not live by those rules. We don't live by those ideals. So this town, Minnesota and Minneapolis, these brothers, these sisters, this community, they do not believe in these ideals because all they have seen and all they've dealt with is this over-policing, this extremely aggressive police force that seems like the way that Minnesota, that precinct looked, it looked as if it was the fortress of an occupying force. It looked like a base, that something in Iraq, you know, something out of, you know, I've been to the Middle East twice and I've seen, you know, I went to Israel in 2000 and that was a very tense time in Israel. And I saw what it was when the Palestinians were pushed into these areas and the Israelis were separated in these areas, and there were this occupying force. There was this air. There wasn't a police force there. There was this militarized, extremely militarized entity that descended upon these people. And although that might not be the way it's pushed politically or on the national, on the international stage, but it's always seen as we are at war with each other. And that town, they were at war with each other. And from what the things that I can say, and I can tell these brothers, I can tell the young people there and say, listen, the system is built on these principles. And if we all were to live by these principles, we might just be better off, and we might actually be able to move forward and work together. And they're just like, no, why do I have to validate my humanity? Why does a piece of paper, who said that, you know, why do I always have to go the extra mile to prove that I'm a good father, and I'm quoting someone that I interviewed there while I was speaking, and multiple people. And the air now that has spread nationally, it just seems that the ideals to which this country was founded on, I think we all know, and I think it's more in our faces, that we do not live up to our creed. As Dr. King said in his speech, we are not living up to who we say we are. And we are at a crossroads now in the United States where I firmly believe that if we do not start listening to the voices of the people that are feeling oppressed, that are experience oppression, there are very distinct narratives here in the United States. And the beauty of what's happened and the unfortunate byproduct of what's happened are that people are now waking up and saying that my narrative, my idea of the United States, my idea of freedom, my idea of my sense of being an American is now challenged, because what I thought did not exist, which is this extreme racial prejudice that exists and so pervasive through every facet of American society, some people are now being confronted with that, and it's uncomfortable. And they're like, what the hell's going on? And you can tell a kid, like, dude, chill, just let's talk it out. Let's have this conversation. But sometimes it's easier to throw a brick through a fucking window than it is to sit back and actually take a breath and try and talk things out. So
yeah, I agree with you. I think it's very easy to judge somebody on a momentary reaction in an emotional moment.
Exactly.
But if you're not that person and you haven't lived in this system your entire life, I don't really think you have the perspective to know, hey,
exactly.
you know, I don't know if that's right or wrong. Like, You don't know what he's capable of handling. Like you push people to a point, there's going to be a breaking point, you know. And
we are like that. I mean, everyone, and the other blessing here is that the people that have experienced this and that have seen it and have dealt with this firsthand, have dealt with racial profiling, have dealt with what it feels. You know, some people, contrary to what some people may believe, we feel like our skin, our look, the way we talk, the way we live has been weaponized. And being a Black person in America, our skin is weaponized. Our position in society has been weaponized. Everything about us seems to be a threat. And people have always seen us as a threat. And when you're constantly seen as a threat, you know, if you're in the position of power, that threat doesn't really mean that much to you. So you can just ignore that threat and just say, well, I'll throw them a few bones. Well, this, you know, the poverty gap. And, well, that's how they live. But unfortunately, we in America, we are a society of a vast people. We are different colors. We come from different places. We have different religions. But the fact is this, although those things might separate us, what unites us is a lot stronger. And what I believe unites us is a lot more promising to go forward with.
I do believe that. I want to believe that. I think a lot of people want to believe that. I can see the reaction from communities of people that have been more complacent, who are now like, maybe it takes a few extreme events to really put it in people's faces, but there is no escaping it now, you know?
No, it's everywhere.
And I think, if anything, you know, a lot of people who normally don't involve themselves in these conversations are now having them. And I know, I mean, personally, I can speak on it. Like, I know several friends and band guys and family members who have all now taken a great interest in this. And it's a shame. It's a shame that things have to escalate to make certain people wake up, be a little more self-aware. But I do believe, you know, on a positive note, I do see it. I see it more than I ever have. And it, you know, part of the motivation to do this was because I want to keep that conversation going, and I want to see more people be proactive and support these movements and correct these errors in the system, you know? So I do, I have a little bit of hope, you know?
Yeah, but you know, that hope, that spark in itself is what makes us such a great nation and what can make us a greater nation. So because we have that, and it's something that's embedded in all of us, despite the different needs of our communities, despite the different, again, our different backgrounds, it doesn't differ. We all want life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And
I agree.
That in itself should be, okay, now I can have this sense of understanding. And touching on what you said, as far as maintaining and continuing the conversation, is going to take situations like, you know, what we're doing now. It's going to take, you know, I've always said, it's not going to be a formula. There's not going to be a savior. No one's going to come and save us. No politician is going to get up on the podium and stand in front of that great seal and say, this is the way we're supposed to live now. It's going to take action from within ourselves. Each person is going to have to make a conscious decision to say, I am now going to be a lot more respectful of that person. I'm going to consider that person's humanity. And it doesn't take, well, what can I do for you? And how can I help you? It's very simple. You leave your house each day, you go with a sense of open-mindedness to be understanding and a willingness to learn. You know, the fact that we are on the verge of a true humanitarian crisis as far as the way we are policed here in the United States, the fact that someone can even stand up and say, well, actually, I have this to say, that means you are closing yourself off. That means you want to be combative about the idea, and no one's humanity coming into question, whether you're white, whether you're black, should ever be questioned or create a counter argument. We are humans, and we should not be at each other's throats.
I see a lot of, you know, all of this. I'm going to use my platform and I'm going to voice my opinion. I mean, I just did it, you know, we're doing it together.
For sure.
I see a lot of it causing a lot of negativity. I see a lot of people who don't deserve to have a platform have one right now.
The detractors, for some
yeah,
reason. Right.
My question for you is, how do you navigate that stuff? What can we do to correct some of that stuff? I'm not saying, my opinion's right, but I know some other people's opinions are wrong, and you see a lot of stuff and you see a lot of hate, and it's like, when you see this kind of stuff, you're extremely vocal and outspoken on these issues. You're well educated. You've done the homework. You've done the work. Like, when you see this ignorant, short fuse response to a guy that has the same size platform as you, like, how do you get through that? Like, what keeps you in the right mindset to keep going, to keep, saying the things that are important? I think that's important for a lot of people to hear right now, because people get bullied into silence, and it's not the time for that.
I can tell you exactly what we're doing right now. The fact that, we come from a very similar scene, and you called and you started this, and I saw the traction for this for a few weeks, and I saw Joe Bad had posted it and stuff like that. The fact that we're doing this lets me know that I'm doing the right thing, and the fact that more people are willing to learn. So if someone wants to come up with their bullshit and someone wants to be like, well, so actually, this is what's really going on, I have to know that I have to zone them out. And because for so long, we as people have been silent, and we get silent because we think the voices are louder than on the other side, are louder than ours. But a collective coming together and saying that we will not take it anymore. And the fact is this: we are not here screaming to the high heavens that Black Lives Matter, or we want justice. What we're doing is just what humans and Americans need to do: have the conversation. And as long as the conversation stays in the mainstream, then whoever has to say whatever they want to say what you want to say. But at the end of the day, if more people are standing up each day and have a willingness to learn, and an open mind to learn, and an open mind to at least educate each other, then we're good. And most importantly, I believe education is so important. Education in America is failing at the moment, and not education so much in scholastic achievement, but education from the viewpoint of teaching the youth, teaching people to have pride in who they are and have a love for themselves. Because once you love yourself and understand your position in this community and in this world, then you can understand and love and have the same respect for someone else. And there is a self-hate that's going on, a self-prejudice that's going on in this country, and it's because of the societal pressures that we put on each other. This idea that we have to be something that we're not, this idea that we are something that we're not, or this idea that we're inferior because we don't live up to those standards. And the only standard that we need to live up to, and the only standard that we need to project on our children and the youth, are that you are who you are, and that is it. And you don't have to be someone else. You don't have to be anything else. You have to just live in your world, live in your idea, and grow within your development, and don't listen to the bullshit.
You're a beautiful person, AJ.
I'm trying, brother. I'm trying.
I love it, man. I wish I could sit here and talk to you all day. I know I have to keep this moving a little bit.
Get the other brothers on, man. I'm very excited that Jay and these guys are getting, because we as a scene, we've had things that have brought us together. We've had Warped Tours. We've had the Ozfest. We used to have things that define who we were as metalheads and stuff like that. And it seems like we don't have that so much anymore, that identity. But the fact that we can all get together in this room and have this conversation, it speaks so much more to who we are as musicians, to who we are as frontmen, as guitar player, whatever it is. It speaks to the fact that we are a strong community, a diverse community, and we can be a voice that joins the conversation that makes a difference.
I couldn't agree with you more. I look forward to everything you're doing, man. I can't wait to see what some of this video stuff looks like. And
yeah, man, it's powerful, bro.
Excited for the band. I'm sure you got plenty to talk about for that next record. So I look forward to hearing that. But AJ, thank you so much, man.
Well, thank you, brother.
AJ Channer, Fire from the Gods. I appreciate it, man.
See you, my
Have
friend.
a good one.
Nice one.
All right. That was AJ Channer, Fire from the Gods. Incredible human. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to go grab Jay from Unity, and we will be right back. All right, we're back. Jay, you got me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you loud and clear. Beautiful. All right, we're here with Jay Webster, Unity TX, frontman, a wild man. Love the new record.
Yes, appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on. There's a lot to talk about, so I just wanted to mention we had spoke a little bit before this. I mean, I know we've met before, and you actually did a record at my studio with Randy, and we talked a little bit about implementing Black culture into a world that is primarily like a white person's world of hardcore and metal, and some of the challenges that you've encountered. I was really interested in that, and it's not something I can at all find a perspective on. So I thought that would be awesome to chat about. Like, if you wouldn't mind, like, take the floor, like, tell me about the band, like, coming up, where you getting started, and any of these challenges like you've actually faced.
Yeah, man. So my shit sounds clear, right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Unity TX, like, I started that in the back of my grandma's house, just me, like a couple friends had some ideas and stuff, and ever since the beginning I've been writing every instrument, every lyric, all that stuff, just been trying to basically get my vision out, because growing up in the world that we have, I haven't had the money to be able to afford instruments and stuff. My family didn't believe I could do it, so I had to basically get it, how I live and stuff. Basically, ever since 2014, I've been day in, day out, sitting at home writing music, trying to get better at this, trying to evolve. It's, a musician each and every day. And it's been more so difficult because, obviously the color issue for the most part. A lot of people, they see me doing this stuff and they have this like prejudgment idea that like it's not going to be good just because there's a Black person representing it. And I know they may sound weird, but that's what I got from reviews from the album, from like a lot of kids online. They were just like, what is this? What is this? Like, and it sucks, man, because I've been doing this stuff day in and day out. This is my life. This is literally everything that I am embodied into music, art. And, it just sucks to hear people not even give it a chance, not even say anything. They just immediately think that just because I'm a Black person, I don't have any sort of talent or musical abilities whatsoever. And it's harsh.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you. I heard, like, when I heard Mad Boy, I thought it was gonna explode. I was like, this is awesome. And I see bands with all white dudes doing of similar style that are more successful, and I didn't understand why until I kind of looked into it a little more myself too, because I do think you have a leg up musically on a lot of them. I think you should be positioned better than you are right now. I think, I know you've made like very defined statements with your band, even down to like your artwork, like the artwork for the new record. Like it really, it's like a hip hop record. Like it represents Black culture and it's fully in people's faces. Why do you think people are uncomfortable with that? Like, I mean, the same kid who, grew up listening to the band, the dudes that are on your t-shirt right now, and then got into hardcore metal. Like, why are so many kids uncomfortable supporting, hip hop culture in hardcore and metal?
Just because it's so unorthodox to them, like they're not used to this type of formula that I come with. They're used to like Linkin Park or like what other bands, like obviously My Ticket Home killed it and stuff. That was like a big inspiration, but they're so used to like new metal. They're not actually trying to listen to like the Black representation in this stuff. Like I rap on every song for the most part. I stopped screaming years ago because I was like, that's not the vision I want to portray behind this. I want people to listen to this and think like, oh dang, maybe like Dre could produce something like this one day, or maybe it could feature something like DMX or something like that, just because it's like so undeniably hip hop. And ever since the beginning, that's kind of been the role for me. Like I've been rapping since the beginning, so it's just frustrating to try to get that across to people and have them understand it before they even judge it, because it's like, like it's crossover to some people, it's metal to some people, it's hardcore to some people, it's hip hop to people. To me, it's just experimental, because like I'm just sitting at home, just I got all these different effects, instruments, ideas, all this stuff. I'm gonna put it together. If it sounds good, it sounds good. But like that's where being Black in this scene has really like helped me evolve, because I'm not limited to like a little corner of this,
Sure.
Like I don't have to feel. I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't think anyone should be limited when it comes to creating music. And I think a lot of my favorite artists are artists that do take risks, that walk outside of their genre, that represent multiple genres. I mean, you could tell when someone's really passionate about music when you can hear that wide variety of influences come in, and it's like, it's the sum of all the parts, I think, that makes original music, and it makes things better. And like, you are creating original music, and, seeing resistance to it and kids being confused, it definitely bummed me out. And I definitely think that conversation should be open to be like, hey man, you might not understand this, but like maybe read some of the lyrics, like learn about it, like talk to the band, like don't feel like you're not welcome to like this. I feel like there's discomfort with people, to support Black culture sometimes, because even themselves will feel alienated from Black artists and from things you say and stuff. I mean, I can definitely hear rap songs and be like, I can't relate to this. Some of the stuff that it talks about, or some of the things that it glorifies, like it, obviously it's entertainment, but it's like, yeah, that doesn't resonate with me, with my life. But you cover a lot of stuff. And I guess a question I had for you was like, when you're putting this together, obviously someone's going to hesitate at some point, whether it's you or a label or a, manager, whoever you work with, to be like, well, should we do it like this or should we do it like that? Like, and this is maybe something you could speak on for, kids who are in bands or Black kids who want to do heavy music. Like, when you hit those walls or those hesitations, what pushed you through those to be like, no, this is what we're doing? Like what made you stick to your guns, through the formation of this record and everything that went into it?
I mean, basically the fact that, there are a lot of other bands that come out with lyrical content and stuff. And I'm not going to lie, a lot of it's straight booty. So, like I try to be more, evolved on my perspective on things. Like, I make this music for self-awareness and growth for a lot of things, but also entertainment. Like, if you've heard 60 Seconds, talk about people who used to be friends with you that like try to think that like you're better than them and stuff. But it's just like, the thing that doesn't stop me is just the fact that it hits, like, it doesn't have to be right for the listeners and stuff. The thing is, like, like if I'm putting a vision into like your mind and stuff, and you can like imagine what you're listening to and stuff, that's all that matters for the most part. But it's art, it's creativity. If we don't have that type of like reality to where we can fantasize about something through music and stuff, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, I agree. And I think authenticity is more important now than it ever was. Like, I mean, people want authentic artists right now. They want people to be confident with who they are and to make music that represents themselves and not sort of twist it in a way that could turn into commercial success or that is like playing it safe. And I think it's always been the artists that take that risk, that say, this is me, this is exactly what I do. If you don't like it, fuck you. Like that's what creates special music. And I think what you guys are doing, definitely a step in that direction. That's definitely a part of it. Have you personally been hit with these walls? Like, is there something, I don't know if there's anything, if you want to, I'm not saying to target anyone, but specifically like making this album and stuff, did you actually like really feel that for real from, anybody in the industry or press or anything like that, where it really kind of took you back?
No, I mean, for the most part, like, to put it into perspective, like, I wrote Hail Mary, Ruckus, and Peace of Mind back in like 2016, 2017. I used to look up to you. Actually, I wrote most of those like years ago and stuff. So they were already ready to go. I just had to, revise the lyrics, the rap songs, like we did those in like a week. And, obviously when it comes to rap, that's kind of like my second nature for the most part. So it's like, I grew up on that. My uncles were rappers. My brothers were rappers. I had to show the versatility inside the metal artists, because everyone, they listen to me, they're like, oh, he's screaming, he's doing all this stuff. But like, they hear me on this song, I'm singing on this song, I'm screaming on this song, I'm straight rapping on this song, but I also got bars and stuff. Like, the thing is, like, I'm trying to basically just kind of put this out here and give everyone like the idea and the image that like, you can be a great artist and everything. You can be a great artist as much as you want, as long as you know what you're about, as much as you like have the confidence and stuff. Because like, if this was 6 years ago when I first started, I would have not released that record.
Really?
Yeah, it takes a lot, dude. I have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of songs that I've written that I just haven't shown anyone.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I kind of know that feeling, but yeah. So, I mean, it's crazy you sat on it for so long, but I do think it's a testament to, being a true artist and getting stuff right. And yeah, it's interesting for me to see somebody just put stuff into our world that makes people like that turns heads, because it doesn't happen too frequently for me anymore. So I'm always interested when it does, So what's up with what's next for Unity? Like, I know touring sort of out the books for now, but where are you at with, what's the plans coming up for them? Is there anything that people could check out or like keep up with you guys and what you're doing?
I mean, right now, basically, I'm just focusing on like writing this next record and stuff, trying to get my mind right as far as like how I want the lyrical content to go, because I had something else written, before all of this even happened, so it's like I was focusing on a whole more like be vigilant by any means necessary type approach on this. Obviously the by any means necessary approach hasn't changed, but it's like not so much about me being, in a state of danger like I was on the last idea that I was writing, but this now is just about putting myself out there more, screaming even more that I'm Black to everyone who's a listener, because I feel like that isn't enough representation. Pure Noise put me on, Tandem put me on, and everybody like we have been put on to a lot of people, but they're still not trying to actually understand or give this the time of day. So, the next record, maybe there'll be more riffs. I'll write more metallic riffs. Maybe I'll write something else that is a lot more friendly to this scene or whatever, but I'm still spitting bars over it because that's what I want people to be able to get. Like all this instrumental stuff or whatever, like, yeah, that's cool. That's what every band does. What matters more is the lyricism about what I have to say and how I, convey myself to everyone, because like I'm putting my heart out here for everybody to pick at. And it ain't easy.
You are the defining factor of this band. I can't argue with that. And I think it's that's what makes this special for me too. But yeah, cool. Well, I appreciate it. I think we should announce a giveaway while you're here. Look at me learning technology. If you donate now at soundrink.live, a $10 donation enters you into a raffle with tons of prizes. One being a Mad Boy test press. In 10 years, when Unity is one of the biggest bands in the world, this thing's probably going to be worth a lot of money. So
it's
I think
y'all.
Well, dude, Jay, I really appreciate you coming on here. Is there anything else, before I have to let you go, that you want to say? Like, use this platform now just to talk to people who are, maybe hearing you for the first time.
Basically, I just want to, let everyone know that if you are a songwriter or you're having a hard time with music and you feel like, life isn't worth living, whatsoever, that, it definitely is worth living. I've been probably the whole entire image of that. Like, I've sat at home day and night trying to work on this shit. I've cried myself to sleep. I've done so much shit to actually get to this point. And I'm grateful for every opportunity that I've gotten up to here. Like, I will not stop going hard for this. But, just find the confidence within yourself. That's what you have to do. If you can continue pushing yourself to get better as a musician, as an artist, continue doing it, because no one else is going to do it for you.
Yeah, good words, man. Well, dude, I appreciate you coming on here. Jay Webster from Unity, Texas. Thank you, man. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you, Will. Yes, sir.
All right. $10. Soundrink.live. One of our giveaways donated by the man himself, a Unity TX test press. Go make some donations now. I'm going to take 2 minutes and go grab my next guest, which is Alan Day and Dan O'Connor from 4 Year Strong. So I will be back with you shortly. All right.
Hey,
We're
bud.
back here with Alan Day and Dan O'Connor from 4 Years Strong. How are you, gentlemen?
Hey, Will.
Hey, Will. How you doing? We're good.
Missed those bassy voices through SM7s. There they are. Yeah. If you don't know me, we've been working together for quite a while now. Produced a record this year called Brain Pain. One of my favorite records I've ever done. You're two wonderful and amazingly talented people. And
very sweet of you.
Thanks, Will. Same to you, bud.
I appreciate you guys both coming on. So let's talk a little bit about music. Tell me,
I love to talk about music.
I know you're both very well versed, and talk to me a little bit about Brain Pain. Now that it's out, like, how's the response been? Like, how are you guys feeling about everything?
It's been awesome.
Yeah.
It's definitely, you said it was one of your favorite albums you've made. It's 100%, I think, our favorite album we've made. And the response for the 8 shows we did get to play, where we played new songs, were amazing.
Yep.
It was just so much fun. And it's definitely a bummer that we're not able to be supporting the album, but we're happy that it got to come out for people to enjoy while being stuck in their homes indefinitely.
Yeah, I think it was there's pros and cons to what just happened with the whole music industry shutting down. I think people had a lot more time to consume music. And I think a record like yours, which is like, it goes so deep and it has so many different little nuances and details and, different variety of songs. I think it was like a nice break for everyone to jam the record. I mean, I know I produce music all the time, but I don't really listen to a ton of music because I don't have a ton of downtime. And I've listened to more bands in the past month or two than I can't.
Oh, yeah.
Same here.
Remember. Yeah. So what's like, have you guys been planning on doing any other events now that everyone's kind of off with touring this year? Like, what's up on the schedule for you guys now?
I mean, it's a lot of it's up in the air. I mean, we're trying to figure out some like interesting ways of, keeping in contact with our fans and doing some things. And we've got a couple different things that are kind of in the works, trying to find interesting ways of doing our like holiday show this year, maybe things like that.
Because we don't even know if by December we'll be playing any live performance kind of stuff.
So
it's definitely hard. We're really bad at like social media and stuff on our end anyway. So to rely entirely on us being good at that to stay afloat right now is a little frightening, but
well, you're good people persons. So
people persons.
Yeah, take the time, chat with your fans. I think everyone always has great things to say about you after they meet you. So I think you guys connecting with fans in some downtime is an awesome idea. But so I do want to talk about some serious stuff. I could talk music with you guys all day, like we always do. But a lot of this event is about communication and about how we need to change the way we communicate with each other, how we need to make some corrections with ourselves. And I know this speaks personally to you guys because, without going, I'll let you take the floor on this, but I know there had been a time in 4 Years Strong's career where you guys had hit a bit of a rough patch, personally, and communication started to break down. So, I mean, how did you get back to a place where you could be civil and resolve issues? And like, what advice can you have for people right now who feel like they can't even communicate with people with different of opinions,
Well, I was going to say, don't let it be a passive aggressive silence for like 2 straight years like we did, because that didn't help anything. It just made things worse. I think I learned a lot from that period, not only about our dynamic as a band and as songwriting partners, but also just as a person, how important dialogue can be between people, even if you disagree on things. Like, I mean, in our case, it wasn't really a matter of disagreeing, like a wide difference in our personalities and how we need to meet on the same page somehow. I mean, we're basically the same person, but it just opened up the idea, because I think as a band, and I know I can speak for myself, I'm a serial passive aggressive like person, and I've tried, especially since then, which was what, 2012,
Yeah.
when we kind of like started to repair our relationship, like try really hard to just like be open and talk about things when something's wrong, when something's bothering me, when something just even throws you off a little bit, just being just more open and aware of everything.
Yeah, I think when our relationship really started to break down, it wasn't this one big thing that all of a sudden we were just like, we're not going to talk to each other anymore from now on. It was just a lot of these little things over time that
like the way Dan eats a banana,
like the way that we wouldn't talk about just little problems, and those little problems would grow and grow and grow. And I think that really speaks to a lot of kind of what's going on, in the sense of one of the best ways to move forward is to open up that line of communication, because when we didn't talk to each other for over a year pretty much
while we were on tour,
and afterwards, even when we weren't on tour, we didn't talk to each other for a long time. And the thing that didn't happen during that entire time of not talking to each other is nothing got better. It wasn't just us being away from each other that made everything get better. It was the day that all of a sudden we started talking about the things that were bothering us, and we actually had civil conversations between each other and actually listened to each other at the same time, which I feel like that's a big step that I think a lot of people are making right now, or a lot of people who maybe weren't either aware or were just, willfully blind or not to kind of the things that are going on in culture, in the world around us, weren't acknowledging the fact or listening to people when they were saying what was going on. And I think one of the beautiful things that's happening right now is it feels like a lot more people are listening when people are talking and actually hearing what they're saying. There's obviously people who are still, denying that these things are, that, there is a lot of these injustices happening, or for whatever reason, they take it like they're being personally attacked or whatever. But I'm seeing a lot of people that I've even known for a long time or haven't known, but that are taking the step to publicly say that they acknowledge that these things are happening, and they're recognizing that these things are happening. So seeing that and hearing that is I think a really positive step, because that's, in a very small way, that's how we repaired our relationship, as we started listening to each other and we started acknowledging the things that we might have been doing unknowingly to the other person, and going out of our way to fix that.
Yeah, that, and I feel like being very, like, specifically with, all the stuff that's going right now about the systemic racism and all that. I think being very, very open and posting about like just being really transparent and open about the way you feel is important, because it opens up a dialogue, and obviously that comes with an inevitable amount of negativity and people that are seeing things in such a negative outside way. But the beauty of that is you could potentially change someone's mind. And honestly, there's been things that have changed my mind with seeing things. And not that I know I'm very aware that white privilege is a real thing. And me and Dan were talking about it before we got on live here, that we've been, I don't know if is there a better example of white privilege than two guys that fucked off in high school for, didn't care about school, were getting in trouble, were skipping class, and like Dan so beautifully put, turned our shitty hobby into a career, and I think not always being aware that that's a privilege and is something that has come to light more now, that there was a lot of privilege in that. Not that it was only privilege. That doesn't mean that we didn't work hard, or that we didn't come into, our hardships along the way, but that privilege is definitely a part of it.
Sure, of course. I mean, everyone I've spoken to is sort of having those conversations now too, and coming to terms with the fact that like, oh wow, I don't know if I have the right perspective on any of this because I didn't come from this background. I haven't been a part of a system that it was designed to keep me down. And I think the conversations that everyone are having now and just reading and communicating and learning from other people who are in more dire situations is definitely it's been a positive thing. I mean, it's literally all the bands I've talked to. It's all my friends, and it's the first time I felt like, wow, everyone is actually listening to what other people have to say.
Yeah. And like I said, like being able to change your mind and not being so stubborn to only see things the way you've always seen them is, I think, one of the most important things for people to take away from what's going on right now. Because I mean, I don't know if I should necessarily be open about this, but I think it's important to be. This is what we're talking about, is transparency. I think it was like a handful of years ago when people first started talking about like Christopher Columbus monuments and how they wanted to take them down. And my gut reaction at the time was what everyone else is saying, that is like not the right way to see it, which is you can't, it's terrible the way things happen, but you can't erase history, right? That was the way things happened. But now I'm seeing it as like, okay, yes, it happened, but why are we honoring the fact that it happened the way it did? Right?
Sure. And I feel like if you were in a different scenario or different upbringing, or if you came from a Black family that had taught you more about the history of America or more about
I might have seen it right away.
You immediately would have been like, yeah, knock that thing down. Like, why would anyone disagree with that at that point? And I think it's this realization moment that a lot of people are having now. Yes, we probably should have done our homework, years ago.
Yeah, on our own without having something so terrible.
For me, it's not about the mistakes you made in the past. It's about just being honest with yourself and comfortable now to know, okay, I'm paying attention now. Like I understand now. I'm listening to people now, and I appreciate that you guys can admit that publicly and say that, because I think it takes a lot to be authentic right now is important. And I think, people who look up to your band and you guys and respect you for the people you are, like, will appreciate that you can be honest and open like that, so.
Well, I just think it's really important to see that people can change their minds. People can be wrong. Like it's okay to be wrong if you're ready to right your wrongs, right?
Sure.
Sorry, that was a lot of right and wrong in a row.
All right. I'll stumble all day. Don't worry about
it. I think that's the important thing, is to, when someone is wrong, is to not completely shut them out if they're willing to listen. You know what I'm saying? Like I especially on social media, it's such a gut reaction to when you see someone post something that is, in your eyes, so blatantly in the wrong direction and on the wrong side of history or that moment, to just be like, can a mod just kick them out of here or something like that? But at the same time, if you kick them out of that room or kick them out of the chat or whatever it is, you lost the opportunity to educate them on why their position is not the right one to have. And
sure.
I think that's also a really important side to look at. There are people who are going to have a gut reaction that they're being personally attacked because of they're white and they think that everybody's against white people right now or whatever. But
which is a crazy argument.
But
yeah,
I think the important thing is to educate them on what is actually going on, because there's such an issue with social media and you're stuck in this echo chamber that they just might not have had the opportunity to have the information presented to them in a way that they can understand it.
Sure. And honestly, I think from a few people I've spoken with, some of these hard conversations that you have to have, but they are people that listen, is family too. Yeah. Because I know a few people who are like, well, my dad or my racist uncle like is wrong, but I have to try to show him why he's wrong now, and he'll listen to you because he loves you because you're his, nephew or whatever. Not my uncle. I'm just saying in
Right.
general. Yeah, my uncle's cool. But
and also in the other direction, I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, and my wife and I have taken this as an opportunity to teach them about that racism is a thing that exists in the world, and the different things that have happened in history that have happened to African Americans or people of color along the way, and for them to just know that, just because on, Disney Junior there isn't a show about it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in the world. And obviously we're not, trying to scare them into having some sort of belief, but exposing them to what's going on in the world so that they don't grow up with a warped idea of what race is, or what or what classism is, or any of those things. Like trying to expose them to that at a young age so that they grow up with the right perspective in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the next generation of children from people that exist today, I think, are going to have a different, a very, very drastically different view of America, of our history. And I mean, if there's any positive takeaway from the events that are happening right now, is that people aren't going to try to erase these ideas anymore.
Right.
And I think, a lot of people I know who have kids are having to have strange, uncomfortable conversations with their children to try to explain to them, this is what Black Lives Matter mean. And I know the protests look scary, but they're actually positive. And, you have to explain why people are mad. And it's like, it's very hard. And it's like sad and heartbreaking that children have to now process it. But it takes a lot of courage. And I appreciate that you are doing that with your kids, because I don't have kids. And if I did, I couldn't imagine how to approach that and not just feel terrible,
I feel like it's an important conversation to have. I mean, I think, everybody always refers to the talk as with your kids of talking about sex, but I think this is a talk that needs to be had even earlier to just teach them that, the right way to view the world, that everybody should be equal, and that, but also the fact that there are, as of right now, these systemic problems that are greatly affecting certain sides of our society, and having them grow up with the idea that they need to make sure that those change and they don't exist anymore.
That and one of the videos I've seen, obviously, because there's a lot like circulating in social media right now that kind of hit me, that like, I mean, this is privilege of being white kind of really like shouted loudly in a way, is like a video I saw of people explaining to their kids, Black people speaking to their kids, describing situations they're going to have to be careful in, like how they're going over, if a policeman stops you, here's how you should handle it. You're probably going to get pulled over. You're not going to know why. Like, and these are real things, these are real conversations that Black people and other people of color have to discuss with their kids. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy that the conversation is now just coming up in parents and their children about a similar thing now, that the conversation should start between like white parents and their kids about the realities of racism. It shouldn't only be Black people that have to talk about that reality.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I appreciate your insight on this and on communication today. Quick speed round, because I always love asking these. Desert Island guitar, go.
Telly.
My Fender Strat.
Okay. Favorite guitar pedal?
The Zool.
There you go. Okay.
The Fort and Zool.
Yeah, I'd say maybe the Julia or the Zool are my go-to.
Okay. I just got a Julia. It's nice. One band in the world you could tour with, dream tour.
Does it have to be real? Like something I can absolutely accomplish?
Doesn't have to be real.
Alive or dead?
What was that?
Alive or dead?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. Maybe Nirvana.
Okay.
The Beatles.
All right. I'll go Nirvana. That was cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you guys. Alan and Dan from 4 Years Strong. I appreciate you coming on here and talk. I know politics isn't your thing, but you're honest and genuine people. And I think your perspectives from, this world is really important right now also. We're giving away a 4 Years Strong test press, a $10 entry to the soundrink.live through the soundrink.live site. It's a charitable donation, and you're entered to win a 4 Years Strong test presser along with about 100 other prizes. So it's a great record. Very proud of it. Proud of both of you. I love you guys. I hope to see you back playing a show soon. And thank you for coming on.
Love you too, Will. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Bye.
Bye.
Dan and Alan from 4 Years Strong. Okay, I need a little bathroom break, and we will be back shortly with Anthony Martini. Just give me 2 minutes, and I'll see you in a minute. All right. We are back. Hello. There he is. Got Anthony Martini on. If you live in New Jersey, it's probably pretty if you're my age and you live in New Jersey, let's go there. It's probably impossible for you not to know who this man is. E-Town Concrete is a staple in the New Jersey hardcore scene for years. One of my gateway bands into hardcore, appreciate you. One of the first shows I ever went to, actually, E-Town Concrete Show. Yeah, it was an intro into a new life, and has led me down this path. So I'm here today partially because of you. So first off, thank you. And thank you for coming on this. I really do. I know we have a ton to talk about. First, I'll just say, if you don't know where he's been since E-Town Concrete, and has started a label called Commission a while back, and has quickly grown into the largest independent hip hop label probably in the world. Is it the largest one in the world?
Maybe. I mean, because there's a lot of kind of like nuance to independent. Like, some people say they're independent, but they're affiliated with a major label, so I don't really count those. So, being a fully, truly independent label, yeah, I think we probably are the biggest.
Yeah. So it's a little known fact that you are just killing it and on top of the world. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking 15 minutes today, because I'm sure you have a ton of going on right now with your artists too. I have a couple questions for you. I might just hit you with them. I know you always spoke, at least through your lyrics early on, about, reality and personal struggle with your upbringing, coming from Elizabeth, and, your whole childhood and situation there. And I think it gives you a really good perspective on class issues in this country, because, I mean, for lack of a better word, you're literally like a rags to riches style story, and have seen both sides of the fence. And I'd love to hear, your take on how these class issues have affected you, and as you've transitioned your career now from where you are, what kind of advice you can give on how we can sort of tackle certain situations. So I'm just going to be quiet. I'm going to let you speak on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the overall issues, obviously, like what we're dealing with right now in the world is a much more, a very racial issue that's happening, specifically like with the the Black Lives Matter stuff and all that. But I think the general problems that exist are mostly class based, and I think just by default, there's more of a demographic in certain classes than others. So by default, people of color get lumped into like sort of, I guess, like the lower tier of the classes, and partly because I think of the institutional racism that does exist. I come from, like you said, humble beginnings. Like, I was on welfare, I had a single mom, she was alcoholic, on drugs, all sort of like the things that should have meant that I would be a statistic and not make it out, and all that kind of shit. But I kind of took all that stuff as motivation and used it to seek out a better life, and really like get the hustle and the grind to make it out. And I'm fortunate enough that I have, and I'm achieving the things that I always set out to achieve. And I think a lot of that's just personal, between whatever people's personalities are. I think that determines some of your or most of your success in life. If you choose to kind of use things as motivation, or you choose to become a victim. And I kind of took everything and used it as motivation to get where I want to go. But, I do think there is a racial aspect to it, that even though I came from, sort of like the hood and all this shit, and I was like the only white kid around, there's certain things I do think that are real, as far as like the racial issues that are happening. I mean, even like yesterday or the other day when this guy in Atlanta was shot and killed in the Wendy's parking lot that just happened, he was sleeping in his car because he was, drinking that night, and he didn't want to drive home, so he fell asleep in his car. I just saw the whole video between him and the cops today, where like it's literally like a 10-minute conversation where they're giving him the breathalyzer. He's explaining he came from a party, and it was totally calm, like nothing. You wouldn't even think it would go the way that it ended up going. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, they're trying to arrest him, and then there's a struggle, and he runs, and they kill him. So that's something that I think is a racial issue. You know what I mean? Like I would never be afraid for my life, like if a cop pulled me over. You know what I mean? Like cops, we all have problems with cops, and like I've been picked on and shit because I have tattoos and all that kind of stuff. But I think there's a different fear, legit fear, where if you're black and you're pulled over, like you actually could die. Where I don't ever really think of it as those dire of a circumstance. But like this guy was trying to do the right thing. And especially considering all the shit that's happening right now with George Floyd and all this shit, like for cops to fucking still like shoot this guy like in a parking lot of a Wendy's is just insane. So, I think there is something there that's just, it's so real with like the black and white issues and all that we have to address. And that's why, there's always this whole debate of like Black Lives Matter or All Lives Matter and all that, like everyone knows all lives matter. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. But what Black Lives Matter is like, it's about paying attention to something that's urgent right now, happening right now that, and it's saying like, yeah, of course, black people don't think white people's lives don't matter, but they're saying we need to pay attention to this and address this because this is more urgent. White people aren't getting shot for no reason when they get pulled over on the side of the road when black people are. You know what I mean? And so I think that's sort of, the difference, like class overall, like, I think the systems are put in place to keep the people in power and the people that don't have power from getting power. And I think that's regardless of skin color, but there are more systems in place, I think, that make it harder for people that are black or Hispanic to make it. You know what I mean? And
sure, of course. I do
from a system aspect, but also from like just life obstacles where, it is more dangerous to be black than it is to be white.
Yeah. I mean, I do think police are an extension of a system that's got flaws in its design. And I wonder what if, they sent social services to knock on that window for a guy who's, who may have a drinking problem. I don't know. But it's like,
the thing is, like, I think, like, everyone's it's so hard to talk about these things partly because of the culture that we live in is such this like cancel culture where you say one wrong thing, your fucking life is ruined, and it's like, fuck you. So no one wants, like, everyone's like tiptoeing around, like, the right things to say about all this shit. But like, cops have a hard job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, you know what I mean? It's fucking scary. And, like, I could understand some of the issues that even the cops face when these things happen. But you know what? Like, that's the job you signed up for. Like, don't put yourself in a position where you're going to be fucking scared of everything and pulling out a gun and shooting people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain, and I think it starts from the training, like they should be trained differently when they're, and there should be mental screening for cops. Like, if you're an athlete and you're getting drafted to like the NFL, they go through all sorts of like psychological testing to make sure you're not going to fucking waste your investment and become some asshole and like run off with the money. So like being a cop is a much more important job to society. Like there should be real screening in the beginning. Like if you're one of those type of people, and we all know them, like people that become cops that were just fucking like pussies in school and now they want power and they want to just go fucking like bully people. There are those types of cops, and those are the types of cops that, end up giving other good cops bad names. And I think a lot of that kind of shit, if you're just like some fucking macho testosterone filled like asshole that just wants to fuck people up, that should be caught before you become a cop. You know what I mean? Like in the initial screening, they should be like, this guy doesn't have the right profile to do the job. And
yeah, I mean, I spoke to police officers and I was like, when I was putting this event together, and was like, if you want to have a voice, like here's a guy who is perceived as a good cop. He's somebody that I know. And I was like, look, you can, I would, if you want to come on this thing, I'm trying not to be closed-minded. I want to hear perspectives. I know this person. I knew this person before he became a cop. He's not a bad person. He's not a racist. He's not an overly aggressive person. He's a well-educated man, and if I had a one-on-one conversation with him, there would be points on both sides where potentially we would realize, but he can't speak for himself. He has to speak on behalf of a police force. So he represents, because he represents the police force as a police officer. And that's where I think this breaks down, where people don't realize, like, there might be good people, but if they're complacent to letting a system, you know, commit these crimes and they don't speak out against it, or they don't walk away from it, then they still are part of this problem. And that's like, I don't know, to me, that seems so obvious, and to a lot of people it does, but I think there's just a lot of short, angry rebuttals to that on the internet. But I think it's part of that conversation. And I think it's part of realizing that police officers may be underqualified for all of the, you know, all of the things that are thrown at them in the world, and looking at that system and saying, what if someone else handled this? What if somebody else showed up?
I mean, that's why, like, I think, like, the whole defund the police, you know, movement is sort of the wrong framing, because that's creating this knee-jerk reaction of like, oh, what the fuck, we're getting rid of the police. Like, no, we shouldn't get rid of the police. Their police serve a purpose. But, like, police are, you know, there's plenty of towns and cities that are overfunded, way overfunded for police. Like, I live in a fucking small ass, you know, suburban town in Jersey, and, you know, we have the police station on our little ass main street where there's like fucking 5 stores, has like a tank. They have a fucking armored Humvee. I'm like, what the fuck? First of all, there's no even crime in this whole town. Like, so like, that just shows, you know, like, there's too much money for wasteful shit. Like, you know, police should be paid. They should have their overtime paid for, all that kind of shit. But, like, you don't need armored vehicles. You don't need fucking, you know, all this extra military, like, shit that creates this whole, like, soldier versus society thing. And I put some of that funding into community programs that are, you know, for, I mean, health, for fucking you know, after school programs, you know, like, things that maybe would alleviate some of the tensions in these communities anyway, and also serve a purpose of, like, building from a younger age, you know, kids that have places to go. They're off the streets. They're not getting in trouble. And then you actually don't have as much crime that you need fucking tanks to go fight. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like this vicious cycle. And, you know, we just keep throwing more money at the wrong side of the problem instead of trying to fix the actual root. It's like, you know, you have fucking cancer and you're just, like, putting Band-Aids on this shit. Like, no, you have to fix it from the inside. You got to, like, totally kind of start over with this shit. And so I just think the way that they're presenting it with, like, defund the police is the wrong way, because it's just giving the other side, you know, more ammo to be like, look at these fucking idiots. Like, we don't have no police. And it gives, like, these talking points that aren't true that could just be repeated all over the internet. But
yeah, on surface value, if you're not as well educated into what that actually means, it's very scary and it's off-putting, and it's giving off the wrong message that, yeah, we're going to abolish any sort of law enforcement in the whole country, and it's just going to be the Wild West again. And it's like, clearly that's not true. I mean, and the people that are talking about defunding the police, and the organizations that are pushing for it, and, you know, the communities that are pushing for it, have like real valid points and real reasons. And it's like, just get past the scary phrase, see what it actually means, like, look into what the positive effects of that could be in communities. And, you know, it's happened. Like, they've done it in areas. I mean, Camden, New Jersey did it. Yeah. And crime is down 40%. Mm-hmm. You know, it was, and
a lot of times, like, the police are not, you know, actual parts of the community. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's part of it too. It's like you have people that are unfamiliar with the area, with the people, with all that. And so they you know, anytime you're unfamiliar with anything, there's a fear aspect. And when you have fear, it's going to make you do shit that's stupid. So, you know, like, police should be, like, back in the day, you know, you had these, I mean, I wasn't alive, but, like, you know, you hear these stories from, like, our grandparents and parents, like, you know, the beat cop be in the neighborhood and, you know, walking the streets and people knew him, he waved to people, you know, like, those are the, you know, that's when the police were more like the fire department and, like, you know, a celebrated part of the community. Instead, you know, it's become like this, almost like the villains. And I get, like, that side of it. It makes it worse, because then there's always a reaction. It's like, oh, now they think we're the enemy, and now, you know, then it becomes like this whole back and forth that just keeps building until, you know, people are getting fucking killed.
Yep, it fuels itself, and it fuels the whole, you know, it fuels all of the conflict, I feel too. And I appreciate all your insight, because I know you know, coming from this world, you do know a lot about it. You've been through systems that could need change, and you're smart enough now to realize that that's probably a path to solution. So thank you for talking about all that stuff. Before I let you go, I know you're working on something really awesome. I didn't want to spill the beans, but I would love to hear a little bit about what you have planning, what you have kind of planned to give back to the community in Elizabeth and stuff, because I think it's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like most people know, you know, I come from Elizabeth, New Jersey, which, you know, traditionally hasn't been like the greatest place. It's getting better now, but like it's still, you know, it's still like a pretty, you know, dangerous city, and there's a lot of issues. And, you know, as I've gotten success and made some money, you know, like I've continued to give back in little ways, whether that's supporting, you know, basketball teams or after school programs, or, you know, donating for shit like that. And this year, especially with everything that's been going on too, it just really kind of solidified that I wanted to do something more. And so I'm putting together a scholarship program. It's going to be called the Time to Shine Foundation. And, you know, the idea is to pick a kid from Elizabeth every year and pay for his college, or his or her college. And, you know, kind of working out the criteria still on what that, you know, what the, you know, boxes to check to actually qualify for it will mean. But I'm thinking something in the creative arts, you know, whether you're a kid that's into music or in music programs or art programs, or, you know, something like that, and really give them the opportunity to, you know, go and get a higher education. I mean, you know, that's not the end all be all. Like, I actually didn't finish college or, you know, anything. And I actually dropped out of college to pursue music and go on tour, which I think gave me the best education I could have gotten. And so I'm actually trying to figure out a way to build that into something too, because I think one of the biggest like life-changing things that anyone could do is to travel and meet other people. I mean, you know, if it boils down to everything, it's like racism, all that shit, it's based on fear and not knowing other types of people, and that's not being in interaction, and to realize that like we're all fucking human. And absolutely, you know, especially like people that come from where I'm from. I mean, most of the people, even kids that I went to school with, like no one leaves that town. Like, you know what I mean? Like they grow up there, they live there their whole lives. They maybe go on some vacations to like Florida or something, but like they don't know anything about the rest of the world, the rest of the country. And so, you know, I'd love to figure out a way too to have some sort of like almost like foreign exchange type thing, or so, you know, something to just send the kid to fucking Europe, you know what I mean? And like go talk to people, and like you realize like I've been all over the world, and you know, even in the craziest places, I go to like, I've been in like fucking Arab countries that, you know, on TV you would think like, oh, this is like the bed of terrorism and all this shit, and like you talk to these people. They love America. They love fucking hip hop, and like music kind of brings everyone together. And you realize like we're all the fucking same. We're all humans, and we're really just kind of fighting other people's wars. And you know, like we're pawns in this big game where, you know, the people at the top of the pyramid, they know this shit's all a game. Like, you know what I mean? And they're using all the people that are in the lower classes to kind of fight their battles and, you know, achieve their little fucking political, you know, goals and all that kind of shit. But it's all based on money, and it's all based on everything. And I think, you know, traveling the world, getting to meet other people, interacting, seeing different cities, it opens your mind, it opens your, you know, your heart to just like realizing all this shit that you didn't know in your own little world. And so part of that, you know, scholarship, I want to figure out maybe like some sort of travel aspect, whether it's a month somewhere else or, you know, something, but, we're figuring it out now, but
it's awesome. Well, I think it's awesome. I love seeing people that came from the New Jersey hardcore scene go on to do great things and then give back to the community. So I fucking really appreciate you, man. I hate to cut you off. I got to keep this rolling, but Anthony Martini, thank you so much for being a part of this. Good luck with the Time to Shine Foundation. Keep me in the loop. I want to see where that goes. Maybe I could be of service.
I'll keep you posted, man. Thank you. It's, appreciate what you're doing, trying to give back and do your thing. So, you're the man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Talk to you.
All
right. Anthony Martini, E-Town Concrete. What a surreal moment for me. Love that man. Okay. I have to keep this moving. I want to keep this schedule tight. So we're jumping right into our next guest. Let me go get the man who needs no introduction. There he is. Monty Connor. How are you, my man?
Can you hear me okay, Will?
I got you. You're on.
Ah, awesome. Well, it was great seeing everything that Anthony had to say. We actually tried to sign Anthony to Roadrunner back in the day.
There it is. If you don't know who Monty Connor is, let me give you a little intro. Monty has been he's probably designed the catalog for all the heavy music you've listened to in the past 20 years, working at Roadrunner, signing some of the craziest bands, my favorite bands of all time. And now, basically heads up Nuclear Blast. And I've been fortunate enough to work with him personally on many occasions, making records and even with my own band. And he's probably one of the smartest guys with the best perspective on metal, probably one of the best encyclopedias of metal I know. This guy could talk about music all day. And he's a good friend.
Well,
and thank you for coming on here and talking to people.
You'd never know of my metal background, looking at me. That's the funnest part of walking down the street is, living in Manhattan, I'm walking past metalheads all the time with Slipknot and Fear Factory and Machine Head shirts, and they have no clue, that they're walking past the guy that's on those pants. So I like being anonymous. It's kind of cool.
I think it's great. So you're the first label head that's on here from the metal world. I know we have a couple guests tomorrow. I'll be speaking with a few other people, but you've had a crazy year. I've seen so many different horrible things happen with the COVID pandemic, and since its onset, how has Nuclear Blast doing? How is it running right now?
Well, first of all, I can say that there's been no layoffs of staff. Everybody's working from home. It's scary times in the music business right now, but I think Nuclear Blast, more than most labels, is pretty immune to it. Back in we announced in early 2019 that we had new ownership. We were purchased at that time by a ginormous digital company called Believe Digital, based in France. But they're seriously one of the biggest digital distributors in the world. And that company is so focused on the future and digital and streaming, which is one of the reasons why we aligned with that company, was because we felt Believe was the right partner to take us into the future. So, being that we are owned by a digital company, it's business as usual. We're not looking to pull back. We're looking to expand. We have no issues here whatsoever. But I don't know that it's, I shouldn't say I don't know. It definitely is not that way for everybody. We're seeing a big decline in physical retail. The physical retail sector was basically in the 7th inning before COVID came along. And I think now it's in the 9th inning. You're going to probably see half these stores never reopen again. So what we've been getting now is basically look into the future. Everything now is just rapidly moving towards, non-retail stores. That doesn't mean that physical is going to die. It just means that the power in physical is going to come through direct sales. You're going to see in the future, when you want to buy records, you're going to see kids going to Amazon. Labels are going to be, and they'll also come to the record labels. Like we have a really extensive mail order company in LA, Nuclear Blast Mail Order. So we're selling most of the stuff we're selling during COVID is through NB Mail Order and Amazon. And of course, through band accounts, like a band like Fit for an Autopsy very actively engages fans. Most of your direct sales come that way. So you're just seeing us speeding towards that.
Sure. It's a shame to see record stores close, because as a kid, I discovered a lot of music by browsing record stores. I think the beauty of that was, it's a category. You go to the metal category, and you look through CDs, and it puts stuff in front of your face that you're not expecting. It's not directly recommended to you by some Spotify algorithm or some advertisement. It was just this wild open world to find bands. And I don't know, maybe it's nostalgic, but I am going to miss the ability to do that.
I still do that. Like, you know, there are no record stores left in Manhattan, basically. So every few months, a buddy of mine, a few friends of mine, we drive out to Vintage Vinyl in Ford's, New Jersey, like one of the greatest local record store. And
my childhood record store,
yeah, like, so as much as I stay on top of what's coming out, when I go to Vintage Vinyl, I'll see stuff that I didn't even know was out just by looking in the racks.
Right.
And that's an amazing experience. And I wind up buying impulse purchases, just, you know, shit that I didn't even go there to get, that I just happened to see. So it's just a shame that that experience is going to be gone. Although so many kids, young, you know, the younger generation is growing up today, they don't even know what record stores are. You know,
Right.
you talk to like a, you know,
matter anymore. Yeah, no,
talk to the average teenager, they're like, what's a record store? Like, people go to record stores to buy this stuff. So
sure. I mean, there's still an audience for it, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're working out of your apartment right now because I don't know if everyone probably won't know, but you are like in ground zero for where the COVID outbreak was in New York City.
Yeah.
Right? And you've been quarantined for how long now?
When did it hit? Was it like more early second week of March, maybe?
Yeah, so long enough not to know anymore. Yeah.
Well, the quarantining hasn't affected me much, because ever since I've been at Nuclear Blast, starting in September 2012, I've been working from home. So it's business as usual for me. And I think the rest of the world is now catching up to this idea of working from home. And by the way, you're going to see a lot of people stay at home forever, because I think labels are going to see that people can be 80 to 90% as productive at home, and they can save on overhead and office costs and all that crap. So you're just going to see a lot of people continuing to work from home. But I really haven't been affected, because like I said, this is just my reality. You're looking at the Nuclear Blast New York office right here. I mean, that's the bathroom behind me in my apartment.
Incredible. It's magnificent.
And so, you know, the only difficulty's been that now I have my wife and children home with me. And, you know, we have a pretty decent sized apartment, but still everybody's around. And, you know, so I have to just become even more tunnel vision and just be in my own world and work away. I mean, literally, like 15 feet away from me is the dining room. Like, you know, the family will be eating that in that direction, and I'll be working away like normal.
And on top of that too, the protests must be like right outside your window where you are.
Yeah, they literally are outside my window. But just to backtrack, Will, to what you were saying before about COVID, you know, I'm right here, ground zero in Manhattan. And, you know, when this whole thing first hit, so many people were reaching out to me, knowing that I live in Manhattan, and they had heard on the news, like, this was literally ground zero for the United States. And it was terrifying. But I have to say that people in Manhattan, we're paying attention. Like, I can go outside my door, and I've been out almost every day since this started, sometimes more than once a day. You can go out anywhere in Manhattan. The streets are empty. You know, I mean, I like to try and go out before 9 in the morning, but I can go out at 3 in the afternoon. Nobody is around. And even if there are people around, it's very easy to stay away from people. So it's really not as bad as it sounds. And people here have been paying attention. And that's why you've seen the curve go basically down to, you know, way down. And, you know, the scary part about the protests happening worldwide, or, you know, but specifically in the US and here in New York, is that people don't know what's going to happen, how that's going to affect the curve. Like, I haven't heard anything about the curve rising back up, but, you know, we were conquering COVID here in New York until, and, you know, now we have this new reality, which just made things so crazy. And yes, I live in Union Square. I live 1 block from Union Square Park, which is always a hotbed of civil activity. Like, whenever anything's going on, there are protests there, but the protests usually stay in the park. And this time they've spread to the whole area. So my specific corner, there was stuff going on constantly. I mean, I was seeing marches go by the apartment 7, 8 times a day. And even in the afternoon, during the daytime, it was scary. It wasn't, you know, like right now, the protests are just peaceful, right? They're still happening on a daily basis, but it's during the day. Everything is peaceful. It's normal protesting. But it didn't start out that way. That first week was scary. And we had, you know, crazy shit happening at night, looting. I mean, I could see stores being looted, windows being smashed. I was watching people go in. I was watching the cops arrest people, literally right under my window. So it was and we had helicopters overhead the whole time. And, you know, like, it's like you wanted to go hide in the bathroom. You couldn't escape the drone of the helicopters, even if you went to the bathroom. So
sure.
It's been I
can't say that I I don't wish inconvenience on you, but if anything, I'm happy to see that there are still protests happening around you. And you know, look, I know you very well. A lot of people that are on here don't really know you, and I know you're not a political guy, and you know, felt maybe a little, you know, nervous about coming on here because you're a metalhead. You love music, you love the culture of metal, and you know, the one thing that I do love about you and working with you is anytime I bring you an idea like that involves like charitable work or like something relevant to a social issue, you will blindly support it and you don't care about any kind of backlash from it. And I see now is a time where I see a lot of people hesitating because of how polarizing the metal community could be, and how, you know, some of these older labels and bands like don't necessarily want to get involved and express their beliefs on social issues for, you know, fear of alienating a specific type of fan base. I'll call them a racist fan base, you know, but I really do appreciate that you let more proactive artists lead the way.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
no,
yeah, it's important. I mean, we as a label, like, and I would say this for most labels, most metal labels in particular, we like to align ourselves with artists who we believe in. You know, so the artists on the label and their visions, for the most part, represent where we stand as well. Or we wouldn't sign these artists, although it's not always, you know, sometimes you don't really get to know people until you sign them, until you have a relationship with them. So surprises happen. But like, for example, when I signed Fit for an Autopsy, I had no idea you had this in you, this whole, this side to you, this charitable, like, you know, the guy that's setting up this whole amazing thing you got going here. I didn't know that about you. So, you know, I'm learning as well. But yeah, we do like to align with artists we believe in, and we believe in supporting those artists, not just their musical vision, but other areas as well. So that's one of the reasons why we're so involved, and we can do better. And I'm on here, and we're a big part of the raffle, and just trying to do our best to share your efforts on our social sites as well, to draw people to this and hopefully get a lot of donations.
Well, I really do appreciate that. And I know I won't spill the beans, but I know you have more in the works with Nuclear Blast that are going to help support some causes. So I'm glad to see that you're moving forward with other events too.
One of the things, Will, I didn't say before that, a lot of labels are doing, and we're very actively doing this right now, is with retail shut down right now, we are very actively and you see a lot of bands releasing digital singles and digital releases because you can surpass retail that way. You just, and we did the Fit for an Autopsy, Fear Tomorrow single. We've done stuff for Soulfly, Hatebreed, As I Lay Dying, Chemist. And we, it's not like we're making any money off a one-off digital single. I mean, it's pennies, but we're doing it to support the artists and to keep you guys active and keep your name out there while everything is shut down.
Well, I appreciate it, man. And thank you for always letting us have a voice and all the artists on your label. Okay, we have to talk about your giveaway because this is wild. Let me put this up here.
Wait, I got it. I have it right here.
You got it? All right,
I'll show it live. Take it off. So
show it live. Let's go.
This is my Slipknot self-titled gold record award. Is it gold or platinum? 60,000.
That's
in the UK.
So that's one of the first plaques then, because that's like in the milestones. That
literally
plaque, yeah.
Literally one of the first plaques. And this has been hanging on my wall for years. And when you came to me and you're like, get involved, I wanted to personally get involved aside from all the stuff that Nuclear Blast is involved with for the raffle. So this is up for grabs. In fact, it's cardboard on the back. I could sign the back, write whatever you want. Just let Will know what it should say. And because I don't want to do it on the glass, but I'm happy to part with this. I wish I had more. I mean, I have more of this stuff. Most of it is in storage. If I had stuff here in my apartment.
We're not stopping. We're going to be doing this again. So I'll bother you in a few months once everybody gets back to work. But Monty, thank you so much for being a part of this. I always appreciate your support and the support of Nuclear Blast. And I'm very happy that the people I work with, can stand with myself and the Black community on these important issues right now and help further the Black Lives Matter movement. So thank you again.
Yeah, it's an amazing time right now. And, one thing I forgot to say before, and you touched on, is yes, all the protests and everything going on outside my apartment, it's been hellacious for me being here in Manhattan. But it's for such an amazing cause. You know, this stuff has to happen. So whatever inconvenience I'm going through here, and who gives a shit? I mean, this is like a major fucking moment in this country and in the world. And how great that it's happening. And thank you so much for your efforts. And you know, I mean, you're one of the most proactive artists in this area out of everyone on the label. So I'm just really honored to be involved in this and to do my part.
You're the best, man. I love you, dude. Thank you for coming on, and we'll catch up this week. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Monty Connor, he's a living legend. You could win this Slipknot self-titled UK silver sales plaque. That answers that question. That's like 60,000 copies. So that's maybe one of the first plaques they ever made. Soundring.live, $10 charitable donation, get you entered. And leave a note if you want to specify any particular item. If we pick your name, we will give you that item that you wrote down. I'm going to take 2 minutes, and then I'm going to bring on my next guest, which is Ethan Harrison. So I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. I'm here with Ethan Harrison, lead singer of the New Hampshire band, Great American Ghost. It's good to see you, Ethan. Thank you for coming on here.
Good to see you, William. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course, out of all the bands I've worked with last year, you're definitely one of the more outspoken people about what's going on right now. So I definitely felt compelled to ask you to come on this and talk a little bit. First off, if you don't know Great American Ghosts are one of my favorite new bands. Their new record, Power Through Terror, which came out shortly before the entire touring world shut down.
Yeah, before everyone stopped touring and doing music. It was great. Good timing.
Is really awesome. I wouldn't say it's a perfect metallic hardcore record, but it's pretty fucking good. So
wow, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Will.
Look at that.
Really sweet.
Well, thank you. So, okay, the album title "Power Through Terror" is a very appropriate title right now. Have you fully absorbed like the things of you were writing about when we were making this record, and how so much of that really is like applying to what's going on in the world right now with the Black Lives Matter movement and, sort of everything we talked about. Now we're watching it happen and it's escalating and getting worse. And, like when you were writing this stuff to where you are right now, like, has your head changed? Like, what do you take a minute to talk about sort of some of the ideas we had put into this record?
Yeah. My ideas changed. They did. Obviously, that I'm really outspoken and I'm very politically minded. Those things are really important to me and I feel really passionately about them. You're the first person who encouraged me to write about those things because our other records weren't as politically active as the one that we just made. So in that time frame, I was really actively thinking about oppression, and I was thinking about the class divide, and I was thinking about the ways that marginalized people were mistreated. But even with that, I was never fully seeing the scope of how poorly people are treated. And I didn't understand it at all. And this is coming from somebody who wrote, in my opinion, a wildly political record, and I was a little nervous that people were going to kind of push back on how political we had gotten. And then now it's seeming like I wasn't political enough. And that's something that I've had to come to terms with in the last couple of weeks, just a couple of weeks.
Sure. I mean, I think we've talked about this earlier, but I do think this is like that come to Jesus moment for a lot of people where, it's one thing to care about something, agree, want to support a cause or a movement or a group of people. But we're now getting to the point where I feel like action is necessary and forced. It's like, I no longer feel good about being on the sidelines for anything. And I've cared about issues in the past. I mean, this is just me speaking personally, but I feel like we've talked about this before too, where it's like, I've definitely cared enough about these things to write about them and talk about them and post things about them. But now it's time for like more. It's just time to do more. And like I'm proud of my friends. I'm proud of you for being in a similar mindset to know that, okay, this is it now. It's put up or shut up shit for all of us,
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's like, I've had the last couple of weeks to just think extensively about the fact that, like you said, like being against these things or believing the right things the way that you and I both do, and I know that we do, isn't enough. Like I realize that non-racial condemnation is not enough. Like, you need to be an anti-racist activist. That is what we need to be now. And I've realized that over the last couple of weeks that, like, though I believed the right things and I always said the right things, maybe not the right things exactly, but I knew my belief structure and how I put it across was how I needed to put it across. But I've realized in the last couple of weeks that I haven't always been the best ally. I've had to do a lot of introspection. I've had to shut my mouth and listen to people that know better than I do. And it's been a really hard road. I haven't always done the right things. I haven't always said the right things. I haven't always been the best person that I could possibly be. And these last few weeks have really shown me that. And coming from, again, a band who writes politically charged songs, politically charged lyrics, I'm now realizing that I wasn't doing the right things. So I think that everybody needs to take that sort of introspection, which I guess is what this is about. We can do better in the grand scheme. All of us need to do better and realize that, none of us are perfect, that none of us were on the right side of this thing. No matter how good you've been, there's always like a little bit of us that we can do better with. And I sincerely believe that. And I've had to realize that over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I it's definitely going to keep coming up, but I am glad that these conversations are happening now. And I feel I felt a little helpless and a little uncomfortable even approaching how to do my part, And I think a lot of what we're going to talk about today too is just about communication. It's like it's fine to want to be involved and active and want to know and want to do good, but it's like it's also about not just making it about you, not just voicing your opinion and screaming it from the top of the mountain. It's about listening to members of the Black community and taking the lead from other people. And, for people like you and me, we're not used to that. If we disagree with someone, or if we want to stand up and say something, we just do it, and we do it without thought, and we do it because internally it's at our core. That's how we feel. And like, fuck you if you don't like it,
Yeah.
But I think, I don't know about you, my attitude's definitely shifted now where I'm like, you know what? You're not the guy, like, good on you, but like also maybe just shut up and listen too. And then, join up on the team and don't be the captain, And there's a lot of my friends who are like, I don't know what to do. Like normally I would just be this and that. And it's like, it's fine. It's fine to not know how to tackle these issues, what the right move is, how to approach dealing with racist people, who to direct, how to direct the literature, like where the right charity is. Like there's so many unanswered questions now, but the information is here. It's all here for us. We've all been sharing stuff. I've been, we've both been reading, we've both been listening to stories from people who are actually on the ground in, these communities who are suffering right now. And I think it's the right perspective, and I think from the place, I don't know about, you, but at least from where I'm from, I don't experience this as a ground zero effect to me, and I would imagine New Hampshire is also pretty separate. So what is like the climate in New Hampshire? Because, not to bag on New Hampshire, but it's an inherently live free or die, we should be pretty on the rights, on equal rights and free speech, right? But it's also, there's some characters up there who I will call less than desirable white people, and we've spoken about interacting with them before. So what is the climate like in the Northeast up in New Hampshire right now?
If the phrase, I get why they're mad, but I wish they would stop looting could be a state, it would be New Hampshire. You know what I'm saying? It's deplorable, honestly, because a lot of these people up in this area, a lot of the white people in this area have never had to deal with any sort of oppression in their entire life. So it's just something that they can hardly wrap their head around. And they haven't traveled extensively like you and I, and they haven't had interaction with the police force, who I think on a wide scale is completely immoral and completely morally bankrupt. And so a lot of these guys, and I say mostly men because I work in the construction. Now that COVID has stolen my dreams from me, I, work in the construction field when I'm home. So there's been a lot of hard conversations that I've had to have with people where it's like, listen, man, you have never been oppressed. You have no idea what it's like. And to say, that you understand why they're mad, but makes your entire statement pointless. Like, why don't you say, I know why they're mad. They shouldn't have killed that man in the street, or murdered Breonna Taylor, or lynched the gentleman in Georgia. These are all things that at large, the white community, when they're only surrounded by other white people, don't really have to think about. So it's just a culture of ignoring something because it's not damaging them. And that is a huge issue. And to the point of looting, I mean, what these people don't understand and what people need to understand is that, I mean, I know you know this because you and I have talked about this, but when you commodify every aspect of human life down to human interaction, our human interactions are bought and sold on social media. When you commodify every single portion of human life, the only logical protest is to damage the equity that people have accrued. So looting makes sense to me. I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily right in every aspect, and I don't think that it's always the right thing to do, but I get it. Like, I can understand it.
I can understand the reaction too. Yeah, and I'm surprised that other people can't. And for the most part, I mean, when you talk to the communities that are, you know, impacted by it, the people that live there are, that's not their property.
They don't own anything. Exactly.
They don't own the target. They're reacting to a system that's oppressed them. And yeah, I don't think we should burn down every building in the world to make a point, but I also don't think it would have ever gotten to the place where people would have thought that maybe that was the only way to get attention. Maybe that was the only way the news is going to show up with a camera and a helicopter.
And they're right.
Fox is going to fly over so that if, you know, the tear gas comes out, it's on video now, you know, and it's like people don't see that perspective. I mean, the first line of the first single on your record is we wrote, "Failure is the illusion of safety." And that one like stuck with me. And when I was thinking about what I was going to ask you, I like stumbled back across that line. And I was like, it's just is the climate that, you know, white suburbs and people have been living in for so long, where it's like the illusion that everyone is free and safe in America, that you've like accepted as the norm in your life, is a failure, you know, and it's not representative of all the people that live in this country. And it's a lie that you tell yourself so that you don't have to deal with the discomforts of the world. And I'm just happy to hear that people are starting to become more aware of it, you know, and I think, you know, this isn't something that we're going to stop talking about. I know me and you are going to keep having these conversations, and I know, you know, in the coming months, we will stay at it, you know, so I really do appreciate, you know, you taking a moment to speak on this, and I hope we can continue to do positive stuff together through super negative music.
Yeah.
I want to just pull the giveaway up really quick. If I haven't talked about how much I like this record enough, here's a vinyl and merch bundle that you can win from Great American Ghost. You get a jersey, you get some masks. I could see you're on the mask tip. I guess being quarantined all year, being a construction worker has led you to, you know.
Well, the masks aren't about those masks aren't about quarantine. Those masks are about protest. Those are protest masks.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
So yeah, no problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Sweatshorts, a bunch of vinyl, got a bag in there. It's a nice package. You put a nice thing together.
Thank you. Those vinyl actually came from my vinyl collection right down there. Because those are my personal vinyl that I had to pull out of my collection because we don't have anymore. So those are mine. Those are the ones that labels send you to be like, hey, congratulations on making a record. And now I won't have them anymore because I've donated them, and I'm completely fine with that. So please donate $10. And honestly, this is difficult to follow. Monty just talked about his Slipknot plaque, and he pulled it out. Yeah, he showed it to the world.
He did pull it out. Yeah,
I went to
put the picture up, and he's like, "Actually, I can one up you in truth." Yeah. And yeah. So, but Ethan, thank you for coming on, man. I always appreciate our talks, and you know, I hope you can get back to work soon. I hope the whole world can return to normal, or a new normal, I'll say soon. So thank you, man. Yeah. Always a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. And I just hope that everybody gets involved, even on a macro level. If you're not going out there and taking tear gas in the face, just donate money, donate here, do what you can, because any little thing helps.
Yes, there's a variety of ways to help this cause right now. We're doing our part here. People in the street are doing their part, and we'll continue to think of more ways. So thank you, Ethan. Always appreciate you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Will.
Later, buddy. All right. So a $10 donation to soundring.live enters you into our charity raffle. I'm going to say this all day until you put $10 in. So just do it. I'm still going to say it, but then you're just still going to have to listen to it if you want to see these artists. So sorry, deal with it. The top 3 donations win the choice of prize that they would like. And that was Ethan from Great American Ghost. You could win this vinyl merch bundle from him. It's a very cool package that he put together out of his personal stash, which I appreciate. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back with Anila, and I'm looking forward to talking to him. So hang in there. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Anila, what's up, man?
Yo, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm talking a lot.
I see it's 2 hours in already, but it's gonna be today and tomorrow.
Yep, I got plenty ahead of me, but it's going good. Everyone's been awesome on so far. So thank you for coming on and taking a minute to chat. If you don't know Anila, he's a member of Dare, Culture Abuse, the one-man band Zulu, an awesome drummer.
Thank you.
A very cool guy with a cool outlook on everything that's going on. And I'm happy to talk to you. All right, I have to start with Zulu because
absolutely.
I'm a power violence guy like myself. And I didn't even know you. I mean, I knew you from Dare. That's how I was like, hey, check this dude out from Dare. He's really good at drums. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I talked to you. I found out about Zulu. It's wild, man. It's really cool. Like, I love how forward and outspoken it is. Like direct shit, like closet racist and stuff like that. Like, it was right in my eyes. So what was the where'd the motivation come from to do that? Because it's so in your face and it's so like purposely polarizing in the most like punk fuck you way. Like, where was the idea for this porn?
It was just my reality and the reality of a lot of other people, and I just wanted to make it into a band. And I wanted it to be as direct, like you said, I wanted to be direct because I'm not like a poet. I'm not much of a lyricist. I played drums in most of the bands I've been in. So the way I write the lyrics, the way it's being pushed out, it's like, oh, that's just how I would say it. Direct to the point, There's no time for beating around the bush anymore. With people, it's cool if you want to be poetic about it, but I'm like, no, I don't have the time for that. And what better sort of music than power violence? It's already in your face. It's fast. It's to the point. It's rough. It's raw. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I love it. I take a poetic approach every once in a while, and then I see shit like this, and I'm like, I should just do this. Like I'm doing it wrong. I'm getting a point. I'm feeling a point here a little more.
It's cool. I like both, but I'm just not nearly. I can't articulate like that. You know what I mean? So I just wanted it to be like, this is what it's about. It's very obvious if you don't know what it's about. It's about Black power, and it's about everything that happens to Black people, especially in this country. You know what I mean? So that was really all it was. That was most important. And I think I didn't have, I wanted to do it with people, but I couldn't find anyone that had the time. So I was like, I'll just do it myself. And then I'll have people play at the shows. But
yeah, because I've seen like a live video. So you do have like a lineup that can play out with it, right?
Oh yeah, but everyone plays in different projects. So I'm like, all right, it's going to be too hard to try to get together and write music. You guys are all on like other bands. I play in other bands that are active. So I'm like, all right, I'll do this when I have the chance, and it's easier to do it by myself. You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, I write a lot of music myself, and then hit that wall too, where I'm like, I just got to get it out. I'll figure out the rest of it later, and sometimes that for me, that release sometimes really helps me work through shit, because instead of like going to fucking get into a fight or scream at some guy on the internet and stuff, like I put it into music too. And I know a lot of musicians do, and some of the best songs in the world come from like struggle and a way to release that stuff. So it's like, it's awesome that you found an outlet for that. I mean, obviously it's tied into, your family and your upbringing too. Cause when I talked to you, you kind of had mentioned that your dad had come up in the punk scene, and like you were kind of born into some of this stuff. So I'm curious, like I'd love to hear about, I've never had that experience, and I'd love to hear how that's like shaped you. Like, what did you learn from him? Like if you can like kind of share a little insight on that.
Oh, well, I mean, growing up, he would tell me and my brother stories about the early 80s punk scene. And it really did, like, I guess being that young and being exposed to stuff like gangs and I'm living in LA, you're already exposed to all of that, but hearing it firsthand and hearing it like tied into the punk scene, then like, wow, it's weird to think that, LA had that history of having punks that were gang members and like fighting and killing each other at shows and stuff, essentially, like to a degree, and I think hearing that at an early age was kind of gnarly. I'm not gonna lie, but it definitely did shape my view on life before I even knew it. And then as a like teenager going on tour and touring around the world, that did another thing too, where I'm learning so much more than being in school. Kind of.
Sure.
It's weird. I think a lot of people could relate to that. Like, if you tour if you tour in general, you're meeting people.
That real world education. And I think a lot of people who defend the decisions that the American government makes as being, oh, no, that's correct. We're helping the country. We're doing this. When they go to other countries and they see the perspective and they see how the world perceives what we're doing, they talk to other people from different walks of life. It really does change you. And it really does make you I feel like a more well-rounded person. And you understand the way more of the world works than, what's just in your backyard, Yeah.
Which, I'm grateful to have had that experience. And I'm sure a lot of people can agree with me on that,
Sure.
Because a lot of people don't get that chance to travel. Look at like a lot of American people that just stay in their small town or whatever. A lot of people don't own passports even, which, that's a reality.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of stuff that happens in America that people see as like, oh, it's innocent. Oh, it's just like, he's just a joke. It's just subtle. It's just these like little layers of like racism and microaggression and stuff. And then when you go to another country and you make that joke, you could see like how it's like, whoa, like it's inappropriate, and it's like, I've seen like how people react to I can't believe that you talk to someone like that, or you would say that in front of him. And it's like, I've personally learned to check myself on certain things like that, and I've definitely, I'm sure it's a two-way street. I'm sure other countries have different dialects, use different subtle, use different terms and things, but it's definitely something I learned from traveling around, that it's like, man, the circles you run in and what people think is acceptable or funny that is not the big picture. That's not the whole world,
Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. So,
yeah. So I had a question for you. Like your dad being as like part of this punk scene earlier, the generational gap from like where your father came from to what you do today, like, have you talked with him about, obviously he's aware of what you're doing and stuff. And like, what, like, does he look at Zulu? Does he draw similarities from like, I'm curious to like what it was like back then to be so outspoken and stuff in the 80s. It would be wildly different than today. And I wonder if like you've had conversations with older generations, because I think people having to talk to their parents and like relatives and stuff, a lot of that is happening right now. And I'm just curious what that relationship is like with you, because obviously you're probably in agreement with each other, and you've learned from each other, but like, what is the good takeaway from that? Like, how has your relationship there helped you become the person you are,
That's a good question. Well, like you said, it's easy because I don't have to explain to my parents why I'm doing what I'm doing, or why I write the music I write, or why, in the case of Zulu, like that's a really gnarly, really in your face record. I don't have to explain myself on that. They get it, especially my dad.
Sure, I understand that. Yeah,
grew up in the time where he's going to shows and it's already like I don't want to say rebellion, but you know what I mean? Like for that time period. And he came from Taiwan. So you can only imagine having folks that are like, whoa, this is kind of out there that you're doing all this gnarly, you're going to the shows and all this stuff's happening. But so it's good that they understand where I'm coming from, you know what I mean? And they get it. So that makes me happy because I don't have to explain myself. And
that's good. I think, a lot of people right now are looking for ways to communicate with and discuss some of these uncomfortable issues with friends and family and stuff. And like, I'm glad to see at least one positive story of a father and son who line up. I think it's really cool. So
exactly.
What's talk to me about music for a little bit. Like you're active in a few projects, and so do you tour with Dare and Culture Abuse? Or I know Dare's sort of just like a Northeast thing right now, but what, like, are you guys planning to go bigger with the band and stuff?
Yeah, we Culture Abuse tours heavily. Dare does tour heavily as well. I do, with Dare, it's a hardcore band, and we're just like didn't expect to get any sort of you don't expect anything. We're just a straight edge band, and then slowly here and there, a lot of people started to we got some recognition. That's dope, and I'm super grateful for that. So I kind of with in the Dare, I just want to see where that goes and like just do as much as I can, but I don't want it to make it like I don't want to say serious because it is serious, but I don't want it, it's still at the end of the day, we're a hardcore punk band and we're trying to have fun. And
I mean, that's why you start those bands, and then they turn into things. But I mean, probably have a few people on here that are like, I just want to play music with my friends. And now it's like, oh no, I do this for a living. So don't downplay it, because there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with a straight edge band becoming one of the biggest bands in the world. I wouldn't mind to hear that nowadays.
I would love it. And you know what? I'm just like, whatever happens, happens. And we're all in it. So we're all down for it. So.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, if you haven't, I guess I could announce this now, if you haven't already noticed. We're giving away a test press of OC Straight Edge and a rare tour tee. It's pretty rare because was that 2018? Yeah, touring doesn't exist anymore, so these are going to be these are going to be rare items in a few years.
It's like a light blue sort of shirt, but it's just the 1-of-1. That test press is actually not OC Straight Edge. It's actually self-titled.
Is it? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm blown.
No worries. It kind of all merges. But yeah, that's the self-titled. My personal one I got, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't need the test press. So
well, I appreciate you digging deep for this. And is there anything else like before we jet that you wanted to talk about? Like, I definitely, I think you come from a family that's been involved in this scene for so long. You're in so many bands. You're so outspoken. I should shut up. I should probably let you say whatever you want to say right now. So like to everyone who's listening who might be looking for some suggestions right now, take this moment and talk to people for me.
For sure. Well, I was gonna say first off, I've been watching it, and people that have been coming on have been saying some awesome stuff, especially the last one, the dude right before. I'm like, it's amazing, because that's where we need these people. We need like white folks to be in the front of it, really leading it. People that aren't black. People that are black, I will say this, are really tired about what's going on. It's exhausting. It's emotionally draining to see all this stuff every day, and to it's good, don't get me wrong, but it is also like, this has been going on for so long. So like personally for me, to see people take the lead and actually care, that means the world. And so I just want people to be like, really, if you don't know how to go about looking into the resources, you could, it's out there. A lot of people, have been like, they don't really know how to go about it. But I'm like, if you go on social media, there's so many people. Odds are, if you're a like-minded person, and if you're in the hardcore community, you're gonna find someone that's sharing that information. And so it's easy it's good to self-educate too on the stuff that's going on, because you don't want to have to go and ask someone, especially a black person, like how to do it.
I think you're right on that. I think it is strange to ask when that information is there. I think people need to do their homework and their due diligence, and then, Absolutely. And then it's like maybe help organize. For me, a lot of it was the role that I took in this was organizing, because I was like, I thought about how I could be of value. I said, I have a lot of relationships with people. I have people like my records and friends in bands, and I could put a thing together. I can organize an event, so it's like, for me, it was like, find your worth in this, like find out how you can actually make, the biggest impact, and then work towards that with people from all the communities, and the black community, and, whoever has a positive mind and a positive mentality on how we can move this forward. It's like, find the people and connect, so that's what we did here. And again, man, I really appreciate you coming on. Anila, check out Dare, check out Culture Abuse, check out Zool first. Start with Zool. I love that shit, man.
Using your platform too, because like that's, if you have a platform to be able to use that and to use your voice, That's important, you know. And if you don't, you can still, like you were saying, you can still do all the, you know, you gotta talk and have the uncomfortable conversations with your family or people in your life that don't get it, especially like if you live in like New Hampshire or wherever. I'm sure there's a lot you can start with there. You got to start with your community and make sure everyone there is, you know, on board, and then you take it to the next level. But again, you have this amazing platform, and thank you so much for doing this, because that means the world, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man, and I appreciate you, and you know, we'll chat soon. Annihilate, everybody. Thank you again, man.
Peace, everybody.
All right. That was Annihilate. The soundrink.live website is running and taking donations right now. $10 enters you into our giveaway raffle with a massive amount of items. I'm going to keep saying it. Please donate. It's only $10. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and then we're coming back with James from Harm's Way, my man James. So I'll see you in a second. Okay, we're back with my man, James Pliggy of Harm's Way. James, how are you, man?
What's up, man? How are you doing?
I'm okay. A little busy, you know, got a few things going on here.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Thank you for coming on here and chatting.
Of course.
First off, I have to congratulate you on that Hate 6 video hitting 1 million plays. I think you've successfully become a viral video with the Running Man. And do you like them? I gotta ask. Like, it's wild thing.
I mean, to be honest, like when it first started happening, I was like, obviously thought it was ridiculous, but you know, it's all in good fun. You know, I feel like, especially everyone was on quarantine, it kind of just like, you know, blew up. in a short time, just because people were probably bored. They had nothing better to do.
We definitely had some laughs. So if anything, you brought joy to my household for a brief moment there. So I appreciate you. And I'm glad you could take it in stride, because I mean, who the fuck's going to tell you, who's going to make fun of you to your face anyway? Let's be real.
I was just happy I wasn't teaching when it was going on, to be honest, because the kids would have had a field day.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that. That's right. You would have got Running Mans in the classroom. Oh, man. What a time. So a lot of, we chatted before this, and like, I know that you're a teacher, or you work in the education system in Chicago. I bet a lot of people probably don't know that. So how long have you been actually working as a teacher now?
So I graduated in 2009 and became a substitute teacher right away. So at this point, it's 11 years. Hard to believe it's been that long. But, obviously with the band, it's been spotty at times as far as how much I'm in the education field with touring and whatnot. But I don't teach directly in Chicago, but I teach in the suburbs, and I teach in 2 different districts, which are pretty different, which is interesting. Naperville, where I teach, is a pretty rich suburb. It's predominantly white. And then I also get to teach in Oswego, which is much more diverse than Naperville. And it's definitely interesting to see, how those, 2 communities act, especially towards politics, race, and all those different things. It's definitely something I've noticed for like 10 years, just how different, just by having a diverse community, how much different kids, are receptive to different types of people or different types of political beliefs.
Sure.
So yeah, it's definitely interesting. You get to see, especially as a sub, I get to travel to like, 30 schools, so I get to see pretty much everything, which is a different perspective than a teacher that probably just teaches, one classroom all day, every single day. So,
of course, I think a lot of, what's happening right now is people are trying to look outside just their home and their community and realize, like, well, okay, this world is bigger than just my backyard. Like, trying to understand what other people are dealing with involves taking yourself out of your own situation. And it's cool to see that you have such a sampling of kids from different, districts out there and stuff. So how is a younger generation like reacting to what's going on today? I haven't really had this. I'm not really going to have a chance to talk to a lot of people about this, because no one else is like that's on here is around so many kids. But I don't know. I don't have like 10-year-old friends that I can call, So yeah. I would love to hear more about what the younger generation is feeling right now too,
Well, so like, I was thinking about, what I was going to talk about today. And one thing I think that I have to start with is, in 2016, when Trump was elected, I noticed a big change in behavior in the school. And I think a big part of it is obviously the president of the United States has made it acceptable, to kind of become a bully. And the first day that he was elected, that next day, I had never seen that type of behavior. I taught in the high school, and there was kids they made like a cardboard box, and a bunch of kids joined, and they wrote Trump train on it. And they were like basically going around the school and harassing kids. And I'd never seen that before. And it was kind of a wake-up call for me, in the sense that, usually when a president's elected, I'm just like, okay, like another president, another politician, it's going to suck anyway. But this was different for me, just because I saw the different types of behavior, and there was actually an announcement that day on the intercom about having respect for other people. And I'd never heard that before. And I kind of just realized that this is going to be a new generation. And, fast forward to this year, I think I had mentioned it to you. There was a big incident in one of the schools I teach at quite often. And basically what happened was a group of students posted a black student on Craigslist and put slave for sale.
Jesus Christ.
And, you know, obviously you would think that in 2020, you know, that, you know, kids would understand that that's unacceptable, whether it's a joke or whether it's not. And they, you know, I feel like that type of behavior, you know, may have never happened if we didn't have the type of leadership that we have right now. Because what I just noticed is people just have a lack of respect for other people. And, you know, when you have a president who's, you know, spewing rhetoric, you know, racist rhetoric and all these different things, it has an effect on especially on the high school community. You know, I just noticed, you know, kids being very disrespectful, you know, with the words they use. And like that incident was kind of like a final straw for the school. And it was big news, you know, it was national news. And we had like assembly with civil rights leaders that came in to talk about, you know, the impact of Trump and how he's kind of created this division between people with, you know, race, ethnicity, all these different things. And I just never thought in 2020 that that would be, you know, what we'd be talking about. And, you know, obviously, you know, I was listening to you say, like, in your last interview, you know, you have to check yourself. You have to start to realize that this is not just like, you know, something that happened in the 1960s and kind of, you know, this is happening every day. It's happening in the schools that I teach in. But it's tough because, you know, a lot of the kids are influenced by their parents, you know, and I'm only with them, 6 hours a day. And, you know, you can teach them all of how to respect other people, how to respect other cultures, how to understand what different races go through. But at the end of the day, you know, it's really about the community in general on how they're going to have an impact on their students, to how to, you know, have a better world, you know, how to act, how to respect people, you know. And it's just tough when you have leaders that are constantly showing you behavior that's, you know, that really is just detrimental to society and, you know, the progression to becoming, you know, a more anti-racist society, a more accepting society.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
it's just,
one of the worst parts about our current state of leadership is how hatred has become so normalized. And it always starts like as a subtle thing, and it's a comment or two, and it's a phrase or a slur or two where it's like you describe a person one way, and it feeds into a stereotype and a narrative that gives people a pass to run with that. And then media picks it up, and then it's fed into people's houses, and then parents pick that rhetoric up. And now you have kids in, you know, in high school that in some way have justified, like, I can do something like this, like, exactly. because of these stages, you know, and how it all trickles down from the top. Let me ask you, do you, like, when that happened, like the fallback, like the fallout of that, like, do these schools are there, like, how do you deal with that after the fact? Are there counselors? Are there like other programs in place? Like I don't even know how a school can, like, how you're prepared to handle a situation like that and talk to all the parents, all the kids. Like, there must be so much like collateral damage from that, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, when that happened, basically, from what I understood, the school basically had kind of like a meeting where you could go and talk to like counselors about how you feel about it, and, you know, kind of get your thoughts out there, just to, you know, try to understand what's going on, why it happened. Because a lot of students were upset that happened. And not only were they upset at the incident, but now that school is viewed as like a racist school, even though obviously, you know, it was one student in particular that did that. You know, now like Naperville is in the spotlight of being, you know, very racist, and that has an effect on the whole student body. So, you know, I actually was lucky that I was at the school today. They had the assembly where they had different civil rights leaders. Jesse James was supposed to speak that day, but he had to cancel. So one of his advisors had come, and it was really interesting to hear you know, those people talk about, you know, race and how they dealt with, because they grew up obviously in this, you know, through the 60s, and talked about how a lot of the same things are still here. They're just like portrayed in a different way.
Sure.
You know?
I mean, it's in your face now with the internet and with news, and, you know, access to information is more, you know, readily available than it ever was in the past. And I think it's brought to light a lot that it's not that these are new problems. It's just, you know about them now, you know, and
Exactly, yeah.
And I don't think there's a lot of systems that aren't in place to handle how to deal with these, you know, and, you know, now there's a school that's branded as a racist school. And, you know, with how polarizing the world is right now, I can't imagine any good comes from that, you know, because of the actions of like one group of kids, you know?
Sure.
Yeah. So what advice, like, you work closely with kids on a regular basis, and, you know, knowing the personalities and seeing all the kids in different districts, what kind of advice would you offer a younger generation on how to kind of navigate this climate and not get sucked into this stuff and work to be, you know, better kids, better students?
I mean, I think the main, you know, I mean, it might be simple, but it's all about educating yourself. You know, a lot of kids are very closed-minded, like I said, because of where they come from, their parents, you know, like Naperville is predominantly white, but, you know, I grew up in Naperville, and one of the main things is to try and educate yourself, try to open yourself to different experiences, different people, try to understand, you know, that not everybody comes from where you come from. You know, it's really easy to be, grow up in a safe community, not expose yourself, not leave, you know, but, you know, we live, you know, 30 minutes from Chicago, you know, it's easy to go there to visit. Chicago is much more diverse. There's a million things to do to help educate yourself. And I think that's a good start, you know, because a lot of these kids, like I said, they're sheltered. They grow up here. They never leave here. You know, they go to college in some, you know, fancy Ivy League school. They come back and they grow up in a suburban families, you know, and, you know, obviously I was lucky because being in a band and being involved in hardcore and punk, you're constantly exposed to diversity. So it's like, it became second nature to me, you know, and especially traveling, it's like, you know, you experience so many different types of people, and that's the best way to learn, in my opinion. You know, if you are only talking to people you agree with, only talking to people like you, then you're never really going to understand how other people live and other people's point of view, other people's culture, you know? And I think that's just something not only for students, but everybody, you know. I think being sheltered, you know, and not being educated are the two main things of why people come to the conclusions. If you only get, you know, what your opinion on race is based off the news, you know, then that's not going to have a good impact on your mental health. You're going to have a completely skewed view of what reality is, you know?
Sure.
So,
yeah. I appreciate that. I agree with everything you just said. I think, you know, thank you for, you know, talking about the school stuff. I know it's obviously like sensitive issues, and
sure. Yeah.
I appreciate you sharing that story and stuff. I got to keep the day moving a little, but before we wrap, I want to just announce your giveaway, Harm's Way giveaway. One winner grabs an isolation test press. Thank you for taking that out. That's wild.
Yeah, of course.
I chuck a bit into. Love that record. Sound and Fury out of 50 vinyl. You get a No Gods, No Master Euro edition. That's got to be sold the hell out forever. Yeah. And what is that sweatshirt? Out of 5? That's pretty rare.
I mean, all this is from my personal Harm's Way collection. You know, I grabbed some things that I thought would be unique to give away. The sweatshirt, actually, Justin made our personal 5. It was actually for the remix album. That's why it's in that light blue, turquoise, or whatever.
Yeah, cool.
And so, yeah, we each got one, and I thought I'd give away mine. It's on Champion. And yeah, the Euro No Gods, I think that's only out of 52. I think we only made 50. So
Damn. So, okay. Well, this is basically the rarest pack of Harm's Way shit we'll probably ever see again. So thank you for throwing down hard on this. I really appreciate you, man. You're always a pleasure to talk to. And
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Looking forward to catching up with you later on, man. Thank you, dude.
Sure. Absolutely, man. Have a good one.
You too. All right. Big James, Harm's Way. Tremendous band, tremendous people. That was a really cool one, man. All right. $10. Soundrink.live. Donate now. You're entered into our raffle. You can win this and probably 120 other prizes. I'm going to take 2 minutes, a little bathroom break for me. I'll be back at 3 o'clock with an interview I'm very excited about, Mr. Kurt Ballou. So hang out for a second and I will be back with you shortly. Okay, we're back.
We live?
Hey, there you are.
Are we live?
We are live. I'm here with Kurt Ballou.
Yeah, that those bathroom breaks are crucial, right?
Yeah, a lot of seltzer today.
I did a couple of the what the heck's it called? Company in Seattle? Spacing right now. Creative Live. Some like tutorial things on their platform, and just the bladder endurance. was
Yeah.
insane. Because I one of the worst things about touring for me is like my tiny bladder, and I'm just constantly in pain on van rides.
I'm with you. I'm right there with you.
That's why you don't really tour, huh?
My wife and friends will attest to that. When I do tour, I'm not used to having to hold it, so it becomes quite an issue. Actually, I'm fortunate to have a bathroom next to me all the time. So, yep, hard realities, man. That's what we're here to talk about. So, Kurt Ballou, the man who needs very little introduction from me, guitarist of Converge, God City Studios, God City Instruments, the pedals, everything. One of my favorite artists personally, one of my favorite bands, one of my favorite producers. It's actually an honor to have you here.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And recently
You're one of my favorites too.
Oh, so sweet. Stop it. I'm blushing.
You're killing it right now, man.
Yeah, well, we've recently become friends because we have a shared struggle of working with bands for a living. So I'm sure there's plenty we could talk about there.
Yeah.
So I guess first off, like, how has life been with you? You know, were you affected by the COVID pandemic? Like, I know we were a bit, you know, I've talked to a few producers who had, you know, some pretty tough times dealing with it with clients canceling and stuff. Like, how have you been able to like weather things?
Yeah. Oh, like in terms of like the financials and stuff. I mean, it's like tough.
Business as usual, you know, in general.
Well, about like 50% of my work is just remote mixing anyway. You know, I'd say at this point, I maybe do like 10 recordings a year or so, and then another like 30 or so mix only projects. So like time wise, it ends up being like more projects that I'm working on mixing, but or mixing only, but about probably 50-50 time wise. So like my day to day hasn't really changed all that much. And you know, my girlfriend's at home with our kids, like either way. So their lives haven't really changed all that much either. So the day to day hasn't been that different for me. And there's still stuff that had been recorded that needed to be mixed. And then I was also like working on recording some of my own stuff that's not ready to announce yet. So I definitely have had no shortage of work. And actually, like maybe this has been the same for you, but I feel like I've been doing a little bit more work. So now, like, you know, more portions of projects are getting recorded at home, less portions are getting recorded in the studio. So there's more like audio first aid to be done, a lot more like work with drum programming and drum samples than I usually do. I don't usually do very much in the way of reamping, but that's become necessary. Been doing a lot of like, you know, hand holding of people recording themselves at home for the first time, or people who don't have a ton of experience doing that.
I'm actually happy to see you easily adapt to the shift in the recording climates, because you come from a very analog based punk style, put the band in the room, capture it thing. And I kind of came up with, you know, still that approach and that aesthetic, but with like a little more on the digital side. And it's cool to see you taking the dive into some of that stuff, because I think I think it'll make you more valuable and flexible and stuff in the future too.
Well, I started recording in like 95, and like back then there was like analog was really the only choice. Like there were ADATs, and there was just starting to be like a little bit of hard disk recording, but you weren't going to do like full multi-track sessions on the hard disk yet. And I had some bad experience with recording with other people where like ADATs and DA88s got chewed. So I just went into analog because that was like the only option for me.
Sure. It was like the tail end of, oh, this is a computer, we're going to use this now, where nothing worked and everything's slow and horrible. But
like I'm like actively trying not to be a Luddite. Like I'm trying to learn new technologies and trying not to, like, it's real easy for me to be like, no, dude, like I got all these amps, like why would I ever use modeling or like that kind of stuff. But like I try not to be like that. I try, because I remember what it felt like to be that kid that you know, people look down on me for whatever, you know, my experience was not being as real or as whatever their experience was prior to me coming along. So I try not to like be judgmental towards new technologies. It's still, you know, it's still engineering, like whether it's like designing a circuit or writing code, it's still engineering. It's still like using brain power to create tools to be creative with, regardless of what those tools are. So I still think it's awesome. And I love that people are like really pushing digital technology forward so far right now. It's pretty amazing, and it's been really super helpful. Like, like for one, maybe not the first time ever, but like I haven't done much of this kind of approach where like I just recorded a record where we did guitars first, and because we're still waiting to record the drums.
Sure.
And we're still waiting to record the vocals. Like drums and vocals are probably the most difficult or the most risky thing to do in time of COVID. Just because it's like such a physical instrument. With vocals, you're spraying saliva into the air, so we like programmed all the drums and tracked guitars and some of the bass and stuff, and working on the keyboards, and like we'll eventually, when things are a little bit less crazy, we'll do some drums and some vocals and get this project done.
That's cool. It's a good approach. I take that approach. There's a variety of benefits to it too, especially if you're working with an artist who's still fleshing out music. If you're quick enough on your feet to get drum programming together, you work off their demos, you can start earlier, you can make arrangement changes through the whole course of making a record. So as you're writing a part, changing a part, working on a new vocal, you're not committed fully to your drums, which usually happen first. And I've gotten like really awesome results with that too.
Yeah, because you can be like, oh, you know what? This riff should be on the hi-hat, not on the ride. Or like this should be 2 BPM faster, or like there's so many things you can do. However, the immediacy of like a bunch of people in a room together where you can just like go try an idea, like I feel like that you can like if every member of the band has an idea and you want to try, you can try all 4 of those ideas in like 4 minutes and decide that feels good or that doesn't. If you're programming all that stuff, it might be half an hour, might be an hour, might be 2 hours. And if you're working remotely, then like all of the different people got to chime in with their parts if you can't just like elastic them or whatever to get them to fit in. So it does slow things down, but the opportunities to make changes at any point in the process is pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. My favorite experiences are when the band's just on fire and everyone's in the room and everyone can communicate and throw ideas at each other around the same time, and it kind of you get the sum of all the parts and the best result.
So are you doing tracking sessions still?
Right now, no. I'm doing some build out stuff. I've been pretty full on with this, but I'm gonna get into mixing, for the next couple of weeks. I did move some records just to prevent any issues, because around here it was pretty wild. I didn't know if people would even be able to travel and stuff. So we canceled a couple months of work, moved it to the fall, and now I'm mixing and working on other stuff. Fortunately, it freed me up time to do this, because this took a minute, and I'm glad the stars aligned. So I was like, hey, you know what? I have time. Let's fucking do this, Yeah. And I don't know. So I had a couple things for you. I wanted to talk to you about this because I see this with bands a lot in our world, the idea of like competition versus community. I don't know how you feel, but our names come up a lot with the same bands. We've worked with a lot of the same bands.
Yeah. And, we're technically competitors, but I think of it more like colleagues,
Yeah, and so do I. And sometimes bands don't. And I think I don't like that it polarizes people. And I've had bands in the middle of conversations between me and other producers, like sort of like pushing us away from each other and being sort of negative towards towards me or another producer. But whenever anybody talks about you, I'm always, over the moon. And any record you do, even if it's a band I wanted to do, I mean, most of the records you do are bands I would love to record, but I'm happy that you do them because I like what I like what I hear, at the end of the day. And I don't know, community is something that's been thrown around a lot on this show already. And we've discussed how working together makes a better result than trying to do something on your own. So I don't know, is there anything you wanted to talk about on that, or
it is interesting. Like sometimes bands will pit engineers against each other over price or things like that, and everybody wants to feel like they're the best. Like there's definitely, like if there wasn't like any ego involved in making music, like I don't think much would get done. Like you want to be the best, like you want to make the awesomest, most like crushing record. You want to play double bass faster than anybody. You just want to like, everyone involved in music is passionate about the music, and like for them to feel I don't know, it just feels good to like feel like you did a great job, you know, not like an adequate job. So I understand why there's a bit of like competition. That's something I put on myself, but I use that as fuel to drive myself to be better.
Sure.
I mean, I'm emotional on every single record that I do. Like the results, and it's hard for me to listen to other music, and it's hard for me to listen back to the work that I've done, because like I invariably like listen back to a record that, you know, I did 10 years ago, and I'll think one of two things: either like, this is horrible, like what was I thinking? I'm so much better now. Or this is amazing, I suck now, what am I doing? Why did I get so much worse? Or then I like put on a record that you did for a band that I recorded, I'm like, why the hell is this so much better than what I did? Or like whatever. It's always something like really emotional. So like, it's kind of the same. It's sort of like a cousin of don't read the comments. Like I don't listen back to what I've done too often, because I always end up getting really emotional about it.
Sure. I agree. Like I do that. I feel that self-imposed pressure because I have it all the time. And
yeah, but that's how you get better.
Sure. And I'm happy.
I'm happy. Maintain level of quality too.
For me, I'm happy to hear awesome records because I think it presents challenges for me, you know, like you'll do a mix, or I'll hear somebody else do a record, and I like that it makes me sweat. I like that I have to sit there and go, God damn it. Like, this is fucking sick. I have to, all right, let me start over. Hold on. You know, like I need that too, because I think, you know, whatever you're doing, if it's making records or writing music or being in a band or whatever your job is in life, like you know, we're fortunate enough that we get to control our destinies. And if we put our own work in the right way, we get the results that, you know, give us this platform to make music for a career, you know.
How much do you reference while you're mixing?
I do like, I go like top down. I get something where I'm like, I think this sounds pretty good. And then I have like, depending on what kind of artist I'm working with, I'll put a few songs together where I'm like, let me just check and make sure that in the vein of this stuff, you know, as far as like, is there enough bass? Is it punchy? You know, like I'll have a little, you know, I'll jam on it, go back and forth, see what jumps out at me. And I do that like initially, and then I kind of just like tuck it away. I used to obsess, like, and it was, for me, I think it was a mistake. I would switch back and forth. I would hyper analyze what's the symbol on this record. Oh, this. And I would get like in this bubble.
You match like a guitar break or something.
Where I was like, it was a point of diminishing returns where I was like, the work that I'm doing isn't productive. I'm chasing stuff, but I have different source files. I have a different band in front of me. Everything's different, you know? So it's like a lot of those subjective opinions on and little production moves I've learned to like, just make sure you're competitively like where you're supposed to be, and then go do your own thing. And I think my mixing improved drastically when I actually just stopped kind of giving as much of a shit. And then, you know, of course, at the end, I make sure I didn't blow it. But that's
the part that I need to learn to avoid, because when I get to the end, then I start second guessing everything, because I've been living, I don't have that like that early like thing where I can react to what's going on when I don't know the song, the ins and outs of the song all that well yet. Like once I like really know it, I've been working on it for days or whatever, then you know, I don't have that objectivity. Then it should just, at that point in the mix, I want to just be doing like the little fine tweaks that the artist tells me, like bring up the solo a little bit or add some reverb. I don't want to be like fucking with the bass sound at that point. But then if I throw in a reference at the end, it can just like screw up my whole world, which is what happened to me yesterday. You know, like my studio, I've been like, it's basically the only place I listen to music in. I've been listening to music there every day in that room for almost 20 years. I've been listening to music on those monitors for probably 15, and I've been mixing on that console for like 10. So really like the system I have right now, it's 10 years of like every day, same setup. At least in terms of like, you know, my mixing environment. And so I barely reference anymore, but like the mix that I was working on yesterday, I threw in a reference at the very end, and it totally fucked me up. And then we ended up rolling the mix back to like deciding that the final mix was like 2 revisions earlier than the last mix that I did.
Yeah,
just because I screwed
know,
myself up.
tomorrow you might catch it in an hour and be like, oh, just kicks ass. You know, sometimes it's easy, sometimes it sucks, you know.
Yeah.
So all right, we don't have a ton of time.
Yeah.
I've got a lightning round question you with some stuff because the people need to know.
Yeah,
all right. Desert Island, you get one HM2 pedal. Which one you taking?
Oh, the GOAT. It just happened yesterday. I don't. I'm probably not supposed to announce it yet, but Patrick kind of already hinted at it. So, like, there's going to be a more pedal board friendly version of the Chaotic Evil Med. Sorry, Patrick, if you're watching. And it's definitely the greatest of all time. And I did a big shoot yesterday. I did some final value tweaks, and this one's only 8 knobs, and it's fucking awesome.
I did.
So that's it for me, because I never really liked the distortion character of the HM2. So this is like sort of like a rat and a tube screamer and a blender kind of distortion pedal. It actually cleans up super well. And then the HM2 EQ with some frequency controls. Well, it's weird. Like they're gyrator EQ, so there's not actually, like, it's not a parametric, so you can't actually control frequency and bandwidth completely independently.
Right.
But I'm faking it enough that where it's just not like, it's not constant Q as you adjust frequency, basically.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I like that you've tweaked the distortion side of it, because it's all about the EQ anyway, and that was just the drawback of the pedal. But yeah, I'm excited for the Chaotic Evil Net. I got one on the way whenever those get made. So
yeah, it'll sound essentially the same. That just has 3 more controls.
Appreciate that. Okay, and most non-traditional recording technique you use frequently? I got asked that one once, and I was like, "Oh shit!" But it, made me think. So
non-traditional recording technique. I don't know. Maybe reamping snares.
Reamping snares is cool.
That's probably non-traditional, right? Yeah, like put a speaker on top of a snare drum and blast it into the snare. I do that a lot. Like when people, for some reason, I'm on a tear right now where every band that I'm mixing has either tuned their snare drum like with a power drill, like as high as it'll possibly go.
Yeah, that's my world too. I know you're
barely on, like just finger tight. Like it's one or the other. It's nothing in the middle. So
couldn't just be normal. Yeah.
Yeah. So reamping a snare, like, it's just useful for a little bit of tone and some like bottom snare action. But I haven't actually done that lately, but I've wanted to.
Yeah.
But
all
it's,
right, well, next week I'm gonna hit you up and we're gonna nerd out about that a little bit. And okay, one more. Your personal favorite Converge song of all time?
Oh, that's tough. I'm not like a guy who has favorite anythings. Like I don't have a favorite.
There's too many flavors, but if you had to represent, if one song represents your band, what is it?
Oh, one song represents my band,
or the one song you're the most proud of?
Oh, god damn.
I know.
I mean, I'm just gonna go Concubine. That's the first song on Jane Doe, and that's really like the record that made things happen for us. So and that's the first song on that record. And I still love that song. We still play it almost every show. And it's a great song in my opinion. And it just set the tone for the record that set the tone for the rest of the band.
It's a classic. I appreciate that you can look to your past Converge releases, because obviously you've matured so much as a musician, and still appreciate that people like.
Yeah, my favorite one is my favorite record is always going to be like the newest record, but
sure.
But yeah, I mean, starting at Jane Doe, I'm totally okay with anyone who says that that's their favorite, because I'm proud of that record.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Starting there. Part of everything we've done from there on.
All right. Well, we didn't talk politics, and I feel like I should address that we had a conversation earlier, and the idea that we had was maybe we could do what we do, draw some people to this donation, and kind of stay out of the way and let some more important voices, I wouldn't say more important, but more qualified voices, exercise their opinions on here. So I appreciate that. Even though you're not really that outspoken of a guy when it comes to these kind of forum things, that you did take a second to come on here and chat. You're one of my favorite producers in the world. I feel like I should announce this giveaway real quick.
But can I just say, I'm not adverse to talking politics. It's just like, I feel like, I'm a middle-aged straight white guy who lives in the suburbs. Like there's just more important voices to listen to. And I feel like my overall sort of approach to taking in information over the past, or my approach to being on the internet in the past few years has really changed. And I feel like it's just like super important for people from my demographic to listen more and talk less. Like I the things that I put out into the world, whether it's music or politics or opinions or anything, I really want it to just like, I want it to be of value. And I feel like I can recommend microphones, and I can, talk about, guitar pedals and stuff like that, and provide a lot of value there. And I can build guitars, and there's value there. And there's value in what I do politically too, but I feel like my role is more of a support role. Like I'm trying to contribute by doing things like this. I'm trying to contribute by where I donate money, by the conversations I have with, fortunately, there's not a lot of people in my immediate world that struggle with these concepts, but I am trying to help wherever I can, whenever I encounter something, in my family or my friend group where people need to have a little more perspective on things. So
Absolutely.
That's what I'm doing, and I'm just trying to stay out of the way, like you said, of the louder voices. And I think it's also important, like there's so many problems in the world right now, and everybody has issues that are super important to them, and it's important not to shame people if the issues that are like the most important to you are not the things that are being heard the loudest.
Absolutely.
Like for me, like animal rights is super important, and COVID can essentially be attributed to factory farming. And if we stop treating animals like shit, then we're much less likely to fall subject to these infectious viruses. Like we do, and it was going to continue to happen if we don't stop treating animals like shit. So that's an important issue to me.
Yep, you are preaching to the choir here. But thank you, man. You and Converge have always been on the right side of history with this stuff, and I know in the background you and the band are doing plenty to support causes too. So
yeah, we got more stuff happening.
I appreciate you and your continued efforts, and you're always an inspiration for me. Kurt Ballou, God City Instruments giveaway. You can win an SPD Fuzz Pedal Proof. I'll let you do the explaining. You're the genius behind this.
Yeah, so this is actually, when I got bit by the pedal building bug a few years ago, this is actually the first thing that I definitely had some help by Nick from Dunwich Amps and John Snyder from Electronic Audio Experiments, and Scott DeBachler from SNK. But this is kind of like my own design. It's been through a bunch of revisions, and this is the latest revision of that. It's a proof that I built just to make sure that it worked. The enclosure manufacturer that I use is still just kind of starting to get the doors open again, so I don't have an ETA for when a run of these things is going to be available. But this one's proof that's available, that's hand signed, and I think it's really awesome sounding articulate fuzz pedal based on the Vox Super Beetle distortion circuit.
Oh yeah, that's going to kick ass. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate this donation. This is really awesome. Soundring.live, $10 donation gets you entered into the charity raffle. You have a shot at winning this, about 100 something other prizes. Kurt, always a pleasure, man. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you so much for doing this. This is great. I really hope you guys raise a lot of money for this cause. I'm actually an ACLU member, so I appreciate it.
There you go. A card-carrying member. I appreciate you, Kurt.
I have the card in my wallet.
Cool, man. We'll talk soon, buddy.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Have a good one. Kurt Ballou, one of my favorites. What a guy. All right. I want to keep on schedule. I'm jumping right into Todd Jones, the man behind Nails. Give me 1 second, everybody. You're going to watch me click for a minute. Todd Jones, what's up, buddy?
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you? How's it going?
I'm doing great. I'm just kicking it. It's Sunday, having a nice day out here. Enjoyed watching Kurt and James talk.
Yeah, man, James's story is wild.
Yeah, man, soul crushing, man.
I'm excited. I was happy that he was able to share some of that stuff. I know it's very sensitive with teachers in school, and I feel like
thing about the kid putting a Craigslist ad, man, that's tough.
Sucks. Yeah, I would hate to be a parent in a scenario like that. And it's funny, we don't have children, and when people ask me why, I point to things in the world like this, So, but anyway, moving forward, Todd Jones, frontman of Nails, ex-Terror, man doesn't need much of an introduction. one of the coolest bands that's come out in the D-beat, grind, death metal, power violent, whatever you want to call it,
Thank you.
in the past years.
Nice.
And recently you started a podcast actually too. I'm curious if
I did.
How's that going? Because I guess that's what's happening right now, being that bands are pretty inactive at the moment.
Yeah, I had the idea for a couple of years to do a podcast where I just called people up and just talked to them about their process and what they do and how they do the things that they do. I had you on it, and that was one of my favorite talks so far. I just thought it would be interesting. I'm a fan of music. I consider myself a fan before I consider myself like a musician. And I'm a fan of so many different things. I'm a fan of so many different styles within the punk rock like realm. And I said, fuck it. As a guy in a band who gets interviewed by press people, I get tired of the same questions over and over again. So I was like, well, maybe I'll put myself in a position where I'm the person asking the questions, and I'll ask the questions that I want to hear more so. You know what I mean? And I hope that has value to people who I just hope people dig it. There's a lot of podcasts out there, so I understand a lot of it's not enough time in the day to listen to all the content that you come across. So it's just been a lot of fun. I like it quite a lot of bit. One of the things that it's helped me along with that I've had a hard time with throughout since I got into music was the technicalities of recording, like even just recording my voice. Like I learned more about that stuff, and it's helped just give you more confidence. Like when I'm, at home making my own demos or whatever, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's honestly, I really enjoyed our talk on that. And you can tell that you approach these interviews as a fan and do the research. And I don't know if it's reflective on press or media in the world today outside of music, but it was very refreshing for me to have a conversation with you on that thing and be like, wow, this person actually knows what he's talking about. He's done his homework. You can speak on the correct issues, not just as a parallel to what's going on right now. When I watch news and I hear these clearly biased opinions with a little merit, with a little research and background, or you see these posts online, it's genuine people and honest people and people who actually put thought into things that I, really tend to gravitate towards nowadays. So I do really appreciate that you took the time to like do the homework for that thing. And the interviews I've heard so far have been awesome. Who else have you? I mean, I know you had Dylan from Full of Hell on it, right?
Dylan was awesome. That was my first one, so I was kind of learning the ropes. I feel like maybe I stepped on him a little bit when I was talking. So I did them. I did Arthur. Arthur Rizek, engineer and guitar player, producer, did the Power Trip records, a bunch of great stuff, and a phenomenal guitar player and songwriter. Did Nikki from Nothing. Awesome. That was fucking awesome. See Riley from Sound and Fury Festival. I did Yourself. Tomorrow I'm putting up an episode with one of my favorite death metal guitar players. His name is Shelby Lermo, and he plays in two bands that I would strongly suggest folks checking out. One is called Ulthar, and they just released a new album called Providence yesterday. It's like death metal, but I guess I would say it's more in like the progressive thing. It's really fucking good.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. My bass player is a fan of that band too. Actually, that one's on my radar.
Yeah, hell yeah. And then his other band's Vastum. It's a little bit more like straight ignorant death metal. I check both those out. But yeah, just talking to anybody. I'll talk to punk people, metal people, hardcore people, whoever. I'm just having a good time. Like I said, I like a lot of that stuff. So
yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, it was a cool, refreshing conversation. So so a little bit about like Nails, because I'm obviously a big fan of the band. I'm a huge Unsilent Death guy, and digging into like some of your writing and stuff, because I do like to poke around with singers that I like and see what they're all about and stuff. I get a lot of like very anti-establishment, like anti-conformist stuff, and there's a lot of like personal betrayal in your writing, where I can feel that this is a reaction to something. Like when you're writing lyrics, are you drawing from? Are these personal experiences that you're speaking on? Are you looking at society for cues? Like, where does the common inspiration come from? Like when you sit down to like put Nail's music together?
For Silent Death, every single song about that is like from an experience for sure. I feel like I'm kind of like an outcasted person in life. Like I don't really feel like I fit in anywhere in this world. And I'm just a fan of music. I try to write lyrics from experiences and whatnot. And, maybe I look at the negative side of things too much, because, a lot of bad shit happens to people, and they get up and they progress and they do things and they keep going. And some people just have negative experience and lay down and die. And I'm probably the second option of that, but I don't know. That's just everything's kind of from personal experience. Like I just take things poorly, probably.
Sure. I mean, I'd say, knowing you personally, I know how what people say about you affects you, and, I've learned to take shit in stride, and I get criticism and stuff, but
I mean, there was definitely a time when I would look at comments and shit. I stopped doing that. Like, I don't like, I think it's natural for people. Like if you're like a young person in a band, or you're an old person in a band, it's like you put something out in the world and it's like, you're interested. You're like, what are these people saying about it? Like, how's the world taking this? And so you can get in that mindset where you get like caught up looking in the comments, but that's something I've learned. It's like, dude, that's not reality. Like,
yeah, so talk to me about that. Like what made you switch that? Because honestly, like a lot of people today are want to be outspoken about other things like this movement and, the way where they stand. And it's met with crazy criticism online, and, people arguing with them or bullying them into being quiet. And you've had this parallel experience dealing with releasing music. So it's like, what pushed you through going, fuck these people. Like, I don't care about this anymore.
Yeah,
I think
man,
that's
easily.
something important.
It's easy. It's just every day. Like, does anybody talk to you the way that people talk to you or talk about you online? Do they talk to you like that in person? Doesn't ever happen.
Right.
Ever. Like, nobody ever approaches me and says anything positive or negative for that matter. Nobody, I walk down the street, nobody knows who the fuck I am. So it doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good perspective. And honestly, I've never really thought of that. Like, no one really talks to you. No one in real life is like this, is going to confront you like this. If you can learn to live with social media being the disaster that it can be, and realize that there's more to the world. Like, it's easy to just turn that shit off and then go interact with real people,
Yeah, dude, and this is what everybody says. They says they don't read comments. It's like, dude, I only deal with what's in front of you. Only deal with what's in front of you, because that's real. Like, comments are just comments. They're like, who even knows? If you spend too much time trying to dissect, like, why is this person saying this one thing? It's like, you're just going to drive yourself crazy. It's just fucking, who cares?
Yeah.
I get to play music and have a great time doing it. And that's what I like.
Yeah. I mean, a few years ago, I learned to go, I don't fucking care what anyone thinks anymore. And it was like the most liberating musical experience in my life, Isn't
that such a, cause you're like in your mid 30s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm in my late 30s. It's like it's so weird how something like that is like a lesson that you learn like at later in life. But we didn't grow up with social media. Like, social media wasn't a thing until I was like 19 or 20. So
yeah, I think
it's just a new world, learning how to navigate.
I think it takes releasing music and feeling the way you feel about it, and then weathering a storm or two before you realize, like, what I care about is more important than what the public cares, like what the criticism cares about, and I think we've taken some social stands. Like, this is met with so much criticism. I got blasted for doing this. You get blasted for saying certain things or doing things with Nails. And at the end of the day, like, we just do what the fuck we want anyway, because you believe in yourself and you're true to yourself, and that's all that matters now,
Yeah, man, for sure.
So, all right, I got a couple little quick ones for you. Speed round with you. What is the hardest riff of all time?
Breakdown. What's that? Fuck white. Kickback. breakdown, kickback. It's not about the riff. It's about how the breakdown comes in. It comes in with drums, nothing behind the drums, no guitars, no bass building up. It's just a tom and a bass drum beat, and it just goes right in. And it's also about what Jeff Perlin is saying in the lyrics. Like I got riffs, man. I don't know, Davidian by Machine Head.
That's a good one. It's a top 10 for me. Mine is To Carry the Load by Crowbar.
Oh yeah. That's off Sonic XS. That's off Oddfellow.
Yeah, it's
that's a great song.
It's the slow setup to it and the little tom thing, and when you get it, it's slower when it comes in. They just do it all right. That's just
Oddfellow's Rest, dude. One of the best.
Yeah. And okay, favorite death metal record of all time.
Once Upon the Cross by Deicide.
Oh, okay.
It's the first one I heard when I was a freshman in high school, and me and my cousin Tony went to this dude Alex Burns' house. Rest in peace, Alex Burns. He played us Once Upon the Cross, and it was like, whoa. And even to this day, I just love it. It's just like the driving double bass and the palm muted riffs over the double bass. It's perfect. I love it. Kill the Christian.
That's a good one. I'm a Pierce from Within guy. That was probably my.
Oh, that's so good.
That's my holy grail one. Just all those just wild changes and tempo shit and linear stuff and the hard riffs, and I mean that one fucked me up as a kid. That's mine. Depths of Depravity. Yeah. All right. We could do death metal shit all day, but I got to keep this moving. So I'm going to announce your giveaway.
Okay.
Win a copy. You Will Never Be One of Us on the brown vinyl. Thank you for kicking this in. I know you don't do politics very much, but I can see that you cared enough about this cause to get on here and support what's going on. So I really do appreciate you taking a minute to chat with us too. And yeah, man, good luck with that podcast. I think if anyone hasn't heard the Unsilent Death podcast yet, it's really interesting. Talks to a lot of really great musicians, and yeah, everything I've heard from it's been awesome. So
thank you. And thanks for having me on this too. I mean, yeah, I do appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. I'll catch up with you soon. I'll call you next week.
All right, man.
All right, Todd. Todd Jones from Nails. You can win a copy of You Will Never Be One of Us on an LP on brown vinyl. $10. Donate right now at soundrink.live. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lunchtime for me. I'm going to eat lunch, and I'll be back at 4:00 with Doc Coyle. Very excited to talk to Doc. So hang in there, go get a snack, maybe use the bathroom, maybe make a phone call. We'll do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I'll be out. I'll be back at 4:00. See you later. What's up? Welcome back. I had a protein bar. It was delicious. Getting set up. I'm about to get Doc on here. Mr. Coyle will be with us shortly. Doc Coyle, what's up, man?
Hanging in there, man. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being a part of this. I don't know if people know this, but I don't even know if you know this, but you are single-handedly the reason why I am probably here playing music right now.
Me personally?
you steered my musical tastes as a young child. I liked Slayer, Metallica, and Pantera, and grunge, and then I got into hardcore, and I got into death metal, and I thought it was all cool. But death metal was a little too like all over the place for me, and hardcore was a little too simple and not as fun on guitar. And then I went to a show when I was like 15 years old, and I saw God Forbid play, and it was all the shit I liked about death metal and all the shit I liked about hardcore smashed into a band, and it was like metalcore before it was metalcore, and it fucked me up, changed my life, honestly. So there it is, Doc Coyle, the reason why I play the music that I do. I appreciate you. We've become buddies. You've had an extremely successful career with God Forbid, transitioning up to Bad Wolves into more of the commercial rock metal sort of world. And you have your own successful podcast, the X-Men podcast, all around stand-up gentleman, and I'm honored to have you on here, man.
Well, thank you for having me. It's kind of crazy because I just remember you being in every God Forbid show. Like, I would just see you in, because back in the day, you'd have a show, there'd be, 20 people there, 30 people there, 50 people. You just start to know the people, all the people that like your band, you kind of know them by face, know them by name, and to see all the, where you've gone with things. Like, I didn't even know, because unfortunately what happens, a band starts getting some success and gets busy, you get on the road, you almost get like disconnected from your own scene because you're gone all the time. And then kids that were in the crowd moshing to your stuff, they start their own band, and then next thing you know, they're, those people ascend up the ranks, and it's always really amazing to see. So I'm really proud of everything you've done. And I hope, and we've never worked on anything together in terms outside of the body count, but we weren't like, it was like a direct thing, but
sure, a little remote stuff.
But I'm a fan of your work as well, and I'm just hoping one day we could do a record together. I think
we should probably do that. I feel like we should do a band. I don't know. We'll get into that later. We got bigger fish to fry today, Doc. All right. So I have a lot to talk about. I just feel like I need to address gently what I read from you that you just recently put out. I'm sure anyone who follows you or Bad Wolves, saw the incident with Tommy and saw your response to it, how everything got handled and stuff. I got to say, man, reading your statement, and I even messaged you when I saw it, I was like, man, this is fucking beautiful right now, because what you did to de-escalate a situation and like communicate calmly and express your opinion and be firm about who you are and what you stand for, but at the same time, not alienate people and polarize fans and have people forced to pick a side, man. It was like a breath of relief right now, and I know that involved some form of a sacrifice from you, and it probably was you doing some soul searching to get to that point in that same, but it was fucking awesome, man. So props to you for the way you handle that in such a like professional manner.
Well, thank you. I mean, I first off, a lot of it was just, I'm a very measured person in that I'm not the type of person where an event happens and then I go with my initial instinct. I try to think about things, weigh all the options. I had been, speaking, everyone in the band's orbit, be it our manager or, lawyer, just tell them what I was going through, because basically people reached out to me, Black men that I'm friends with who are like, they were offended. And I know this is like a very popular time to talk about, oh, here's the snowflakes over here, and look at these people, they're too sensitive, and PC culture, all that. But ultimately, to me, that everything, I'm not on the front lines, I think, when it comes to what's going on right now with the protests and stuff. I feel like Chappelle had the great line is like, the younger generation's driving the car and we're in the back seat, but I still do. To me, the most important element about this is hearing people out and hearing people's pain and giving them basically the roadway to have their story be heard. And everyone doesn't need to be heard right now. Some people you just need to zip it up. And
couldn't agree with you more. Yeah.
So that's the kind of the approach I was taking. But I think, what didn't work about that video is I thought the initial video was divisive, and it put people on different sides pertaining to politics. And certain issues are almost surprising to me that they're even political or bipartisan or partisan, right? Like some things I'm like shouldn't we all be for certain things?
Sure. It's the little sort of talking points that get misconstrued and it's semantics that turn into what seems to be such an obvious, human reaction to go, of course, Black Lives Matter. Of course, racism is bad. Gets spun into a political sideshow. And people lose sight of the core issue all the time. And it's it's social media, it's in politics, it's in the media, it's a tool, it's a propaganda tool, it's a tool that people use to keep divisive communities, and keep people at each other's throats. And I'm glad people are acknowledging it now, waking up to it. It's been in our face forever, and it's not something that I think is going to change anytime soon unless people start recognizing it and learn to communicate better and learn to get past some of that bullshit, cross the lines and don't stand with people because there's politics involved, actually do what's right, Yeah,
one thing I just want to say too, the reason why I put that out is just also saying that just because you're in a band doesn't mean you're going to agree on social issues, political issues. And there's lots of bands that we know where if you talk to 5 people in a band, you're going to get 5 different opinions on certain things. And of course, you have certain bands where they are aligned around politics and social issues, whether it be Rage Against the Machine or a band like Refused or Earth Crisis or something like that. But every band isn't like that, and so a lot of the stuff that seems maybe a little bit overly diplomatic in my response in terms of trying to smooth things over or trying to think about coexistence. That's something I actually truly believe, that if we don't figure out a way to coexist and try and be, share some kind of physical or even theoretical space with people that share different ideas, I think things are only going to get worse in terms of just the social atmosphere, that energy, right? That toxic energy that's kind of it's just there, right? It just feels icky and everyone's just, and so you have to create some space for that. And that requires kind of not being as judgmental, which I get right now we're in that phase. But that is really how I think, even if I might come on one side of the issue more than other, I still try and give that compassion even to the people that I disagree with, even if I think some of their ideas are kind of morally odious, right? You know what I'm saying? So that is generally how I feel.
Sure. I mean, you're a very forgiving person. I aspire to have that outlook. I've been writing people off a little more frequently lately, but I'm working on it too. So I do appreciate that insight and advice, because I do think it's a mature approach to handling situations. And then, there's some people you can't reason with, but it's good to see that you found common ground with somebody whose opinions didn't exactly align. You were able to work through it, so it's just a testament to shit being possible right now. Nice little positive light.
You have to set the example. It's easy to talk about unity. It's easy to talk about reaching across the aisle. It's easy to talk about love and forgiveness and all stuff. And for me, it's not even forgiveness. It's just accepting that just because someone got to maybe a particular place of ideology doesn't mean they got there with bad intentions. Everyone kind of thinks they're the good guy in their own story. So it's just understanding that the fundamental nature of human beings is flawed. Sure. And a lot of our emotions and actions come from biological bases that we probably don't even have that much control over.
Sure.
You know, so
it's definitely environmental. There's also misinformation. A lot of people think they're doing the right thing or have a personal belief or opinion that's aligned with something that they've thought they've done the work in their mind and studied and been like, hey, this is how I feel because of this. But it's like, well, that misinformation is toxic in this environment too right now. And, I'm sure it's something you just had to deal with, but it's like, it's very true. It's like, it can be difficult to get to the bottom of stories and issues, because we have a polarized media and we have contradictory statements. I mean, you've seen the photos of crime scenes with two different headlines on two different news sites. And it's like, it's spun to fit an agenda for people to line up with, and they don't think they're doing bad. There are probably plenty of white American kids right now that are looking at riots and thinking these are thugs and they're doing they're just destroying stuff because why, and they're not understanding it because what they're being fed is just that side of it. And they're only seeing one angle of it. And then there's other people that realize that, hey, maybe they didn't escalate that protest. Maybe somebody who wasn't a part of this movement started that fire or threw that brick or did this. And it's like, searching for that information is part of this process. And now, unfortunately, I think for people like us, it's something that we're going to have to deal with for a long time. We're going to have to get to the bottom of every story because it's not presented to us honestly, and yeah, I mean, how do you navigate this stuff? Like, what's your approach? Because I see you always on the right side, and I'm like, when you're looking for answers, like, where do you go? What do you do? Like, how do you get to the bottom of this shit,
So it's funny. I was telling this to somebody that actually was thinking about maybe putting some type of, whether it's a video or some kind of explanation basically on media literacy, is that people are generally not literate in how to actually figure out information. Even really smart people. Like, I was listening to Elon Musk on Joe Rogan. They're like, where do you get your news from? Where do you get your news from? Where is the most unbiased thing? So, and I'm like, even these guys, like, you got a billionaire and a millionaire, don't really know that people listen to. So I'm like, okay, here's what it is. One, stop looking for unbiased news. There's no such thing. All right. There's never been unbiased news. There will never be. You know why? Because people have to go out and collect the information, and people can't help that they're unbiased. The second thing, stop thinking you're unbiased. You're not. We all have our, things that we favor naturally, instinctively. But what you have to do is grade with the curve, right? So me, I lean left. If I see some article on the Huffington Post, which is a left-leaning news blog, and the way they frame it and the way they do it, they put things in a way so that I want to believe it, right? So I have to so something that is playing towards my sensibilities, I have to put a curve on and say, okay, I want to believe that, which means I should take it even more skeptically, right? Sure. Okay, so that's the other thing. The other element is what we call triangulation, okay? There's no one source you can go to say, this is exactly what happened, right? We can all look at like a video of someone getting beat down, right? And 10 different people will tell you 10 different stories about the same video we're watching right now, okay? So that tells you even stuff that happened 10 years ago, 100 years ago, it's just a version of things. There's no trying to find some objective version of what is happening in reality is actually not an easy thing. And the best journalism and reporting, it's never going to be perfect. They're going to get it wrong, but it's better that, you want to have that and you want to utilize that from as many sources as possible, and I could sit here and tell you, well, this is what I look at. But the thing is, I see a story and a certain, unfortunately, one of the biggest problems people get confused with is they confuse news analysis with news, right? So if I tune into
absolutely, yeah,
Don Lemon on CNN, now he might tell you something that is in the news, but what they do on the show is analyze and give their opinions about that news. That is not news, and people need to understand that.
The issue with analysts is like, yeah, I think it's gone off the rails too. I think it has on both sides, and it adds to this environment that is polarizing people because that's the news now. It's delivered through this medium, this person who is generally biased one way or another for another reason, and it's like, I just want to know what happened and why. I know
that, but what I'm saying is, like, you have to get rid of this. I'm looking for unbiased. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. That even, unfortunately, we're in a information war. So that's what we're in. So you have Breitbart, for example, is funded by the Mercer family, Republican billionaires, and it's a tool. They understand media is a tool to meet an agenda. And then guess what? That happens on the left too. The people, and
Sure.
the thing is, as long as you know that, right? But the problem is if you don't, even the Washington Post is owned by Jeff Bezos, right? So now, do I know for a fact that he's down there telling them what to write and do it? I don't know that. I don't know exactly what his agenda is. I think the Washington Post, as far as media goes, is at the upper tier of credibility, right? But it doesn't mean that you just don't ever think that there's an urban bias, a metropolitan bias, a certain type of, because the people that work for the Washington Post are in a certain bubble. They come from a certain background. They have certain ideas. But if that's the same for everything, but you can't really do anything about that. You say, okay, this is the best we have, but then I'll look at another. Okay, what do they say on Reuters? What is this? And I have a few commentators that I think are, opinion people that I trust, and I'll listen to 10 different things on one topic, and then I'll triangulate something in the middle that somehow makes sense. But unfortunately, people want simple answers to complex things, and it makes them uncomfortable to realize that it's not easy to get, and guess what? It's like a full-time job. If you already have a job and you have kids and responsibilities, you don't have time to read the news and go to this YouTube page and listen to this podcast. You don't got time for all that stuff.
I agree with you. It can be draining to get to the bottom of stuff, but I mean, I do appreciate that the insight you just kind of dropped on people. That was like a very deep dive into something that I think is very important, and I hope people take those words in and heed them and use that knowledge to help form smarter opinions on what you see that happens in the world. So that was awesome, man. We're close on running out of time. I feel like I should announce your giveaway because you came through with something awesome.
Yeah, we have an ESP. So you got all the details there. LTD MH200. I have a couple 7 strings that are very similar to this guitar, but I mean, I feel like ESP guitars, you don't really have to hype them up that much. People know how.
You know what this is. Yeah,
they're so pervasive.
Yep, I've got one very similar to it. I like these because even the lower like models from this series are still like shredders and really good guitars. So it's an awesome guitar to have, and it'll carry you for a long time. You can use this guitar for years before it's not a guitar you can outgrow. Even though it's like not a $5,000 guitar or anything. So super workhorse guitar, very cool. You can win an MH200 right now. $10 donation at soundrink.live gets you a ticket to this charity event. And Doc, man, thank you so much. You're such a well thought and well spoken person. I really appreciate this perspective. I appreciate how you carry yourself and handle the recent situation. And yeah, man, I look forward to talking to you more, dude.
But listen, I appreciate everything you're doing and everything that has been going on. It's like I said, I was more in the background, kind of taking information, and everything that's happened in the last week kind of made me realize I need to be more involved. I think there's a certain comfort, and when your life is going pretty good and you're pretty comfortable, it's easy to kind of be on the sidelines. Yep. And I kind of realized I have to. Unfortunately, I can't always do that, and I have to be a little more involved. I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm definitely going to be out there a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we're all trying to figure that out now, so I mean, that you're in the right headspace, and yeah, man, I look forward to doing more stuff with you, and hopefully we can both keep working on this.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Really
all right, Doc, appreciate you, man.
Bye-bye.
Doc Coyle, God forbid, Bad Wolves, X-Man podcast. Win this awesome guitar. Go to soundrink.live. A $10 donation gets you a ticket to the charity raffle. I'm going to say it all day. Please donate money. All right. Going to be back in 2 minutes with Scout, who is going to talk to us about Break Free Fest, which I'm very excited to get into. So stick around. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back.
What up?
What up? I'm here with Scout Cartagena. Am I saying that right? Cartagena?
It's Cartagena, but trust me, it's not easy.
My apologies. I'm like committing a lot of information to memory today, but thank you for coming on. Very excited to talk to you. We have a lot of mutual friends, and when I put the word out on, hey, I want to bring more people on this, I want to be as inclusive as possible. Who do you recommend? You came with recommended with flying colors. So, and then I got to learn a little bit about Break Free Fest and everything that you're doing. So I was like, oh yeah, get on here, tell the people. So thank you for being here. So tell me a little bit about yourself. I'm sure there are a lot of people, who aren't from Philly, who don't really know about the fest. Like, where'd you come up? Like, what was the motivation for starting this? I just want to hear all about this. So just go for it.
I'm from Baltimore originally, but I was going through chemotherapy, and I was about a few years ago. And as soon as I finished, I moved out to Philly because I just wanted to finish my degree. I'm an art educator, and I wanted to also just get a change of scenery because once you do chemo in a city, you kind of want to get the hell out of there.
Sure.
Something new. But I got here, and I was going to shows, excited to see the neighborhood, kind of learning everything. But within the first year, I was cool, I've been going to shows for a while, and I kind of want to see some changes because I was getting mistaken for different people. People were back in Texas mistaking me for somebody else, and I was that's so weird. It just felt like people were just I know you, and I'm I don't know you. So I was just I don't really see that many people like me at these shows. So I was just what if we just made a show that would highlight all these artists that I want to see out here? I want to see these bands play. I want to see these artists get representation. And what if instead of just them playing, be cool, that shit was fine, we gave back to the communities that we represent, or just the city in general. A lot of shows happen, and I want the money from those shows to go to the spaces that they're in, if they're more of a DIY space,
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. I think New Jersey used to have shows that would support the arts in the communities of the areas, at VFW halls and things like that. And I remember I've seen a little bit of yours. It's sort of art collective style where, you set up tables, have different artists there and stuff, and everybody would kind of share money. And it was a good thing to support from within. And I love that DIY approach. So how many years have you been doing the festival now?
This would have been our fourth if the pandemic hadn't hit. So we've been doing it 3 years. I would say 4, but instead of the plans we had this year, we just gave the money to people who need it. Just people filled out a form. I was hey, this is what I need financial wise, because we had raised so much money to get this year going. Because every year we just raise money to get it going, to pay the bands, to thank the venue, which thank you, the Rotunda. But they never take our money. They were just no.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're so sick. They're family. Sorry, that's my dog.
That's cool.
He's a big boy. So yeah, we just gave it to people who needed it. But this would have been our 4th year. We were gonna do one huge day at the Rotunda, and then the second day on Sunday. We usually do a Memorial Day weekend. We decided to just do it outside at a public space, barbecue, skate park kind of stuff. Just kind of get the community involved and kind of give everyone a break from being inside of a venue.
Sure. Outdoor fests are fun, especially when it's not raining. But yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Do you, so it's not going to get rescheduled this year. Do you have plans to do anything else with it? Or are we just going to move it to, you're just going to move it to next year?
Well, it usually happens at the same time that I'm finishing finals, working, and just kind of the 2 other organizers, Lila and Layla, they live in Boston, and one lives in Baltimore. So we just kind of decided just to with everything going on, and I have an autoimmune disorder, to just chill out until things get a little bit more in the clear.
Sure.
Because I would love to have it in a few months, but I also would not be able to be there, and I don't want to risk anybody trying to make it out. So
yeah, you can't no show your own festival. So
plus I'm being there. So, but probably, yeah, definitely next year for sure. Gonna have the year back. We're probably gonna go bigger and badder because we couldn't do it this year, and that depression from not being able to do what you want and having your people around you kind of hit. So I want to make sure the energy's back.
That's cool. Do you like, you could take a moment too, because there's a few, I mean, there were a few bands I heard of, but there was a lot of stuff when I looked at the lineups that I haven't heard of. Any favorites from the festivals, like from the previous years, bands that are doing cool stuff right now? Like I started to kind of go through and I was like, wow, there's a network of stuff that's awesome here. And so many bands are active right now. I feel like you're so in touch with that whole community. Like if you want to put a spotlight on any of the artists, you know, talk about what they're doing too.
I hands down my favorite band that we had the last year was Listless. Listless, Listles. Listless is awesome. They're from Richmond. They blew that shit out of the water. I was like in the front, like organizing shit. I was just like, okay, yeah, sure, no big deal. Then I just hear like just this super guttural growl, and I just see the crowd around these two people with mics just screaming at each other, and I was just like, oh, it's like this. Did not know. I like grabbed my fucking like clipboard and was like right through. I love them. They're incredible. It was great to see someone like come all the way out there and just like see that energy, and like they go fucking hard. I also was really I'm always into Soul Glow.
Yeah,
like
Soul Glow is the one that I was like, okay, I actually know that band, and they're very cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Soul Glow is awesome. They just like their family. I was like, oh, we'll stagger some bands that play like this year, and I just cannot not have them play.
I love it. They're like the staple. Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool. Yeah. So
yeah,
the need to do this show, I think it's important to talk about, you know, your story and where this show came from is definitely a reflection on non-inclusiveness in our world to some extent. I mean, to me, I talk to my friends, and no one in my circle would have any problem, and would welcome a band with people from all walks of life to play a show, be on a fest. If I was booking a show, it wouldn't even be something that would register to me. Like, I don't know what kind of people are in that, but like, that's crazy. You know, like I have such a hard time processing that. But has this been experiences that these bands have they felt this? Have they had to deal with this? Like that kind of, is that the catalyst that led to this also, you know?
It's like one of those things where like, even though bookers sometimes, or a good amount of times, aren't like trying to exclude these bands, it just happens because they're not like, again, in the circles, and we need to open it up in order to get these like recognition in, because these bands are doing shit that I've never seen before, and people are like, oh shit, I've never heard of that, that's amazing, but they wouldn't have known about it unless these events happen. And it's because just like it's a subconscious like thing we're doing, like when you were talking about this in general, you were like, yo, I just started this and I want to include you. This is not your words exactly, but you're like, because I was just looking at like my closest friends, it's like, that's what we do. Like we think who in our team or who in our community is going to like react positively, so want to get fucking involved. And then we sometimes forget to do the research to find other things or to get connected. And sometimes that shit causes like you to be kind of like, I don't know them. I don't know if I want to do that, or like, I don't know if they'll respond. And that happens to me too.
Yeah. Both things happened to me. I mean, I got, checked by a lot of people when I announced that I was doing this, because they're like, it's cool what you're doing, but like, hey, like, where the fuck are the Black artists on this? And I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. I'm an idiot. Like, I call my friends. I just happen to not have recorded a lot of Black artists and threw this thing together. And then I'm like, shit, I didn't do the I didn't do the homework on this. What are we going to have, you know, a community of white musicians talk about the Black Lives Matter movement on here? It's like, yeah, it's wrong, you know? And then, so I did reach out. And then on the flip side of that, I had a lot of people that were hesitant to get involved because, oh, well, there's a lot of white males on this. I'm not really comfortable. And I'm like, okay, so I want to be inclusive. And I feel like, you know, not tipping my own cap, but I did try to go deeper on this and find people and connect with new people because it was necessary. It's completely necessary to do, and give the right voices a platform, of course. But it's like, I encountered resistance to it, you know, and I want to break down those walls. And I don't know if those walls exist because of previous experiences or levels of like tokenism or anything, but it's like, what would you suggest? Like, you got my approach. We had a great conversation. You're here. I'm so happy that you're here, you know, and it's like, you know, I don't want to pressure people or create uncomfortable environments either, but I was like, I want to do this for you. And I was told, no, I don't want you to. I was like, all right, you know, like, yeah, I'm trying to come around on that. And like, you clearly could offer some advice. Like, how can I be better?
You gotta get uncomfortable. Like, to be honest with you, I was kind of uncomfortable because like, I don't agree with everybody who's doing this. I don't agree with everybody's opinion. I really don't. And like, they don't agree with mine. That's totally fine. Like, my shirt alone is probably making some people uncomfortable, and that's what it is, you know.
Yeah, you're blowing up the comments right now, but
it's a lovely shirt. Thank you all.
Yeah, it's a nice shirt. And if you don't know, just type that into the internet. Yeah,
it's super easy. But it's like, we have to get uncomfortable, and like, we have to challenge each other. Like, there's people that I know in the music scene that like, I don't agree with, and people I don't fuck with. But it's like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, it has to, like, I gotta cut it off. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm not gonna like march down and like fucking light their house on fire, but I'm gonna be like, yo, like, it is what it is. It stands. I'm not messing with you, because instead of just like having a conversation like you and I had, instead of just like even getting a little like fucking pissed off about it, like, we have to have these conversations. But if you're gonna push and be like, nah, dude, the wall is up, I'm not gonna waste my energy. And a lot of Black folk don't want to waste their energy, and they won't come into these spaces because it's hard. It's tiresome. Like, there's people who got lynched, you know, they were in trees. Like, it's what the fuck is that? And it's like, we have to face our reality. I have to get up every single day and realize that like, my people are getting killed for hate crimes, and I have to just continue to live my life and do things. And that's a lot of energy. And like, so we need people who are not Black, people who are Black, who may not agree with like the revolutionary approach people are calling it, to just like take the time, get uncomfortable, do the research. Like, most people can't name 2 Black authors. Most people can't name like 2 Black films that aren't like Friday, which is a damn good movie.
Friday's good. Yeah, sure.
But like, you got to challenge that and like realize that like, you don't have to force that shit on you, but you got to like do the work before you start doing these arguments. And like, to just like what Doc was saying, to follow one news source and just go with that, to just keep yourself in that bubble is going to keep you there. And a lot of people who are like on different sides are just kind of staying there. And it's like, if we don't try to have these conversations, it's just for naught. Like, all this like anger and pain is just for naught. And these bands reach out to me and want to do this shit because they feel like they're just screaming into the void. And I'm trying to give them a hand, because like, I know that frustration, that energy that you're wasting, that sadness, that like sorrow. Like, Amygdala screamed in Texas for so long to be fucking heard and to be booked. And people were like pushing back about what they're talking about like assault and anxiety, depression, and all that stuff, and like racism. And then finally they're getting the pickup they need. And it's just like, dude, we've been here yelling. Just listen and get out of your ass for 5 seconds, and shit would get a lot chiller. That like, we all just need love kind of energy is cool, but you got to do the work to get there. It should not just be on like, put your hands down to get the love. You got to do the work, and sometimes that may be tough. So
you're wonderful. I appreciate you.
Thanks, dude.
I needed a lecture from you. It was fantastic.
No, it's not a lecture.
No, it's good. This is what I want. This is honestly like, I knew you would stand up for this community, and I knew that you have already been doing the work to put spotlights on artists and stuff. So I mean, you deserve this and so much more. And I really do appreciate you coming on this. Break Free Fest, whenever it comes back, I'll fucking be there next year. That's for sure.
Oh, we'll get you there. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
we want green print shirts. You'll get one right then and there.
I'm ready to go. You got to send me a link for where you got that T-shirt. Before we go any further. And yeah, keep me in the loop if there's anything we could do with Break Free Fest. I talked to a lot of bands and a lot of people who are on this about what you're doing, and they'd probably be interested in helping out any way they can too. So really awesome shit you're doing. Everything you're saying. You're a beautiful person. Thank you again for coming on this, Scout.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks for doing the work to get this and open this conversation. I know you've been getting some pushback, but like, this shit needs to happen. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing what I can with what I can. So, all right, we'll talk soon. Thank you again.
Later.
Scout Cartagena, everybody. All right. That was a good one. She's awesome. Okay, taking 2 minutes, and I'm going to go gather up Bad Rabbits, all of Bad Rabbits. All Bad Rabbits is awesome, and they all love to talk, and I love hearing them. So we're gonna get the whole band on here. Be back at you in 2 seconds. Okay, we're back. Here we go.
Yo.
Everybody
Word.
here with Bad Rabbits.
Yo,
Introduce yourselves, gentlemen. Let the world know.
what up? I'm Salim. What up, Ferdua?
I'm Shield.
It's a pleasure to talk to you guys. As you know, I've been a very big fan of your band for a long time. I think Warped Tour, what was that, 2014, 15 maybe? When did you guys do Warped Tour?
11 and 14.
11 and 14, yeah.
I think 14 is when I caught you, and stuck out like a sore thumb in like the best possible way. The like, if you don't know who Bad Rabbits is, they blend what I guess I would call funk music and R&B into like kind of modern heavy music, and they're just an awesome band and pretty outspoken gentlemen. So I'm glad we could have you guys all on here. We might have dropped Ferdua, but there he is. Okay.
No, I got it. My bad.
All good. So what's going on in your world now? Talk to me, because I know you all have tons to say, so I'm just gonna kind of keep it quiet here and listen to you.
I mean, I don't know who wants to start through it. Just when his square went black in solidarity.
Black. I'm trying to hook up my headphones because I don't want to deal with it not working.
Gotcha. No, I guess I don't think it's exclusive to us. Like the first week, I mean, I guess speaking for myself and just being, obviously a Black person in America, this particular narrative of what is actually happening has consistently been happening. And I think the climate right now, as I'm kind of straddling this level of like positive optimism or pessimistic optimism, for the lack of a better term, where it's like, okay, cool, people are quote unquote woke, but we've already gone through the, there's several layers of people being woke on, the perform. Now it has a term like being a performative ally. Before it was just trendy and it was cool to be woke. It was cool to be the person at a party that clearly just went down a BuzzFeed joint of like Black Lives Matter and all these particular things. But when those conversations are over, like those things still apply to like your homies that you see on a day-to-day basis that you break bread with, you were in band with or whatever, Like, and we're never in this scenario. I guess for the first time, we're kind of in the scenario where it's like being the angry Black guy in every single scenario where it's like, oh, you're just making it up or you're just over exaggerating. And I think everybody's now seeing these microaggressions, but also these horrific tragedies that are just, it's like, all right, if you are just blatantly just not acknowledging that our experience between Black and white as like a person that's in your, like my social circle, my homies, if you can't even acknowledge that, I just can't fuck with you anymore, because at that point, that just means you've chosen to just be in your own feelings and just can't even empathize on just a basic human decency level. So for the first week or so, was most of the homies, I know this is probably true, like a lot of the homies that I know, the Black homies or just people of color in general, just was inundated with people trying to figure out how they can help. And it's like, I don't really know the answer to that question. I kind of formulated, I guess, for my particular narrative to people is like, the more experience you have with this particular type of scenario, it's like, take your homie's word for it now. You know what I'm saying? And like, like being labeled the angry Black guy when you got too political in a room, or when you saw like, hey, what you saw was police brutality, somebody giving the benefit of the doubt. And I've seen Rodney King getting his ass beaten, these things that people who look like me consistently given the shorter end of the stick forever. And if I bring it up or offer like even quote devil's advocate or different point of view or just the Black point of view, you're the angry Black guy, you're on some Black Panther shit, you're like this thing that nobody wants to hear. And now people are kind of dealing with this like particular level of, I don't even want to call it shame, but just like, damn, like I didn't realize it was that bad. It's like, yo, it's always been this bad. Like this has always been the narrative that I've seen. This is like what my parents have seen. This is what our parents have seen. That's what their parents have seen. It's kind of crazy. So I guess my particular narrative and like energy now at first was just educating homies like, all right, I know you're not a piece of shit. I know you're not a bad person. I know you're not a particularly a racist person, but also like people have their level of microaggression they didn't even realize, like saying stuff like Jimmy's, like, oh shit, like everybody come to that relation, like, damn, I didn't know Jimmy's was like, it could be perceived as a racist thing. It's like, yeah, well now you do. So just be fucking better, man. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with, I think a lot of the conversation that I've had with my white friends, it has been that complacency now and silence is non-support now, where it's like, there's no more like, oh, ignore that guy. He's the angry Black guy. He's saying wild stuff, but that's his, like, it's not even like Now it's like that. No, we're not doing that anymore. Like it has to require action now, and you have to support people now. And it's a shame, like you said, negative optimism before. It's a shame that like it takes these horrible events for people to go, oh fuck, like yeah, they've been saying this for a while. Like we're not paying attention, or we're pretending to pay attention, and now it's like it's in your face again. And I think I'm seeing people wake up to it, which feels good. I mean, it got me off my ass, that's for sure. And I feel like, I can like just speak on a lot of the people that I know who are more active than they've ever been to say like, okay, well, at least it's starting to happen. You know what I mean?
And I think people can generally like identify with like, take apart the context of this conversation, like somebody you respect when you look them in the face and say, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do better. And then like, if you can personally hold yourself accountable for just anything, like, yo, I'll get you back on this $25 or whatever I owe you. And then you just start ducking the person, that like you have to internalize, like, you're maybe not a good person. I'm just holding like my homies to a standard where it's like, yo, these types of things now in this context, if you hear people making black jokes, if you hear people doing this, if you hear people saying this, these types of microaggressions, like now like how Black people perceive this type of behavior when I'm not in the room, that's the same to me as them saying nigger, or you know what I'm saying, or any other microaggression that would be generally perceived as like, oh man, that guy's kind of out of line in like the racist context. These small microaggressions, like that's what I want people to realize. Like, yo, start checking your homies, because if you want to be able to look me in the face and be like, damn, like I did him dirty. Like I don't want, like if you can, I just don't want to be around people who can genuinely look you in the face and like know that people out here doing reckless stuff, saying reckless behavior, knowing how a considerable amount of their Black friends feel about these particular issues is kind of like, that's where you can do better. You know what I'm saying? Like taking
it's
like yeah, go ahead, do it.
It's just simple. Like if you think it's wrong, then it's wrong. Like it's just that simple. I mean, for example, I have a lot of friends in the metal community, and a lot of white friends as well. And they, growing up, would say, "Oh, you're whiter than me." That hurt beyond belief for me, because I am a very mindful African. Like I was born here, but my family's African, West African, and I know my culture, and I never once denied it or stepped behind it. So for someone to say, "Oh, you're white," when I'm clearly not, that hurts. So things like that need to stop. Like we need to stop doing that, and not we, but y'all need to stop doing that, because if you continue doing that stuff, you're only going to create a narrative where you're just pushing diversity out, and it's almost like I don't know. It's almost like it's been like that for a long time, and it sucks that it's taken a shitload of deaths of our people for people like you to realize, oh, damn, this is fucked up. We got to do better. You know what I'm saying? It really sucks when you think about it, and like it's hard for me as a Black person to try to be cool and forgive or back people who have said things in the past that are trying to apologize to me now. It's really tough. And the one thing I can say to those people is just, in the future, I mean, I'm not going to be a friend anymore, but in the future, just realize that, the things you have said came off racist, and you got to do better. Like you're doing right now. Well, but like, I'm not saying like you've ever said anything to us, but there's a lot of people that have said really backwards ass things to all three of us. And we've just kind of let it slide because we were tired of trying to explain shit to you, tired of trying to let you know our feelings, because it's just thrown to the back burner. And at this time right now, there's a whole lot of things have to change in order to better the society, and people just have to do better. I don't know, I'm talking in circles. I'm kind of a little bit frustrated, but
no, I mean, you're making good points, man, and I think it's shit that needs to be said right now. I can't imagine any dude in a band who hasn't taken a look into his past and went, "Yo, wow, okay, I might have fucked up here. I probably said this joke. I probably laughed at this." And I think it's like, this is that moment now. And it sucks that it took all these atrocities and all this violence and this death and shit for people to like for it to stick for whatever reason today. It's stuck with a lot of people. So, I mean, everyone's getting on this page at least, you know, and I think all this microaggression shit and these stereotypes in the hardcore and metal community, I think they're going to get kicked the fuck out of it pretty soon, because I can't imagine a band making a racist joke right now or saying
They
something.
still do, though. There's still people that say
I'll tell you what, if anybody's doing that in 2020 now, after all that shit, they're not going to be welcome into this scene. I mean, I feel like that's pretty overstated by most of this community now. So at least I can see efforts being made now. And it, you know, not having the perspective of being a black man and not having a history of this violence in my past with my family, or having to be afraid of police, or having to struggle and be put down by a system like this. It admittedly never gave me that perspective because it's not in my face. And I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of people. And now at least it's in your face, where it's like, so here it is. You understand now that it's plain as day. It's in social media. It's like anyone you know is talking about it now. Now you decide the kind of person that you are. And, you know, all I could say is I can from a person who can't fully relate, I can only do what I feel is right, you know, and now there's no question what right and what wrong is. And it sucks that it took this long to get to that point with a lot of people, you know?
Yeah, I think the biggest is like where people, they just try to find somewhere to like just find a baseline of like to establish empathy. With the most part, it's like, take apart the race thing. If you just like, we've all been like groups of homies like, oh, making your mother jokes, your mama ain't shit, whatever, and you get off the homies like, oh, my mother's dead. You internalize, like, immediately feel like a wild dickhead. You're like, oh damn, I didn't know any better. It's like, well, now you do. It's like, now you're not going to make mother jokes. But at the end of the day, like on a base layer level, like that's kind of fucked up. You probably shouldn't be doing that in the first place. Shouldn't be talking about people's mothers. You know what I mean? But it's just like in the joking context of it all, like that internal guilt. It's like, okay, I made a mother's joke. Damn it. Like, and you immediately go into this like dialogue of like apologies and like, and kind of like trying to get the person's story. But at that point, the damage has already been done. And I think a lot of people get lost in their own like guilt of like, oh man, I said something fucked up. I need to like get back in this person's good graces. But fast forward 5 minutes or rewind 5 minutes, it's like, you weren't thinking about that. That person has the option and the choice to just say, I don't fuck with you anymore because you're out here just being reckless. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
yeah,
okay. And what that person that said the mother joke that kind of offended the other person, it's like, all right, damn, I got to take this L and just be better in the future and accept that this person may not fuck with me anymore just because I was quote out of line. And I think that's the parameters that we're operating in. If you want to put it to a situation where I think most people can at a baseline empathize, oh damn, I've definitely been in that similar type of scenario before. And I think that's where a lot of people are, at least from like, I'm not trying to be on some like finger wagging shit because everybody's grown and they make their own, you know what I'm saying, choices and what they want to do and how they behave moving forward. But it's just like, once you know better, just fucking be better. And I think a lot of people are doing well, if this, that, and trying to find specific circumstances that fit into the context of like what the narrative of like justifying. It's like, yo, you've never had to watch somebody that looks like you be murdered on camera by the authorities. At least that's not in like an action movie and shit like that for the most part, you know what I mean? Where the villain dies or whatever. Like these are real life circumstances for a lot of people. And that's like, if you can't even just at a base layer, just say, damn, that's fucked up. I probably should figure out how to be better or like how I'm contributing to this. It's like, I can't fuck with you right now. Or just I'm at least I'm choosing not to be around you. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Right. And if your first reaction is to say, oh, not all cops are bad, or you know, bring up talking points like black on black crime, or set up a link of like Candace Owens, like just, you know, trying to like just make or villainize the person that has been killed, like you're already not, you know, you don't give a fuck. And
yeah, I mean,
that's the problem. People
at a
are still
baseline, there's right and wrong, and finding a way to justify wrong right now is just like the worst case scenario I see everywhere with people, where I'm like, yeah, that dude's out. I'm not talking to him anymore. You know, and it's like having to be like, how do you even get to that when this is in your face? How do you even go, well, he was a criminal anyway? Like, That doesn't justify shit, you know?
And then that's the thing that bothers me. And like, you already know where I'm gonna go with this. There are people that literally just go on their platforms and just give a crap ton of misinformation to their fan base, and then strengthen that fan base with strengthen their ignorance, strengthen that fan base's ignorance, i.e. Tommy Vext. He went on there and said some crazy stuff, basically said that racism didn't exist, or it was I don't know, manufactured, or whatever kind of quoting he was using. But like, that type of stuff is toxic, because it's only telling those people that are watching this like, oh, well, then I can just go on with saying what I'm saying and doing what I'm doing, because this guy who's black is okay with everything that's going on, and he's giving his reasoning and masking it behind free thinking. And it's not free thinking. It's just, you're just scared of losing your fan base. It
opens that lane for that toxic shit to just thrive. Exactly. And people go, oh, see, he's a black guy and he said it's not a problem. So they use that one tiny example to justify an opinion, which is fully not based in reality.
And Will, this has been happening. And I mean, it might be a newsflash to a lot of white folks that are watching this. It's been happening for hundreds of years. Like, everybody will say, oh, this person had it coming. It's been happening to us for hundreds of years. And people just want to vilify us. And we continue to be peaceful. We continue to be welcoming. We continue to protest peacefully. And then it's thrown back as we're rioters and thugs and things like that, when it's only a few bad apples. And it's not even a few bad apples. It's people that aren't even a part of the movement to begin with.
Sure.
That are doing these things.
It's a shame that it's the same scenario where it's like the one or two events that then categorize what the whole protest is about, what the whole movement is about. And, I will say that I do think people are waking up to that. They're starting to see past those talking points that polarize. And I mean, at least in the circles where everyone I've had conversations with, everyone's got their head past that now and is seeing through some of that shit. So in the light of all of it, at least people are waking up to it now. And, I hope it continues, and I hope it stays long term. I think that's part of my concern, and maybe something I would ask you guys. Short term, you've seen this happen. People get all fired up. It's fire and brimstone. They're going after people. Everyone's posting shit. There's plenty of resources and news. Charities get hit real hard. And then the next news flash happens. Something shifts in the world and everybody just forgets about this stuff and it goes away. What keeps people into supporting? Like, how are we going to get people on this for the long haul? Because this is not something that is going to switch overnight in America. I think tomorrow we're not going to wake up and go, yo, racism's dead. If you're racist, you go to jail now. Like, that's it. Like, it's not going to happen here. There's too many fucked systemic institutions in this country that aren't going to permit it to happen forever, for years. Court cases and new laws being passed and budgets. Like, this runs on a dinosaur time, man. So it's like, what is going to keep people?
Really though? Does it really run on dinosaur time? Because to answer your question, it's what's happening right now. If you're seeing these protests, 19 days, 20 days, if this goes on for 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, that's how we see progression. If people are going to stay on this and not treat it like a trend, if people are going to donate like they're doing now, but if people are going to actually think about who they're donating to, do the research, and educate themselves on the history of this country and what they've done to people of our color and our race. If they continue to do that, that's how you start fixing the problem. November's coming up, and there's a bunch of primary elections happening right now. So that's how you fix the problem. You start putting people that feel the same way that you do. Put them in office. If the people start acting correct and going to the polls and voting for the right person, that's how you fix the problem. I'm not saying Joe Biden's going to fix the problem, because he damn sure ain't. He's as mail packet as they come. But
that's the part that scares me, is that I'm looking 4 years into the future and I'm going, I don't hear a voice right now, But you know,
You don't
the
have
minds
to,
of
we don't have to have a
people.
voice. We don't have to have a voice as a president. Joe Biden might not even be the president. Donald Trump might not even be the president. They're both not the voices, but the voices are the city councilmen. The voices are the lawmakers in the Senate and House. Those people can start. We can start putting the right people in there. Progressive thinking people. The minute you start putting progressive thinking people in office, you'll see a change. Because the centrists and everybody else, they move at a dinosaur's pace. Yeah. They think that they because they walked in Selma, and they got their ass beat overhead or got their ass beat in Selma, that we shall overcome. It's gonna happen, but it's not. They just are just content with where they're at now.
We're not content. See that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of change happens on a local level, and I think this primary and this election season voting is going to be more important than ever. It's funny you mentioned councilman, because my next guest is actually a New York City councilman, so I'm excited to chat with him also. Justin Brannan.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, stick around. Maybe I'll pop you in for a question. So
no, I don't. I'll put. You don't want that. You don't want that. He doesn't want that noise either.
He doesn't want to get ambushed right now. All right. Well, hey, look, we could do this all day. I love talking to you guys. I got to keep this thing rolling, but I got to thank you all for coming on here. And
but can I say one thing though?
Absolutely, go for it.
You're a wild racist if you don't work with us in the future.
Wow. Listen, I've tried to. This is fucking bullshit.
Yo, I'm going to put you on blast at every point I can. No, I'm kidding.
All right, it's cool.
I already know we have love for you.
Just call me when it's time to make the next record. I told you I'm down. I'm down.
We're working. We're working. Trust me.
I'm racist if I don't. I'll be bloody. Bad Rabbits. It's said. It's recorded. We're going to record this event. It's fucking there. All right.
It's timestamps.
It's timestamp.
You can't ignore it now.
Dude, I love you guys. I love your music.
Before we sign out, so just to kind of elaborate on what Dua and Salim were talking about, as a brown man, first generation brown man, so I have immigrant parents. My parents are from India, so when they came to this country, I had no idea the type of racism that they faced until I had conversations. So I think what I'm trying to say is that having those conversations, even with the people that you're closest with, is very, very important. So I've had plenty of conversations with Salim and with Dua. Sorry. Hold on a second. I think it's about education. So I'm educated myself, even like within my family, but my voice is messed up right now. I'm going to stop talking. Sorry, guys.
All right, well, man, dude.
Education is key here.
Education and communication.
People need to educate themselves. Will, you got a platform. Educate these devils, man.
I'm trying, man. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. You educate. I listen. You talk. I listen. Yo, Bad Rabbits. Thank you, guys. You're the best. I love you. I've been looking forward to working together in the future. And yeah, man, let's stay in touch. Talk to you guys soon, man.
For sure, man. Later, homie.
All right, quick giveaway. Bad Rabbits was kind enough to donate a test press of American Nightmare. This is an awesome record. If you haven't heard this band, you should probably go listen to them now. Try not to bob your head. You know, go on YouTube and look up the Warped Tour. What was the song? I'm trying to remember the song. Dirty. Watch Dirty from Warped Tour on YouTube and try not to dance. This band is awesome. All right, we're going right into it. This is an interview I was looking forward to. My man, Justin Brannan, coming up in 1 second. Justin, how are you?
Good. How are you, Will? Thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah, man. Thank you for coming on. For those who may not be aware, Justin Brannan is a member of the hardcore community transcending into politics. He was in a New York hardcore band called Indecision. Did a lot of union organizing early on in his career, worked his way up, and now he is a councilman for Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, Southern Brooklyn. I got a whole Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, Bath Beach, basically all the little neighborhoods under the Verrazano Bridge on the Brooklyn side.
Yeah, so man, talk about being ground zero for a lot that's going on right now. There's so much I could ask you, but okay, let me fire some stuff. I know. So you've been pretty on the mayor and the governor to start reopening New York now. And now with these protests, is that still like an opinion of the community? Is that still where you stand? Are you pushing for the safe reopenings now, or are the protests sort of changing that perspective?
No, I mean, I think, look, I think for the past almost 4 months now, we've received reliably inconsistent guidance on how to survive this virus. And I think as a result of that, people now are more confused than ever and more restless than ever. I mean, back in February, we were basically told to keep calm and carry on as normal. Less than a month later, I was calling on the mayor to shut down the schools and shut down the playgrounds. So, it's moving very quickly. I mean, you always hear that COVID-19 is a novel virus. Well, what does that mean? That means that every day we're learning something new about it. I mean, and some of the guidance we got early on was wrong. And now, they told us early on, you don't got to wear a mask. It's not necessary. Now they've been telling us you got to wear a mask. It's mandatory. It's one of the only things besides social distancing that's going to prevent the transmission of this virus. So, you got a lot of mixed messages coming from the top. And for a guy like me, who I'm a local elected official, right? I mean, I have authority and jurisdiction over my little area, but I don't have the jurisdiction to make these big policy decisions for the entire state.
Sure, of course, right. Do you think the issue with small businesses, because it's New York City, and a lot of this comes into maybe some of the class issues that a lot of people have been talking about on this and larger systemic issues right now, is there maybe an agenda to just sort of deprioritize the small businesses in New York? I mean, you see a lot of small businesses closing right now. You don't see the relief coming fast enough. Like, to center capitalism, it makes you question the intent,
I mean, I think that, my wife, I'm biased, right? Because my wife is a small business owner. I got members of my staff who are small business owners. So this is very personal to me. I think it also comes down to, what they call consumer confidence or whatever, right? So even if we did open everything back up tomorrow, we don't know that people would be ready to come back. We don't know that people feel safe, right? Look, like you said, it's impossible to ignore the dynamics of race and class and socioeconomics here, because it's no surprise that a lot of the so-called open up protests have come from areas around the country and cities where, people are far away from widespread infection. So I think the folks that might think that this is a hoax, or they think it's a bunch of bullshit, or whatever they think, they probably weren't directly impacted by it. If you're someone who has lost friends or relatives, or multiple friends and relatives, well, you have a very different take on what this feels like. And you're in no rush to get back to whatever normal means. If you've lost a lot of people, and it's no lie that communities of color have been impacted the most by this virus, right? And that's the conversation that's happening now. So, but I think there's look, restlessness is not a recognized metric that the CDC follows, but it's real, right? So I think a lot of politicians are reacting to that restlessness. But the problem we have now is that early on, the guidance that they gave us, we saw that it was working. We saw that, okay, if we stay home, we don't go outside unless it's for essential tasks. We saw the numbers coming down, right? And that was 3 months ago. Now the numbers are down. It's barely anything, right? It's barely a blip on the radar, but we're still working off of those same guidelines that were basically all or nothing guidelines from 3 months ago. And I think expecting people to, avoid human contact indefinitely is not realistic. So this moment calls for some updated guidelines, and I think that's what people are clamoring for. It's like, look, we did the right thing for 3 months. We've flattened the curve. What do we do now? And what I've been saying is, for 3 months, they've been telling us how to survive. Now they have to tell us how to live. There's no vaccine in sight. We have to learn how to live with this virus until there's a vaccine. We can't stay inside until we have a vaccine.
Sure.
So there's a real frustration out there, and it's manifesting itself in some very complicated ways, because we had a meeting with some business owners this week, And look, they see hundreds of thousands of people on the street protesting. They don't understand why they can't open their business. And I'm not making it's a false equivalency, right? I'm not making the equivalent that it's, protesting to end systemic racism is the same as, going to get brunch at your favorite restaurant.
No, but it's a numbers game. And if it's
and to a business owner, look, my wife has owned a business for 10 years. She doesn't know what's going to happen. It's 10 years you put into building a business. That's real, right? You can't ignore that. So, but the frustration is coming because we're not getting any guidance from the top. No one's telling us anything. We're doing these phases where they're doing the phase reopenings. No one knows what's going on. Like, in restaurants are like, well, if no one's going to tell me what's going on, I'm just going to start opening because I need to make money. I'm withering on the vine. So it's a real problem, and it's only exacerbating sort of what has become such a combustible moment in our country.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you staying on leadership to, get some answers and get a plan in place. I know a lot of people are struggling. I have a lot of friends in New York City, too, with businesses that are suffering right now. So I do appreciate your action there. I saw that you were, I was really excited to talk to you, too, because I saw you were pretty outspoken, vocally supporting the peaceful protests. I saw you tweeting Black Lives Matter stuff, and I was like, yeah, this is a politician. He's a councilman. He's in place. He's supporting this movement. So a couple questions for you there. Like, what are the protests like in Bay Ridge and in that area in Brooklyn right now? Because I know there's, a wealth of members of that community who have been, in this situation before and have been fired up. And, I haven't seen anything like really insane on the news, but I mean, you're on the ground there. So like, tell me what the mood is like in New York City in reaction to everything that's going on.
I mean, look, I think this is easily the most anxious time for our city and our nation, certainly that I can remember. There's many factors here. You have systemic racism, you have growing polarization and tribalism, you have widening inequality, you have just a total lack of leadership. You have, all of that compounded with the economic anxiety and the grief of COVID, which, like I said, has hit communities of color the hardest. It's made this one of the most combustible times that I can remember. One of the most combustible times of my lifetime, easily. What gives me hope is that you're seeing a lot of the movement is being youth led. A lot of the protests that you're seeing are being led by young people of color, and they're kind of showing the old guys how it's done, right? And they're making us feel old. They're making us feel like we didn't do our job, and now the youth are stepping up to say, "Look, this is the world I want to live in, and I'm going to tell you how I want this world. I want this world to look because someday I'm going to be running the show, and here's what we want it to look like." So you've seen just a lot of very positive. We've had 6 or 7 protests or rallies and vigils just in my district, which 10, 20 years ago, a Black Lives Matter protest in Bay Ridge, that's not happening, so this is a big, big moment for us. And, for those of us who have been pushing this for a long time, it's like we've come a long way and we don't want to go back now, and it's uncomfortable for a lot of people, but it's painful for a lot of people too, because this is a real reckoning. This isn't some new thing, right? And look, as a politician, I'm not in the business of telling people they're not experiencing what they tell me they're experiencing. And, you got to have the conversation around the fact that if you're Black or brown, your experience with the police is going to be very different than if you're a white guy, right? And that's just reality. But we're also in a place right now because things are so goddamn polarized that I come out, my stance has always been the same thing. I support my local cops. I have a great relationship with them. I need my local cops to do my job as an elected official. But I am against police brutality. And so are many cops that are on the job. But the system needs to be reformed. And it ain't going to happen just by wasting moments like this. Sure. I think this moment right now that we're in, it calls for us to really dig deep and harness that compassion and our ability to listen, especially to people of color, to listen to them honestly about the pain that they're feeling, as we try to rebuild this city and rebuild this nation. You know, I think no one wants to step outside their comfort zone. Like, why the hell do you want to do that? You know, you want to just live your life and not worry about nothing. No one wants to have difficult conversations. No one wakes up in the morning and goes, let me talk about race relations today. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, that was my morning. It's not fun. I'm not going to lie to you.
But you know, this is what this moment calls for. And if you step outside your comfort zone, you know, then maybe we could work towards making this world a better place. You know, but I think, you know, and for me as an elected official, it's like I can't be a bystander, right? Like I can't, you know, I could go to protest and solidarity, but I have the responsibility to act and to use the power of my office to make change happen, you know? And I think, you know, we have to continue to call out racism and injustice in all its ugly forms, but talk is cheap. So, you know, people want to know, what are you going to do about it? You know, so we're working on legislation where we're trying to really push real meaningful police reform. You know, we're talking about a lot of budget stuff, budget justice here, where you got public education is being cut left and right, but the police get more and more money.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you about that, because this whole defund the police movement that's really just popped up, I really haven't seen that as a tactic to sort of curb some of the issues in the police system. I mean, you actually have a hand in this, like, and you agree with what everyone's saying. So, I mean, would you consider, you know, proposed budgets that divert funds from police to other social services, to education, to rehabilitation, you know, in your community?
So it's funny. The leader of the New York City Police Union actually made a great point. You know, obviously he's not for any of this, right? But he made a great point, and he said, if someone who calls 911, that's because every other agency, every other system has failed them. They call 911 because that's the only thing they think they have left to do, right? And a lot of people call 911 when their life isn't in danger. So that's a failure of our system. That's a failure of our other agencies in the city that make people think the only option I have right now is to call a guy with a gun, right? The only option I have is to call the police. And it's fucking heartbreaking that when you think about it like that. So my thing is that we can't live in a city where we're cutting off support for programs that play a crucial role in preventing crime just to invest more money in enforcing the law. If we're not investing in people, then of course we're gonna have to spend a lot of money punishing criminals, because we're not investing in the youth, we're not investing in people. Now, COVID has completely shot a hole through our city budget. We're looking at a $9 to $15 billion budget gap. So I think because of the protest, the timing of everything, I think some people think that this is a punitive thing, like we're looking to cut the NYPD's budget to punish them. That's not the case. The case is that NYPD budget has basically gone untouched for 20 years. And meanwhile, we've seen brutal cuts to public education, brutal cuts to just about every other, you know, Department of Health, Youth Development, Housing and Preservation, Homeless Services. All these agencies get cut, but the cops never get cut. What the fuck is that, right? And I'm not talking about cutting the budget so that, you know, that people that were jeopardizing public safety. I'm talking about, let's have a real conversation here. Why are we spending more money on the NYPD budget than we are on the Department of Health and Youth and Community Services combined, right? We're spending $6 billion a year on the NYPD budget. You're telling me they can't do their job for $5 billion?
Yeah. So, can we have 9 tanks instead of 10 tanks? You know, exactly.
Demilitarization is another huge thing. Like, why do we need this? Why do we need tanks? Why do we need armored vehicles? What the fuck?
It's clear now that it's out there, it's clearly overfunded in several communities. And I feel like the need for the reform and bringing in these social services and rehabilitation and reinvesting into education as just a common baseline seems to be what every single person I've talked to would be in for. It doesn't remove a police force.
Honestly, too, when you talk to the cops, they're like, you know what? We should only be responding to calls where someone's life is in danger. Like, we get calls for all sorts of stuff that you call us, we'll show up and we'll try to help. But that's not what they're trained for. You know, they're not trained in mediating in a mental health, you know, some sort of crisis or you know, domestic dispute that isn't violent. Like, that's not their job. They're not trained for that. So why are we sending in people with guns for every fucking problem that we have, you know? And the cops agree. The cops are saying the same thing. They're saying, I don't know why they're sending us in here to do this. So but because everything has become so polarized, and it's just easier for people who are lazy to kind of put everyone in buckets, it becomes this us versus them kind of thing. Like, we're not trying to punish anybody, you know? And like, when I think about cops in my neighborhood, I think about friends of mine, kids I grew up with, right? It's not like we're trying to demonize the cops. It's like, we want to get rid of bad cops, and we want to get rid of police brutality. We want there to be accountability and equal application of the law. That's what we're fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, you make a ton of great points, man. We're limited on time today. I could talk to you about this all day, but I'm glad to see you pushing to defund a little bit. I'm glad to see you supporting these protests. I'm going to do a quick giveaway with you while you're here.
Oh.
Courtesy of Rachel and Tom.
Rachel showed me the stuff she's giving away. I don't even have any of this stuff.
Look at this. This is 1998 tour shirts, original posters.
That poster there is from our 96 European tour. We were on tour for 3 fucking months. We played like 50 shows in 56 days.
That's amazing.
It was miserable.
I love it. Well, this is where you were. This is where you are now, man. Hey, congratulations on, being the person you are. And I really do appreciate you taking a minute. I know you're in chaos right now, so I'll let you get back to it. But
thank you, Will.
I appreciate you, man.
All right, peace. Thanks.
Thanks, dude. Justin Brannan, New York City councilman, indecision guitar player. What a day, huh? What a day we're having here. All right. I got to keep this moving. I've already cut a minute into Matt Honeycutt's time. I'm sorry, Matt. Give me 1 second. Matt.
Hey.
What's up?
Not a lot. Can you hear me and everything okay? Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good, man. Thank you for taking a second to come on here. I appreciate you finding a spot where you have some reception today. I know this was a bit of a journey for you. So
yeah, no, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
If anyone who's watching right now doesn't know, this is Matt Honeycutt, sings for the band Kublai TX now, I suppose.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Awesome dude. It's been a friend for years now. Toured with my band, been at the studio several times. All around solid human, and pretty vocal about his opinions, how he feels about what's going on. So I thought this would be an awesome platform for you to speak a little bit too. So thank you for being here, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, for real, man.
Yeah. So I could dig in a little bit about some of your music, but I know you've always used, you've definitely used Kublai as a platform to kind of raise some awareness for some of these injustices and police brutality. I mean, True Fear is basically an anthem for what's going on right now. I think there's like the line in that song that's always used to stick out to me is when you say mad because I'm yelling, I'm mad because you're silent. And I just thought, man, if anything would apply, to what's going on in the world right now, that's literally how I felt. As soon as all this stuff started popping off, I'm literally getting mad at my friends and mad at people I care for who aren't doing anything, and yeah, I mean, like when you wrote that song, like obviously a lot was going through your mind, but like that perspective that you had on that, I don't know, it just kind of rang a bell for me. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about it too.
Yeah. And I mean, it honestly, I wrote that song a couple years ago, and I'm not the first person to write anything like that. I feel like that's a pretty common theme, which that's the most unfortunate part about it, is that it's common, that so many people have to deal with it, and so many people understand 100% and completely what, me and others are talking about. And I even say it in the song, like I haven't even had it that bad in comparison to a lot of people. You know what I mean? And it kind of sucks that it's more relevant now than it was at the time almost. And it's all that stuff kind of resurges and bumps back down. And, you have these tragedies that occur where, people lose their lives and people get angry for a little bit and then things simmer back down, and it seems like the cycle kind of repeats. And I feel like at least with this, I mean, to me, this time feels a little bit different because it's not just going away so easily. You know what I mean? Which is what I want, or what I think that the powers that be kind of want is for everybody to, be mad for a minute, but then go back to normal life and then forget about it. You know what I mean? But how long can you go before you can't keep forgetting about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like the manipulation of what the narrative is in the news and in the world, that quick switch off of issues is sort of run its course. I don't think people are, at least, from the people I've spoken to today, it seems like people are pretty aware that trick's like been pretty played out now, and people are starting to see through that, it's just this conversation that keeps happening now. And I feel like it's not even really an echo chamber because it's everybody, it's everybody I interact with. It's everybody I read, for the most part, who isn't literally a racist, online, is like on this long-term tip now. And I think it sucks that it, took these events to get people to open up and realize like, all right, gotta move a little more now. Can't be complacent anymore. But, I am glad that those conversations are happening more now,
Yeah. I mean, it's, you said it perfect. It's good that it's happening, but it kind of, how many people had to die to get to this point? How many things had to go brushed under the rug, or, justice didn't get served for people to get to the point where, yeah, maybe this is kind of a problem, and people are starting to realize that. And I think exactly what you said as well, that people are starting to get over mainstream media. They're starting to see through that shit. They're starting to see that listening to your community and listening to the people that are actually in the struggle, having to deal with stuff, you're going to get a completely different story than what, the media is pushing to you. And I think, the media is a weapon of mass destruction on all fronts, not just about this topic, but just everything. When people are so easily controlled by what, is put right in front of them, I feel like that's really dangerous, but it's one of those things that the more that people start to question everything, and people are starting to really ask questions now and kind of propose things that have never been considered realistically before, like actually trying to reform the police department and stuff like that. Like, that's a great leap forward. And it's a tragic leap forward in the sense that, there's still people dying. It seems like every day, people are still getting shot. And it's just like, we got to pump the brakes on this whole situation and kind of come together and really start to listen to each other and figure out what the fuck's going on. Because otherwise, this is all going to go to hell in a handbasket. There's,
Sure. I mean, I feel like, when I talk to somebody like you who has a more global perspective, I mean, you've toured the world several times now. You've been all over the place. You've interacted with people, from different areas, different communities. What do you think people in Texas or people who never leave their hometowns, like, what do you think the answer is to get those people to kind of be aware that it's more than what's going on in your backyard? That even though this is not happening in your suburb, like, this shit is real, and, there's no more time to just pretend that it's, that it's not there because you can't see it, like, what,
Yeah.
Have you thought about that at all? I'm just interested because, I mean, Texas can be very polarizing. There's obviously strong, Republican ties and oil money, and, there's some wealth theft, and, Texas is the Wild West, man. So it's like, I'm just curious, what the perspective of people down there is, and what, if you've, seen any ways where, change is moving into a positive place,
Yeah. And I mean, I grew up in a small Texas town. I went to high school in a town that, was tiny and stuff like that. And, for a lot of people like that, they don't ever get out. And what I would tell them is to turn off their television and go fill up their gas tank and go somewhere else for a while. You know what I mean? When you really start, and that's what, even to this day has done it for me, as far as trying to broaden my worldview and see how other people live and try and figure out, my take on the whole world. Because if you're staying in one place and you're surrounding yourself with people that are just going to agree with you, because that's kind of inherently what a lot of folks do is, oh, this person is like-minded, this person agrees with me, so we're going to just talk about this all together. What you need to do is talk with people that disagree with you civilly. You know what I mean? And that's why I fight so hard for people to, be challenged. Talk to people that you don't want to talk to. Talk to the people that you might despise, because that's how if everybody's just on one end or the other, it's just going to dig people in further. Everybody's going to, sit in their trench and never get any further with anything. And it's a scary thing. A lot of people don't want to talk to people, and a lot of people don't want to be open-minded, I feel like, on either side. And that's, like I said, that's what the powers that be, that works to their advantage. We're all going to get rolled over at some point if that's how things are going to go. But once people start to figure out that, we all have a handle on this, we all have a life, we all have, a voice, then as cheesy as it sounds, I feel like that's the only way we're going to get through it. Because dividing everybody up and everybody willing to, die for their opinion right now is it's important, but it's also dangerous. You know what I mean? Because I think, the country's on the brink of some kind of a meltdown. You know what I mean? Things are just getting hotter and hotter for everybody. And it's in every, you can't escape it. It's in school, it's in media, it's in, everything. It's talking to your neighbor. Sometimes it'll just get crazy because people just, everything is so one-sided. And it's, I just wish people could have conversations again. I feel like that's one thing that is really lacking. And like I said, I feel like the media makes that impossible. But what were you going to say?
Yeah, it's come up in almost every interview today about how communication and conversations are a gateway to kind of solving some of these problems. I mean, I know you particularly, like we've talked about events before, and I know like how you kind of stand on violence really not being an answer to certain problems and not resorting to that and trying to use your voice and trying to persuade minds and stuff like that. There are people out there though that just don't want to listen, and then you see these protests and riots and you see people, smashing cop cars and stuff. And it's hard to come to terms with that. That's justifiable in the sense that this is the last resort, and this is like a cry for help and stuff. And, when you, in your time, have you experienced, have you had a conversation with someone who was on the wrong side of history, for lack of a better word? And have you had any, is there any advice you can give, or was there any good takeaway? Have you broken through to anybody? Do you know what I mean? I'm interested because I do think you can approach hot situations very calmly. And I'm just curious to see if that's if you've come across that, maybe touring, maybe living in Texas.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that just, it happens and then you're changed forever. I feel like the situation is always evolving. The social experiment that's going on that is the United States, it's like a river. It's always flowing. It's not just, sitting still. So breaking through to people and stuff like that, I feel like people view it as something that it's like a conquest rather than a journey. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, I've talked to people that I have friends that believe the complete opposite of what I believe. And that's perfectly okay, because I feel like the minute that I disregard my humanity, as far as I'm just going to choose to hate everybody that doesn't think like me, that's, what made me want to be more open-minded, was being hated by people that thought that, just because I believed a certain thing. And it's the thing that bugs me with everything nowadays is you're put in a box. If you believe one thing, then you believe these 10 other things too. It's like, dude, you can have multiple opinions and multiple standpoints on a million different things. And when people start to categorize you or put you in a box and say, well, you believe this, so I'm not going to like you. It's like, that's what cuts out the conversation. That's what cuts out people learning. And, I've talked to skinheads before. People have come out to our shows and shit like that. And I've never tried to approach anybody with violence or anything like that, because it's like, in my head, and there's people I'm sure that would fucking disagree with me and think I'm a chump for this, and I really don't care, but it's like, I would rather talk to somebody, because the standpoint that I hold as far as being a minority, and I say this a lot, what I can do to change people's minds on something rather than berate them and beat them and hit them is to be a good person to them and show them that we're not different and that there's not something to be afraid of, because I feel like a lot of it is just apprehension and fear. You know what I mean? And it's one of those things. I'm not on a conquest or some crusade to change everybody's mind. I feel like prejudice is within everybody. People that say that they have zero prejudice, they're fucking liars. It's absolutely, it doesn't, everybody has it. It's something you have to work through. It's something that you're not born with, but something that you can develop over time through events and, situations that alter your thinking, just like anything else in your life. It's something that you have to constantly work through. And I'll talk to people about stuff because, of what I believe or vice versa, but it's really up to them to change their mind. You know what I mean? And that's the most important thing, is if you can really talk to somebody and have them step back, and internally they're like, oh shit, like maybe I am a racist piece of shit and I need to fucking pump the brakes on this. Then if they can work it through for themselves, that is a victory. You know what I mean? But if you have to cram it down everybody's throat and make them, you know, I guess it's an exercise in personal development, if that makes sense. Because I feel like everybody has to work on that. Because like you said, there are people that just want to hate. There's people that aren't going to be, you know, so easy to crack. And it's whenever everybody makes it their life mission to crack everybody, they don't realize it. It's like you're digging in a lot of people that they're not ready to be cracked. As much as that might suck for everybody right now, human beings take a while. You know what I mean? And that's why even now we're, as a society and as a world, we're progressing so slowly, and everybody wants it all to happen right now. And in a perfect world, it would, but that's not the world we live in. We have to make strides like what's happening right now to have real conversation, to really pump the brakes on the country and be like, everybody hold the fuck up. We got to finally figure this out because this can't keep happening. It should have never been happening. You know what I mean? Sure. But hopefully that kind of says something. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. I mean, you're a much more calm and peaceful man than me. I could take a page out of your book, but yeah, I think your approach to dealing with these tough issues, kill them with kindness, you know, is like, I don't know, it's unique.
But it's like you said, that only works to a degree. I mean, it's all situational. It's all, you know, it
is situational, but you always approaching stuff with a cool head the way you do. I'm sure it's helped you find peace and work through a lot of problems in your life. And it's actually a nice perspective. I feel a little fuzzy on the inside right now, and I could appreciate hearing shit like this right now. So,
well, that's good, man. You know, we're in a time right now where everybody's, you know, they got their fists clenched and shit. And I mean, I'm right there with them. I'm trying to stay logical with everything. I'm trying to stay, you know, very calm because it's so easy to turn into an animal. It's so easy to just get enraged and just destroy anything and everything that gets in your path because that's human nature. That's what we do. You know what I mean? But I just feel like, you know, there's going to be the people that react that way, and there's going to be the people that are going to take a step back and really analyze stuff. And, you know, it's a balancing act. You have to get both people to work together. And I feel like through action and thought and everybody working together, however they work through it, we can get through it. You know what I mean? As cheesy as that might sound, but
dude, it's well said, man. I appreciate this perspective. All right, I'd love to keep going, but I do have to
keep it moving.
Schedule,
you know?
But Matt, really, really well said, and you know, you're a very smart, well thought out guy, and I love that you put thought before action. Most people just want to smash, but yeah, thankfully there are cool heads like you in the world.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that a lot, for real.
Yeah, I'm gonna show this giveaway real quick. Matt Honeycutt is going to build you a custom-made knife. It's very cool that you do this, and you're making a one-of-a-kind item for somebody. Visit soundrink.live. A $10 donation gets you entered into our giveaway raffle, and you have a chance of winning over 100 prizes, including this one, which is very sick. I'm probably going to hit you up soon to maybe get one of these. This is pretty awesome. Yeah. Oh, cut you out. Sorry about that. So, yeah. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate your time, and thank you for coming on. And yeah, we'll talk soon, my man.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
All right, dude. Okay, 2-minute break, and then I'm bringing up Keith Buckley from Every Time I Die. It's going to be exciting. Be back with you in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. Thank you to Matt Honeycutt, Justin Brannan, Bad Rabbit, Scout, Doc Coyle, everybody who's showed up since lunch. Coming up next, he's in here, Mr. Keith Buckley. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for coming on. If anyone doesn't know, Keith sings for Every Time I Die, one of my favorite bands, to work with.
You have to say that because we haven't signed the recording contract officially yet.
I don't think I have to say it, but
okay.
I mean, you know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So the future, we're talking to the future mayor of Buffalo, New York, right here.
No, but somebody has to do it. Somebody needs to do it.
Yeah. I mean,
insane.
I'm saying if you need a campaign manager, just
right.
give me a ring. You know, let's just do this already. All right. So I know you're pretty fired up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do a little music talk because we just worked together. Yeah. I want 2 minutes. Tell me about the new record. Highlights. What do you like about it? What's new? What's different?
I think probably my favorite part about it is that what it has that Low Teens didn't. And Low Teens up until this one was absolutely my favorite record. But going into writing this new one, I realized that what Low Teens didn't have that a lot of other ETID records had was any sort of levity or humor or lightheartedness. Like Low Teens was a very serious album from front to back lyrically, as far as I was concerned, and I felt almost bad that I hijacked the music in order to like work my way through a personal crisis that I was going through with my family. So I wanted to approach this one a little differently and just let the music be the centerpiece. So I was like, I'm just going to dial back, like not nearly as many lyrics. I'm just going to try to have fun with the songs. And that approach, I think we wrote 16 of the best songs we've ever written. So I think it worked, and I think it's going to make a lot of people very happy.
Yeah, it was cool to see the fun element come back. I mean, I know when we did Low Teens, you were definitely in a different place, and I think it was reflective of that. But I mean, that's what you do when you make music. If you want to be an honest artist, you have to put in what's going on with you, into lyrics and stuff. So I think it did connect and resonate with people the right way. But yeah, it's nice to have a little fun. And, I do know we have one particular track that's pretty relevant to what's going on right now. I heard, who's playing the shitty quality snippets? Why don't you just ask me for a 10-second good quality one?
I think because if we played a good quality one, it would like get on maybe management and labels radar, and we're trying to fly under that so they don't.
All right. I'm like,
us down.
Bad sounding as a
yeah. No,
I did hear Planet Shit.
Yep.
I think I'm happy that we did that song. I like that you're a very socially active guy, and I appreciate that you did take at least a moment or two on the new record to kind of push that into the music, because now more than ever, it's important that we use our platforms to do that shit. But, tell me a little bit about Planet Shit. Where did that come from?
Well, first of all, to anyone that has, I've read some responses to the post that I'm like pandering to the current social and political environment. And just a reminder, the song was written like 8 fucking months ago. So the fact that it still is as relevant today as it was 8 months ago, it says a lot about the state of our nation right now. But it's just an angry song. I mean, I could tell things were approaching a tipping point as far as I was concerned. I felt like, Bernie had such an enormous support system, and he inspired so much enthusiasm in the youth for the Democratic Party to just kind of push him out and make Joe Biden, who is just the Democratic version of Donald Trump, the only option that Democrats have. Really turned a lot of people off, and it really just kind of disappointed. Like we don't have a fucking say in anything. So that song was just a sheer like knee-jerk reaction to just being fucking angry all the time and feeling so fucking helpless. And I think that now, and definitely for the foreseeable future, a lot of people will probably understand it, because it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that nothing changed since that song was written, and it did get worse.
Yeah, it just got worse.
Buffalo is like pretty wild right now. It's the center of a lot of news. I mean,
you're only seeing news from Buffalo when there's blood being shown. I mean, other than that, you're not hearing anything else. And there's so much other shit going on. But it's like, I mean, and understandably so. Like, I'm glad that, you know, a spotlight was shined, and, you know, Robert McCabe and Aaron Torgalski, the two officers that got arrested, did get arrested. But then, you know, 57 police officers resigned following that. And then you see that and you're like, oh, okay, good. Get them out of here. And then you realize they resigned in solidarity with the two cops. So right now I mean, that line in the sand is, you can see it from space right now. It is very much the people of Buffalo against the Buffalo Police Department. Because if the police department is going to stand in solidarity with the police in the concussing of a 75-year-old peace activist, then what chance does anyone stand that actually is going to go hit the streets and protest and, you know, make a real stand? I mean, that guy was trying to talk to the police, and they knocked him on his back and you know, bumped his head and concussed him. He was in intensive care for a while.
What is the situation with the police? So they I heard they're not resigned from the police force, right? They're just resigned from like riot.
It's like this very specific, it's like a specific task force.
Right.
So obviously they're not going to give up their jobs because they're psychopaths, and being a police officer is the perfect job for a psychopath. So it pays well. Their pensions are good. They get an $86 million budget every single year, you know, while schools are being defunded, things like that. So no, they're not going to quit their job, but they're just going to make the spectacle of like solidarity by resigning from some task force that nobody had even heard of until they did resign. But now you're like, wait a minute, there's like all these fragmented sectors of the Buffalo Police Department within the Buffalo Police Department, and there's money going to all of these. And like I said, you know, there's teachers that are still paying for their own students' books and pencils. So it's just ridiculous, and something needs to change. And Byron Brown, our mayor, is not going to do anything about it. It's just constant lip service. So
yeah, I mean, obviously you're pretty pro defunding the police. I think it brings up a lot of positive points about what could change in Buffalo. I've definitely spent some time in Buffalo.
Yeah.
The, you know, the months I've lived there now, working with you guys and stuff, you can see there are class issues and social issues. I mean, we could talk about Sly, you know.
Yeah. So there's a song on the record called Sly, and it was about there was a Vietnam veteran in Buffalo who was very, very well known in the community because he was he was homeless, but he did have a shelter that he typically went to. Just a very lovable old black man and kindest dude in the world. But he was a vet, so he had mental issues, and that led to financial issues. And you know, the city, you know, I mean, not just the city, but we know how the nation treats its veterans. They just forget about them. So the city really came together as a community to sort of care for it. And I mean, there's plenty others, you know, but this specific one I'm talking about came together to care for him. And, you know, if anyone saw him on the street walking and he needed a ride, you know, people give him rides, give him money, buy him lunch, things like that, just show support. And he passed away while we were writing the record. So I figured I'd, you know, tip my hat to him because he was a fucking great dude.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive how he basically became I wouldn't say the burden, because he, you know, from all the stories I heard, he was like a enjoyable person and people wanted to help him, but like the responsibility to take care of a homeless person just fell on people.
Yeah.
It is normal citizens giving this guy rides and helping him and stuff. And it's like, wow, imagine a social service with a little more money to take care of homeless people and a little less money for, you know, gnarly riot gear. Like, not an unprecedented idea. You know?
No, it's not crazy, but it's just so ingrained that, I mean, even just the idea that when you saw Sly, like, you know, if a business owner felt nervous because Sly was like hanging out too close to his business and maybe scaring away customers, the fact that your only option is to call the cops. I mean, that's not for them. They don't need that, you know, and so then, you know, interactions begin, and then there's this divisiveness and this distrust of the police force because they don't know what the community members know. These cops don't live in the communities. They're not our neighbors. They're out in the suburbs. So for the community of Buffalo to come together to support this one man, And then, like I said, a business owner might call the cops, and they come in and they don't understand the relationship that everyone has with this guy. So there needs to be more like social service employees available, like almost on call, like police would be, but sent in strictly to de-escalate with a history and of his possible mental problems and how to resolve them. So yeah, it just became really sad. And but the spirit of Buffalo, the community of Buffalo, is absolutely not going to be extinguished by all this. I mean, the protests are getting louder, they're getting better, they're getting more organized. So I wish people would show that, but they don't.
Yeah, I think, it's just a testament to the narrative that media wants to portray right now and help polarize people more. But, the people I've talked to from Buffalo all have this positive mentality that like, no, we're not stopping. The protests are growing, and I hope that all of this continues to happen there, because I do love Buffalo now. It's become like another home away from home. And I want to see that. I want to see that city do as well as it can, and all the people that are there be treated equally.
Me too.
So yeah, man.
With open arms. Whenever you want to move here, feel free.
What'd you say?
I said, whenever you want to move here, feel free. We'll welcome you with open arms.
Oh yeah, we were talking about going in on an apartment. I want to get out of the Airbnb business, but
yeah, seriously,
I have a bad time for an Airbnb business. No one's really traveling. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay, couple flash questions. I've been blasting a few people with today.
Okay.
What is your all-time favorite Every Time I Die song?
To play is The New Black. But personally, like I like where I think back and I'm like, wow, this song really fucking rips. It's probably Two Summers, actually.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it was the first one, as you pointed out, that there's no screaming in. The first Every Time I Die song, there's no screaming in.
Look at that. It's a fun song. Do you play that in the imaginary world where shows exist?
Yeah, we play it. I love playing that song.
Okay, are we getting a Christmas show this year?
So far, yes. Buffalo's kind of opening in phases here. So we just went into phase 3 this week. I'm sure fucking live entertainment, mosh pitting is probably phase, 2,750, but we're still treating it as if it's going to go on according to schedule, so still working on it. But
awesome. Well, I fucking blow it every year and I have something to do. But
you need to make the trip.
Yeah, I'm gonna come this year.
I will say this though: if it's unable to happen in December as it usually does, I'm gonna push for a Christmas in July for the next season.
Always with a good idea, man.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to keep this moving before you roll. Little giveaway, bam.
Yep.
Soundring.live. You could win a copy of the Low Teens Test Press. This one's pretty hard to get. I don't know if anyone's ever given it out.
I think this one is extremely hard to get because the actual test presses were missing 2 songs, so they were the first run was all printed missing 2 songs, so this is the actual correct test pressing of the record.
Oh wow, so this is just the 1 or 2 just to make sure they
didn't fuck it up again.
Yeah. Ooh, so the rarest of the rare test.
Yep.
And I feel like I should also mention that you're pretty heavily involved in this Ferret Records bundle, which is out of control. There's a 3 LP box set in there, Big Dirty, First Press. There's a second copy of Big Dirty in there, and a bunch of other rad bands from that era.
Yeah,
shout out to Carl and Ferret. But so a couple of cool giveaways.
Yeah,
here.
That's awesome.
Soundring.live, $10. You enter into our charity raffle. Write down what you want, and if we pick you, we give it to you. I'm gonna keep punishing with it. And Keith, thank you, man. Always
thanks for having me. Well, love talking to you, bud.
I will talk to you soon, man. Stay safe in Buffalo.
All right, man. Take care. Black.
All right. Keith Buckley, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I'm going to take 2 minutes and get organized, and I will be back with Ice-T. Very exciting. Ice-T, what's up?
What's up? Can you hear me?
I got you. How are you? What's going on?
What's up, boss?
Thank you for coming on here. I'm sure you got a lot of shit going on right now, but I appreciate you showing up. I know you were a highly requested guest for this, so yeah, man.
How's it been going today?
It's good, man. We're raising a lot of money. Had a lot of good conversations. A lot of I'm learning, man. I'm here to learn. Everyone's here to learn today. So
okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, we're getting educated. So I don't think too many people need me to introduce you, but in case you don't know who this is the reason you have a fucking parental advisory sticker on your record. Probably the pioneer of gangster rap. Probably the pioneer of rap rock. Turned actor, movie star, everything, man. Just the fucking dude. So I have so many questions for you, but I know you love just doing it. So we could just shoot it like we normally do. But I've got to say, out of all the celebrity people I've met, you have always been the most outspoken when it comes to social, political issues, race issues in this country. I don't know anyone who goes in as hard as you. And I think a lot of people should take a lesson from that in that world and use their voice and their platform and not be silent. On a smaller scale, that's what I'm doing today. And I learned how to do this shit from people like you, man. So thank you.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I mean, you know, me, Will, we've been working probably for about 6 years, you know, since, you know, the first, when you got with us on Manslaughter, it's been a while. So you've been around me, you've seen me operate, you've seen my friends, you've hung out. And, you know, it's kind of like what I kind of based my musical career off of, because honestly, when it was time to start making music, to me, I kind of thought it was silly. I was just like, you know, singing about yourself and all that and stuff. And then when I found out that you could actually connect it with a message, and I got that from Grandmaster Melly Mel, I'm like, well, this can mean something. So it's cool to me to have fun. And, you know, when we make records, we make bullshit records. We make records that are just really outrageously stupid, but fun. But then every once in a while, we want to hit them with something that's real. And the trick in music is to do it without overdoing it. You know, nobody wants to be so-called preached to. So I have a little way I kind of sneak in my messages to people because it's part of me. And you know, it's not an act. This is just actually how I am in real life.
Yeah. I mean, the balance that we do where, you know, we have our entertainment, songs are wild and funny and shit, but then we make it a point to hit one or two, you know, going into making records. I know we always stay aware of that. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, we got to this is happening. We got to talk about this, but like, we also have to have fun. And, you know, I think finding that balance is what has opened the message up to a wider audience too. Cause like you said, people don't want to be preached at, but they just want to bang their head, have fun, get in a mosh pit, you know, like there's all types of people in life. And if you want to get through to everyone, you got to kind of create a platform that can reach everyone, you know?
Right. And social commentary has always been in rock. It has always been in punk. It has always been, you know, in hip hop. It's a part of it. It's not, when you do it, it's not outrageous. People, you know, if I'm listening to punk rock, they're singing about issues. They're singing about anger. They're singing about different things that are going on in the world. So like you say, the trick is to find the balance. And, you know, I grew up, one of my favorite bands was Public Enemy. But then even Public Enemy had flavor, which was kind of like, you know, a little comic relief, because you get so heavy that it can be overwhelming, you know, at times. So people that follow Ice-T or know me, some of them still don't get it, that I can go from being totally outrageous and bullshitting to dead fucking serious. And I mean everything I'm saying. But I think the people that have been with me for over 20 years, they get it.
I agree. I mean, I think a lot of bands are getting, you know, shit from their fans right now for taking stances on issues. And I'm like, this is hardcore metal and punk rock. Like, what the fuck did you think we were going to talk about when stuff like this happened? And it blows my mind. And it's like, you're someone who's been outspoken for years, you know, and
my whole musical career.
Yeah, and from the beginning. I mean, you wrote Cop Killer is the unofficial protest song of police brutality in the punk world. I mean, I don't know if you realize how deep that song went into a lot of communities aside from the mainstream, but I mean, what that song did and how it changed people, and it kind of gave people a lane to be like, I can go this extreme, because at that time, man, shit like that didn't exist. It wasn't that extreme. You know?
Well, you know what it was? I thought it was that extreme because I was listening to Black Flag. I was, Police Story. I was listening, to Millions of Dead Cops. There was a group named Millions of Dead Cops. Yeah. So I thought, going after the cops, going after the system was part of it. I thought it was okay, but I'd touched this high voltage fence that said, whoa, you can't go that far. So, people always ask me, are you going to remake Cop Killer? I'm like, why? I mean, the record stands. We still perform it. And, for people that still can't understand the song right now in the climate we are, where people are angry with the police, what if somebody snapped and went after them? That's what the Cop Killer song was about. It was a fantasy song, but it's a song about what if. Now, thank God nobody has done that. But it's a way of me being cautious, telling you this is a cautionary tale. Like, if you keep fucking over people, something's going to happen. Now, when a riot breaks out, people are getting their businesses or material things are getting destroyed. But at least the people aren't going after each other. No one's getting injured. It's not like that. It's not a war. And don't let anybody tell you that this is a race war. This is as far from a race war as you're going to get. It's not about that. Now, there's people out there that would love to push that agenda, but when you see the basic makeup of the protesters, the racial makeup, the class makeup, the sexual makeup, it's too diverse. It's too many people that are just fed up with it. So I take my hat off to you, Will, for having this moment. And another thing, I don't want to ramble, but when people tell artists that they shouldn't have a view, that's kind of like what art is. A painter is painting a picture, and it usually has a story, and it has something to do with life. And when we go to the museums, we don't look at those artists and say they shouldn't have tried to tell a story.
There's no other way to create art than by reacting to the things you're affected by. I mean, that's what creates the best art. It has forever, and it's something that, me and you know it, but I think people are realizing that now too, using your platforms and speaking through your music is at your core who you are. It's what you want to do. It's how you want to express yourself, And I think a lot of your storytelling through the years and coming up with these creative fantasy style things and horror style things, and what if it was like this?
Exactly. What if? And I forgot what I was gonna say, Will, but the theory that an actor or this, that, people are very, just like the lady that told LeBron James, just shut up and dribble. As a Black person, I can entertain you, but I'm not just here to fucking entertain you. I'm here to express how I feel. So when someone says that, just say some bullshit. I'm not your fucking dancing fucking bear that you just feed. And I'm gonna speak my voice. But a lot of artists, I don't think you should have to. If it's not part of you, then you shouldn't do it. I think now you got a lot of people trying to get into this social shit and talk. They don't have any clue what they're talking about. They have no experience. They haven't been through anything, and they're doing it to be pop. It's like a popular thing. Don't do it. Stay away. If it's not in your heart, because when you protest, we talked about this before, Will, when you protest, you're going to take a hit. It comes with it. That's what protesting is. When you stand up, somebody's going to say, fuck you. If you can't take the hit, stay the fuck out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Stay the fuck out of the way. I'm on television. I'm playing the cops. I'm doing my shit. But I'm, as a person, that's an act. I'm acting like that. That's being an actor. That's an artist. But as a person, I'm always going to say how the fuck I feel.
Yeah, and I appreciate you for that, man. You know, one thing I wanted to ask you, because it's something I noticed as I started thinking about what we could talk about and stuff, is as your career kind of went on, some of your songs did take a more serious turn, where I noticed like maybe some of the fantasy stuff kind of went away and some of that horror theme shit did go away. And like on the recent records, like, you know, records like Black Hoodie, No Lives Matter and shit, like you are more direct without some of the entertainment. You're actually being more blunt and vocal than I feel like you had been in the past, because in the past it was masked with fantasy stuff, and now you're just saying shit straight, you know? And was there a point, like, did something turn with you where you were like, I have to say this as clear as I fucking can now, you know?
Honestly, I'm gonna be absolutely honest. It's just phases of an artist. It's just phases, you know? If you go to fine art, you know, Rembrandt will have this stage, then he goes into this stage, and then he goes into this stage. I think it's growing up. I think you become more mature. You become a little more focused. I got an album where pretty much all I'm doing is singing about women. I probably was going through shit with my woman at the time. You know what I'm saying? It's like whatever's happening around you is going to reflect what the music. Think about it. Like when we did Bloodlust, we didn't know that Trump was going to become president.
Right.
And we made an intentional never to say anybody's name and never to say a name, because I didn't want to write a record where I'm talking about something that didn't happen. I think things have just got more critical in the last 4 years. Shit has just gotten a little bit more intense. And it's really hard to sit with any of your friends and have a non-political conversation nowadays. Like the news took reality TV out of the shot. People don't even want to see reality TV. The news is so outrageous nowadays. It's almost all you can talk about. So that being said, it's more in my brain, Will. So then I'm gonna write more about it. I think during the Obama days, everybody was just so chill and relaxed and shit. It was like hard to talk about issues because people were like, come on, Ice, everything's okay. You know, and I'm like, yeah, it is. But now it's like, it's everyone's raging against the machine again. So pun intended.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, man, I always appreciate your perspective on this shit because you're one of the realest motherfuckers in the world. I got a couple fun ones for you. Let's lighten it up. All right. I'm going to hit you speed round questions. All right.
Now, wait a minute. Can I plug this? How do they send in and how do they donate?
Soundrink.live. I'll hit you on the email with some shit. Feel free to post it. We're taking donations for the next few days.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. This is a good thing you're doing, man.
Thank
a lot
you,
of people haven't got to see Will Putney. You always hear me talk about Will. I always call him. I call him the Dr. Dre of metal. And that's a super compliment because I think Dr. Dre is probably one of the most prolific producers since Quincy Jones. But this guy right here, if you think you got a rock band, you probably have never heard it yet till he produces it. When he produces it, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, we sound that good."
You're making me blush, man. You're the fucking best. I love it.
No, he's the man.
Listen to this speed round, dude. You can keep one of each thing. All right. Desert Island shit. One car. What do you got?
Range Rover.
Okay. One hip hop record.
Paid in Full. Eric B. and Rakim.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's your one. Okay. Yep. All right. One gun.
The FN 77.
Okay. And one heavy metal record.
No, it's the FN 57, huh? One heavy metal record would be the first Black Sabbath album.
I knew you were going to say that one. That's your jam. We should probably do a Black Sabbath cover one of these days.
Yeah. I mean, I used to use Black Sabbath a lot in my hip hop. And the reason I always say that album is it's really one of the first metal records or rock records I ever bought. I went to the store and I bought that. And I would play it when I worked out back in the days. And I would just play it and it would just play over and over and over again. So, you know, that got me into the genre. And a lot of people give Sabbath, the inventors of metal, you know. So I mean, that makes me feel like I was there at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the Sabbath influence in Body Count. I think that was like a lot of what got people in. I mean, I know Ernie was a big Sabbath guy too. He had even worked with them, and you hear that from those early records for sure. So,
well, Black Body Count, like we said on the record, when we did the Slayer cover, Body Count is our influences were Suicidal Tendencies, who was the first band to really come out wearing the khakis and, you know, the bandanas, repping that West Coast kind of Venice shoreline gangster thing. Slayer, just because they were the fastest and they the most brutal. And I got hip to Slayer because Rick Rubin turned me on to him early because he was a hip hop producer. And then Sabbath. And then Motorhead too, because when you listen to Cop Killer, you're really hearing Motorhead, you know? So I have no problem saying, well, this band influenced this song or this band influenced that song. I think that's fly to be able to pay homage to people that motivated you in a direction.
Of course, why people sample in hip hop, it's the same thing. I mean, you got to pay tribute to the heroes, you know. So
yeah,
very cool, man. Well, dude, this was awesome. Thank you for coming on here. Always appreciate our conversations, man.
Yeah, can I just say one last thing?
Hit me.
Now that everyone's out protesting and all that, you know, don't let it end there. You know, whether you went out or you protested or not, that's really irrelevant. It's how you deal with shit on a daily basis. Like when you left the protest, now you go home and you deal with somebody that's saying something that might be considered racist or might be considered some bullshit. Address it. Tell your boy, man, that ain't cool, man. Check him. Have the courage to step up to this stuff all the time. It's like if I took Will with me in the hood and somebody wanted to say something out the way, I'm gonna check them like, yo, this my motherfucking man. Like, what the fuck are you? You know, have the courage to stand up to this in your day-to-day life. And in these last couple weeks, I'm sure everybody has looked to the left at one of their friends and been like, wow, you really feel like that?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's having these conversations now, man. And I think, you know, we talked about negative optimism before with these dudes in Bad Rabbits, who I'm going to send you a record later. And they said, you know, it's like, you know, even though shit's bad, at least shit's in your face now and shit's starting to change. So negative optimism. I like that. Maybe write one.
I like that. I like that negative optimism. Yeah. So that's what it is, man. But thanks, Will. And, you know, you put this together, man. So you deserve a big hats off. And it's an honor to be part of this, man. You know, I don't hate nobody. I have no problem with anybody's sex, anybody's race, anybody's religion. I just hate dumb fucks.
I appreciate you, man. Always telling it like it is.
All right.
Ice-T, thank you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Peace.
Peace, homie. All right. So that was Ice-T, man, the legend. We're giving away 10 copies of the new Body Count record, courtesy of Body Count and Century Media. A $10 donation at soundring.live enters you into our charity raffle. And we're going to pick winners. Write down what you want. And if it's available, we're going to give it to you. And I'm going to fucking bother you with it all day. So do it. All right. 2-minute break. And then I'm coming back with Martine and Scott from Terror. Stay tuned. What's up? What's up?
What up?
You got me? Got you there?
How are you?
All right. We're here with Martine Stewart and Scott Vogel, veteran hardcore band Terror. If you don't know who Terror is, you are not a hardcore kid. That's okay. But Terror's been one of the most consistent bands probably in, 20 years now we're going on?
Something like that.
You can probably my favorite live hardcore band of all time, and a show that is never to be missed. And had the pleasure of working with both of you.
That means a lot coming from the Dr. Dre of rock music.
Yeah, that one's gonna stick, huh? Yeah, I know. I love them. Always a pleasure hearing from Ice-T. But yeah, I mean, we finally had I finally had the pleasure of working with you guys, on your last record, and definitely went down as a career highlight for me. So I appreciate you guys coming to work with me, and I also appreciate you guys coming on here. So I mean, there's a lot to get into. So let's just get into it. So you're in LA right now. LA is crazy right now. It's definitely been the hotbed for a lot of what's been going on with police brutality forever. I mean, I think some of the initial sparks to the reactions to police brutality came from LA. And I know Martine, you're real active on it, like protesting and stuff. So what is the climate like there right now? Like, can you talk about what's going on?
Well, it seems to change. My personal view, it changes a lot from day to day, depending on where I'm at in the city. I've been to several different gatherings, and I wasn't there in Hollywood the night where everything kind of really went crazy on, Fairfax and Melrose and stuff like that. But I was there the next day, and it was like super tense and kind of, I don't know, you could just kind of feel the tension in the air. But I've been to, downtown was one of the most inspirational days. Just, I can't remember which day of the week it was, but I went downtown in the middle of the day for a gathering in front of the Hall of Justice. And I swear there was like 50,000 people or something. It was just so many people and so much diversity. And even though there was a lot of anger and frustration, it just really felt focused and organized and positive, even though there was a lot of chaos, a lot of cops and stuff. But I recently went to one in Glendale, which is a predominantly Armenian neighborhood, and the Armenians showed up hard, and they had their own speakers and everything, and there was a lot less people than downtown, but it just really felt focused, and the police presence was minimal, which I think that's pretty much the only way you're going to avoid violence in these situations. From what I can tell, anytime there's been no police presence in these things, that's when there's no aggression, kind of.
Yeah, it's funny how everything is peaceful right now until police show up. And I was wondering. I mean, that's why I was kind of curious, because it's not the only city that you can see that in now. And I mean, why do you think cops are, they're basically instigating violence now? I mean, they're staring at a peaceful protest. People are sitting down. I mean, people are mad, but there's some kumbaya motherfuckers out there too, who are just there's little communes set up, and people are helping each other, and there's food stations and water, and everyone's being respectful and happy. And then the tear gas rolls in, and I'm not connecting the two, and I'm admittedly not there. So I don't understand where this disconnect is happening, where we go from this positive event to a fucking war zone,
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for any one person to say. I mean, I think the general consensus is that it all stems back to systemic racism is just a part of the police force. And I think that in this current climate, it just kind of rears its head a lot more openly. And it's just people that just don't want to see these sort of changes happen, because they're just fearful of what they're going to lose ultimately, which is a lot of control. And like you said, the word peaceful, it's I feel like that's a little bit dangerous of a word right now, because people, they equate peaceful as this, just harmonious. I don't know. It just people like to quote Martin Luther King and say that he was, you know, all about peace, but it's not the kind of peace that people are thinking. You know, it's like you still gotta get in people's faces and fucking make them face. It just means you don't have to be there and fucking just immediately punch someone in the face to be, you know, non-peaceful.
Yeah, I think what I should have said was non-violent.
Hey, I mean, I don't condemn. It's hard to condemn people who act out violently in these times. You know, like I'm not saying it's the best route, or I'm not. I understand. I understand it all. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been put in a position where I felt like my life was going to be taken from me, and I can't exist in a system. So like I can't speak for the people who are
right
or who are at that point of no return, because, you know, I haven't experienced that. And if I had, I might have felt that way too, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It's something that people have to come to terms with. And it really fucking shortens the whole narrative of what's actually going on by just highlighting a couple looting events or a couple of this, where it's like there are hundreds of thousands, probably at this point millions of people that are nonviolent protesters in the country right now. And
just here in LA, there's multiple areas that are all completely separate from each other, that all have their own climate happening and people doing different styles of protesting and marching and this and that. And then imagine that this is not only nationwide here, but it's a global thing happening everywhere around the entire world, you know? So it's like, for people to focus on something like, you know, stores here being looted or whatever, you know, it's just like, it's just such a complete loss of focus. And I just can't understand how that's what certain people, it's like what they're taking out of all of this shit that's fucking happening around the entire world. What they're taking out of it is like, oh, you know, you shouldn't do that, or you shouldn't do this.
Target got burned to the ground. Yeah. And I'm not, it's right. Okay. Yeah. It shouldn't have been burned to the ground by law, but it's like, okay, well, push somebody to the point of no return and don't not expect a reaction like this, you know? Yeah. Well, it's awesome to see you guys. It's awesome to see you that dug in out there. And I think, you know, hardcore has always been a place where this shit doesn't fly, and you guys have always, you know, flew that flag. And I just like seeing the bands that say one thing, back it up with action. You know, I think it's really cool. And I'm glad you could come on here and kind of share that with people and give a little insight into what's going on there. I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about music because you've both been in the scene so long, and I think some of this applies right now, like from when, you know, Buried Alive back to, you know, all the way back to your earlier bands in Buffalo, and then through being in Terror, you're one of the most toured hardcore bands probably of all time. You've played thousands of shows, met everybody in the world, seen this whole community evolve over years. Like, what can you say about like where the scene was, where it is when it comes to dealing with issues like this? Because I feel like, you know, what's gotten better, what's gotten worse. Like, what's your perspective on all this?
Scott?
First of all, can you guys
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, because my connection from you guys is
we're losing him.
terrible. That's why I left and tried to do some shit. But anyways, I think, you know, I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and that's a sandwich between Toronto and Syracuse. And early when I got into horror, it was so much politics, like two totally different sides of the coin, but both of those scenes were so political. And, you know, I'd go to shows there all the time, and, you know, there would be lots of zines, lots of leaflets in between bands, lots of frontmen saying things, important things, and, you know, opposing viewpoint, you know, vegan cookie sales and all sorts of things. So I grew up very much when hardcore was really political, and I think it went away for a while. Yeah, there's always so many different facets of hardcore. So I don't want to say it went away completely, but I think a focus of hardcore was off of it for a while and just so wrong right now. You know, this has got to be more than music. It's got to be a place to use your head and to help the world and to help yourself and to help the people around you. So I think just seeing so many young people right now really involved and really fighting with everything they've got is pretty inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when, you know, I first started to go to shows, there were more flyers, there were more pamphlets about, you know, racist shit, ending racism and, you know, vegan information and straight edge information. And like that culture did take a backseat for a while. I don't know why, but it did make itself less apparent at shows and in our scene for a minute. And now like, it's awesome to look around and like, I cannot find a hardcore band right now that's not up in arms about this, that isn't, you know, doing some kind of benefit. I mean, so many bands we both know and we both recorded or toured with or whatever, like everybody's doing something. And I do like that return to activism that, you know, I feel like maybe went dormant for a while, but you know, you know, from seeing younger kids, they're not going to take shit like this anymore. I think I think the next generation of kids in hardcore are going to be more vocal and are going to be more defiant to like these current systemic problems. So, you know, I do see some positive stuff on the horizon from some of the younger bands. And yeah, you know, I appreciate your insight on it too, you know.
It's really crazy how the last few days have really noticed how a lot of people that are listening to hardcore music and, you know, following these bands on Instagram and stuff, like how clueless they are to the stance. Like for someone to see a band doing a benefit to, you know, to end police brutality and have them get on there and tell them to shut the fuck up and like stick to playing music, like Ice-T was saying earlier, how the woman, you know, was telling I can't remember who it was. It was like LeBron or something like that to like
shut up and dribble. Yeah,
it's like, yo, like this is hardcore music. I don't know where these people. It's almost like I don't even believe that they really feel that way. I think they're just kind of like bored on the internet or something and just kind of say whatever inflammatory thing.
It blows my mind. And in the metal world, it's even crazier. Like we put a post up, like firmly saying that we stood with the Black Lives Matter movement. And you know, Pat, I'm talking to Pat. I'm like, watch this. Watch what happens here. And it's just wild. And it's like, what the fuck did you think we stood for? Like, what did you think how did you think we would react to a situation like this in the world? Did you ever read a lyric? Did you ever go to a show and hear a singer talk in between a song? Like, where do these kids, like, how do you even put it in your mind that we wouldn't speak out about shit like this? Like, you know, and
I definitely, you know, I do a large portion of the band's social media for Tierra, and you know, I'm not going to sit there and fight with people over this kind of stuff, but I will do my best to try to educate them, because you know, I don't have like, it's not that I hate these people. I hate a lot of the ideas that they have, and the ideas are the problem, not necessarily.
Exactly. The ideas are definitely the problem. And I think it is misinformation, and it is people,
uneducated people that are just kind of like, you know, unchecked, firing off these comments. And like I said before, they might not even necessarily feel that way. They just, when anytime anyone has instant access to bands and such and whatever, I don't know, like a celebrity or something like that, they just kind of like, they just say anything just to like provoke some sort of reaction. So, I mean, and even I was not even battling, but I was having conversations with a few people on our social media that were making these sort of confusing comments. And you know, it's just, it's not, even though it was there, it's such a small percentage and it's not a representative number of people that like, you know, it's not alarming to me that these comments exist on a post about a shirt in support of Black Lives Matter. You know, we had a lot of people that were kind of commenting like, I can't believe this is so fucked up. And it seemed like some people were discouraged. And I just wanted to say that in reality, it's such a small portion of people. You know, you get 1,000 comments plus, and maybe 3 of them are from some ignorant person that most likely doesn't even really believe what they're saying. They're just trying to stir up some shit.
I agree. It's people. It is, and like we grabbed that perspective a while ago, where it was like, you know, we need to just if we're not going to convince these people or have a civil conversation, we need to just ignore them because they only represent a small portion of this community, and they'll never say it as show. They'll never do anything publicly other than leave a little bullying style comment. And now, you know, if you can't reason with these people, it's just time to ignore them. And I think showing that you're silent on the issues, you know, we try to have the conversations. We try to be civil. We try to explain why we stand for certain things. I know you guys do too. You're very clear about why things are fucked up, you know, and Scott's lyrically very honest and clear, and there's no metaphors. You're getting it, you know. So it's like, if you can't digest that stuff and you're just here to make problems and create controversy and be edgy, like you just have no place anymore. Like there's just no more time for it. You know?
And you know, I'm glad that we kind of took the time to try to speak to these people and respond to them, because it shows other people read these comments and they see the conversations happening. And that's why I leave them up there. I'm not deleting them, not trying to hide anything. Like I'm very, I feel very confident about the response to these people and conveying our ideas to them. So there's nothing to hide there. So I leave them up there. And I think it's really good to it's a good conversation to have. Cause like I said, it's the idea. These people have an idea in their head that's just infected them. And it's like, I think it's possible to have a dialogue with them and possibly change their mind. I mean, people don't see the DMs, but there was definitely, I was having conversations with people who I responded to, and they were thankful. They were like, hey, thank you for not attacking me and like, you know, immediately writing me off as a racist or whatever. And
sure.
I do have a lot of anger and hatred in my heart for a lot of things, and I might even be pissed at these people, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to speak to them and like at least try to flip them, try to change their mind.
I mean, I think that's so important right now too, because if you can get through to people, it's like, you know, now feels more than ever like a time where we can rally people for positive change. And I've never seen so many people in this community so vocal about it. So it's like, all right, let's go try to get people on board with this. And if they have a view, if they have a mindset that's kind of off from what you personally think or Scott personally thinks, you know, is the right path. It's like, use the platform, hit those kids up, try to have the conversation, you know, and, understand that people come from different areas, backgrounds, have different perspectives on life, but you understand that people
different experiences. Completely different life experiences that these ideas filter through and then come out a completely different way, because we all lived, the three of us right here lived entirely different, you know, life experiences. So it filters through differently. So yeah, you got to kind of take that into consideration.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, and like Scott was saying, how when he grew up in Buffalo, how it was extremely political in those times. Even when I first started going to shows, he's a generation above me, but like he was saying, you know, there was so much discussion, so many pamphlets, so many zines, so many opinions being expressed. And like, I'm sure Scott's seen this before, like people would straight up have debates at shows, you know, talking about their opinions and stuff. And like, it's clearly different now because print isn't really like the main focus anymore. Everyone's doing it online. And I think it's really cool to go on my personal social media. And it's like 99% of what I'm seeing is the people around me I love, like on our side, on the same side, and like, you know, being active as much as they possibly can. You know, people like to write off the social media thing and say that when you're, you know, if you're spreading ideas through social media, it's like not real activism and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, I think it's amazing seeing what's going on. And this is just a new age of doing things.
Yeah, there's different layers to it. You know, people choose to get active and respond in different ways. People are able to do it with different kinds of platforms. So there's boots on the ground, and then there's minds, and there's people on the internet, and it's like it takes all of it. You know, everything, the sum of all those parts that are going to get this done now, and you know, Hey, I appreciate you guys. I'd love to talk more, but I do have to keep the day moving, you know. And again, like any bands like you who have always taken these stances, who have stayed socially active for all these years, I always have the utmost respect for, and I'm honored to call you friends and to work with you guys. So thank you for coming on here, and thank you for chatting. Real quick, we're gonna do a Terror giveaway. You win a copy of their latest record, Total Retaliation. Test press. There's probably like maybe 10 of these. This one's pretty rare too. Soundrink.live.
Yeah.
$10 donation gets you entered into the charity raffle, and write down Terror Test Press in the comments if you want it. And if I pick your name, I give you this record. And actually, you
produced by the Dr. Dre of rock. Don't forget that.
Yep. Gonna die with that one, but that's cool. I'll take the win.
Hey, to me, that's like the highest honor right there.
The next step is I'm trying to get him to introduce me. That's phase 2, but we'll work on that later. We got bigger shit to take care of right now. So Martine, Scott,
True, yeah.
I'm sorry you had some connection problems, but I appreciate you being here. Martine, I appreciate you coming on and talking. Thank you for everything you said. Taking it to heart, man, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right.
Peace, fellas. All right, Terror. Tremendous humans. It's a bummer we had some connection problems with Scott, because I always love to hear from him, but luckily we have Martine. All right, we're taking a 2-minute break, and I'm coming back with Brendan from Incendiary. So sit tight. All right.
What's up?
We're back. I'm here with Brendan from Incendiary. Brendan, how are you, my man?
I'm good, dude. Can you hear me all right?
I can. You sound wonderful.
I went with the headphones for maximum clarity.
Yep. I appreciate the organization. You're probably the most organized, responsible man in hardcore. So
some would say neurotic, but I'll take organized too.
I mean, I didn't say it. I don't know. You might have said it. So if you don't know who Incendiary is, they're the biggest part-time band in hardcore. They're one of my favorite hardcore bands, probably of all time.
Thank you, Will.
The sweet spot of New York hardcore style of indecision and snapcase groove shit with politically driven hard lyrics. You're everything I want. You give me all the things I want in a hardcore band.
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you, especially coming from you. But I think it makes kind of sense, like from where, in terms of the style of music we play, now that you like us, because I feel like we're similar. We're similar ages from a similar area of the country. And that was just like what I was into when I was a kid. It was as simple as that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do like the same shit. And
yeah, exactly.
So it does make sense. But yeah, I found your band years ago from an old assistant I worked with, recorded Cost of Living, actually. And then we hooked up. I was lucky to produce 1,000 Miles Stair, the last record with you. And yeah, definitely one of my favorite records I've ever had a part in. So maybe we could do it longer than 6 days next time, but we'll get into that later.
I would love to. I mean, it's usually I recording is usually my least favorite thing and so horrible, and it was not horrible. So it was quite enjoyable. But yeah, I would love to do something again for sure.
Yeah. Awesome, man. So, all right, I want to talk to you. There's a lot to talk about. I'm sure you have a lot of opinions too. So maybe we should just get into it. I'm looking through my Instagram feed and I see people with protest signs with your lyrics on. And I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. Like, this is crossing over. Our world is crossing over into like this world with these protests and stuff. And I'm sure you saw it. And like, so how did that make you feel? Like, what was your reaction to that?
We've gotten to do a lot of cool things. The band has kind of taken on a life of its own that I never expected. Seeing that was one of the most humbling experiences of my life. That's what I would say. It's kind of hard to put it in words. I just found it very, almost like emotional. It was, and usually I'm very like cool with everything. I love seeing the idea of like putting a song out to the world and just kind of letting it manifest. But the protest stuff with the lyrics in particular, I found it again very humbling, and just I was speechless. I think in terms of the lyrical content, it's kind of one of those things where, yes, I like that people are resonating with particularly force and neglect, but the fact that it is still relevant is not a good thing for me, and I'm not happy with it. So it's almost one of those things where it's like you're like a negative association, because it's like, I can't fucking believe this stuff is still relevant, because that song's old.
Sure, that's what I thought too. I mean, what year was Forced and Neglect written? I'm like, this is the fucking protest today. Like, Jesus Christ, you know?
I guess it would be 2013. I believe it's about 8 years old now. So 2012, 2013, and it was on our second LP. But it's pathetic that it's still so relevant, really, frankly, right? It's not something that I'm happy about. But in terms of the context of people sort of taking lyrics and words and then flipping them into empowerment, again, it was quite an honor to see that.
Yeah. When you wrote that song, which would have been like 2012 now, going on like, 8-9 years ago, that was about like a different person who was killed by the police. And now here we are again. 8 years have passed. A lot's changed in your life. If you were going to write that song again today, what would change? Like, what would you say? Sorry, I know it's a gnarly question.
No, it's a great question. The song was written specifically about the murder of Kelly Thomas, who ironically, I guess, was not black, was white, in Fullerton, California. And there he was beaten to death. What was interesting, though, is the concept of people in charge and people in the police department. Kelly Thomas sort of had a history of mental illness. He was homeless at the time. And what I guess what struck me and why I wrote the song is, it was sort of like when you hear the words like, you kill the very person you swore to protect. The concept of it was, of all the people in the world who are being, who should be under the purview of public safety, the most marginalized in a particular society among them is the homeless. And so the concept of doing that, not just to a quote unquote regular person, but to someone who would actually need help and public services even more so, and then to be treated like that, that's why I found it so particularly heartbreaking. And sort of that predator type of mentality from the police, where it's actually preying on the most marginalized in society. And that could be from a perspective of race, from a perspective of income, from a perspective of mental or physical disability, just really making it that much worse, right? That concept of those in power preying on the weak.
And it's largely, it's something that's come up a few times today, but it's just police forces being unequipped to handle social services issues in any fashion, aside from being undertrained for the actual position that they're supposed to hold, to then carry the job of being mediators and social workers and, you know, and deal with people who have mental health issues or, you know, who have these pre-existing conditions. Like, they're just not qualified for that. And, you know, I know we haven't talked about it yet, but I can't imagine a scenario where you don't support the idea of defunding police to allocate funds to help invest in some of these services so that you don't have to write a song like Force of Neglect.
Yeah, that would be ideal. I think the irony of that whole thing is the police and the concept of defund the police is sort of putting money and reallocating funds into areas that one actually matter and make more sense in terms of boots on the ground. But I guess the irony of the whole thing to me is somewhere along the way, and likely because of funding or whatever, the militarization of police went in this left direction, and that became kind of a big aspect of it. But that whole, the concept of that would be needed in the most minority of times, and the majority of times, the concept of being able to take a sort of a consultative approach, if you will, towards mental health, to social services, to what you're talking about. Whereas 9 times out of 10, if you talk to a police officer, they're not having a fucking machine gun and needing that. They're having domestic disputes. They're dealing, particularly in New York City, with disturbed individuals. And to your point, that's precisely what's not being taught, yet that's what is happening the overwhelming majority of the time. That is actually their day.
Sure.
Their day is doing that stuff. And there's an irony in sort of preparing for some kind of a weird, like, war-ish thing, when in reality, that's not actually what's happening in their day-to-day process.
Sure. I don't know if you saw Justin's interview earlier, but he spoke on this like pretty in depth too, where he said, you know, people called 911 as a last resort because there's no one else to call.
Right.
And now you have armed police show up to try to de-escalate or solve certain situations that don't require the use of that kind of force. It requires mediators. It requires, you know, a different rehabilitative service to show up in a lot of these cases. And now we have these people that have been assigned these 9 hats that they have to wear.
Right.
And I, you know, it's frustrating to see. It seems so obvious. And I don't, you know, other than going out and voting and pressuring councilmen to reevaluate budgets and stuff, I don't have a solution for it. No one really has a solution for it. And it's frustrating, but at least, you know, today, where we're at right now, you know, it's become a hotbed issue. And this is, you know, for better or worse, it's this, you know, speaking point now in the media. And you see this defund the policing tagged everywhere. And I think, you know, that's the type of shit that gets the attention of higher ups and people in power. And, you know, maybe that will sort of turn some heads, and maybe it will sort of create a conversation from a political level and, you know, a systemic level of how we can, you know, address this kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it comes with challenges. And, you know, I'm sitting here all day, I'm hearing literally brilliant people, you know, express their opinions and how they feel and stuff. And, you know, everyone's still kind of clueless on how to find a solution. Everyone wishes that if we did this thing, we'd have a solution, but like no one's got a firm course to like a path to the end. So I feel like I should ask you, because you are pretty well researched in this kind of stuff. Like, where do you think we could go? What kind of action do you think, you know, just your average white dude sitting in his studio who wants to do stuff? Like, what's a good step for action right now, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's action in a lot of ways, and I guess I could talk about a lot of things here. One of the things that I do think that I think a lot of people maybe don't agree with me is I believe people our age have to fucking vote. Like, I just think that's important, particularly in the election that's coming up in November, but also in the pitiful voter turnouts that you see in local elections, which are just carried and dominated by, call it 55 to 65 plus residents of any given area who are really looking to maintain the status quo, which I think is a big thing that you're seeing now just in terms of partisan politics. Is you have a group of individuals who are trying to sort of innovate and make a change. And then you have people who are very concerned about the maintenance of the status quo. And you can feel the push-pull of that in politics, in my opinion. And you can feel that the status quo has this sort of narrative that's placed to sort of, whether it's just the fabric of the American dream or just like, this is the way that things are, and I'm not interested in seeing these things change because this is just how it is, and it is good to the people that are currently in power. So I do think voting is something that's really important. I really do, particularly not only the election in November, where and if the voting has to be, I should add something. If the voter is the lesser of two evils, I'm fine with picking the lesser of two evils too, if it's going to put us on some kind of a slow course, because these changes take a long time, a slow course towards progress. Because I think, particularly in terms of defunding the police and things like that, sticking with the narrative theme, there's a culture in the police department that's clearly apparent with all these sort of bizarre connections to white power movements. Why should that be? Right? What it would be similar if like the pastry chef community had a large proximity to the white power movement. Like, it shouldn't make sense.
In any other profession,
correct,
it would be eradicated immediately. You
so,
know?
Right. And so the inherent issue is why can me and you talk about that? And it's like, yeah, that does kind of seem like that's a thing. Like, that's weird. That's fucking weird that there is sort of this narrative there. So I think voting, I think the other thing is action in terms of things that I know Martine just talked about that, and I do agree that social media can be really powerful. I also think you have to be careful to only have your world sort of framed through social media in terms of what people are posting, and sort of, I think there's a lot of great things that can be done with sharing information, with sharing date and times of rallying and protest. But I do think you have to be careful to judge people based on what they are or are not doing on social media, because social media is driving a lot of these problems, and we don't have enough time to talk about this, but
sure.
I think there are actual things that can be done without having to tweet about it and post about it, right? I think Twitter is something like 30% of the population. So there's 70% of America that is not using this tool, and are still many people contributing towards goods. One thing that's been beneficial to me in my life is volunteering. And I think there are a lot of ways that people, particularly well-off people who've had given the chances that I've had, simply being from a white male in a middle-class upbringing. I didn't grow up rich at all, but I grew up in the large scale of America better off than a lot of people, right? You can flip that on its head and volunteer directly in your community by doing a lot of things. And I personally have gained a lot of both. I've learned a tremendous amount, but I've also felt a sense of purpose that I was actually helping in my community here in New York City, where I'm volunteering. But that can be done anywhere. That
Sure.
doesn't require any Facebook or Twitter or Instagram posting. And it's something that is direct action into a community. So
That's a
there
really
are
good
a million ways to look into that.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about volunteering a lot on this today, and I think that's actually an excellent point. And it's more than just sharing a tweet and reposting like a picture that affects you. It's actually taking action, getting involved. And Incendiary is pretty, as a band, you're pretty involved in a few things right now. Is there anything else going on at the moment? I know you've done a couple charitable events so far.
We raffled off some things. There's a lot of stuff going on that front. We raised a bunch of money raffling off test presses, which we have another one today. And we're also put up tour leftovers that we're using to fund additional donations through the sale of our leftover tour merch.
Awesome.
Tour merch, because Lord knows we don't need that anytime soon.
Yep, feel you there.
And then we're also doing some other things that we're kind of coming up with different ideas in terms of doing things in Europe. So how can we also raise money outside of the United States for similar type of direct action, boots on the ground, where I'm obviously completely less familiar. And so we're using some of our contacts and friends there, hopefully to get something going where we're raising money to donate for to causes in the EU as well.
That's awesome, man. I mean, such a testament to the character of the people in your band, and why I love working with you guys and respect your band so much. Thank you for coming on here. And
Thank you for having me.
Yep. I think there was a lot to take away from that. I might rewatch this one. This was a good one.
Thanks, man.
I'm going to do, while I have you,
a
couple of giveaways. Hang out there coming up. Look at this fucking thing. So This is the split you did, the test press, the Scum 7-inch test press that no one's ever gotten before, right? This thing's never been given away or so. So this is basically one of one that exists in the world.
Yeah, I had to do the nod to Jersey somehow, so I thought this would be a good one to do. Yeah, we don't sell our test presses. I have never given them away to anybody. It's just us and Justin at Closed Casket, and we've also never sold them. And up until this, sort of stuff going on, we've never donated any. So now we've been donating them to raise money. So it's that, and then it's a merch bundle, and then the Coffin logo sort of crew neck shirt or T-shirt was sold for 50 pieces at one show once, and so that's left over and exclusive as well.
Awesome.
So,
and then also, which is insane, just to put a stamp on how fucking sick you are, you and Justin came through with this cost of living test press, which I haven't seen too many of these either, and this one gets me excited. If I was a vinyl hardcore kid, I'd be like, ooh, that, I did
have a lot of questions about this one.
Yeah, so very deep dig for these, and I appreciate that. I always appreciate talking with you, man, and thank you for being a part of this. Keep me in the loop on what you're doing in Europe. I'm actually pretty curious.
I will. Yeah, that's something that we've been talking to some of our merch store over there about, and I want to do something cool. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for having me amongst all these great people. And you look great. You've been doing this like 6 hours. You look fresh as a daisy.
We're on hour 7 right now. Yeah.
Amazing.
Catch me tomorrow night. We'll see how I'm feeling.
Yeah. Throw code T.
All good, man. All right, Brendan. I appreciate
having me, brother.
Thank you for being on. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Brendan Garone, tremendous human being. $10 donation, a charitable donation at soundring.live, and you can win not one, but 2 different extremely rare incendiary test presses and some rare merch. Jesus Christ, go donate. I'm tired of saying it. All right, I'm going to take 2 minutes, and I'm going to be back with my good friend, Tom Williams. So hang in there. Okay, we're back. Tom Williams, what's up, man? Tom, I got no mic. You there? No mic. Hang tight. Oh, something just happened. Slight technical difficulty. I'm going to let Tom work this out. Hey, there he is. Welcome.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. It happens.
I'm kind of brain dead with this whole gear stuff. So
yes, I've been navigating the wave of band dudes learning how to live stream for the past week.
yeah,
It's
we need to be holding Kyle Brownlee from Counterpart's hand like right here to help me through all this. So
yeah,
he's not
that's
here,
cool.
but you're my other producer in other life. So
hey, I appreciate you coming on. If you don't know who Tom Williams is, guitar player, straight from the path, very socially and politically active band that I've had the pleasure of working with for, I don't know, 5 records now.
5 records, almost a decade.
Yeah, pretty awesome. So we've, I mean, man, we could talk about everything all day. We've got to pin this down to 15 minutes. So I will, I'll just say, you've definitely been a very outspoken person about, what you believe in, and the band has, done a tremendous amount of work over the years to support nonprofits, to support movements like the Black Lives Matter movement and stuff like that. So you were a shoe-in to come on here and talk because, from our world, you're definitely one of the more active people and have a lot of really good insight about things. So I would like to talk a little bit about, what's happening right now, because it's a recurring theme. It's something that you've been talking about for years. I mean, we've written Badge and a Bullet Part 1 and Part 2, and here we are again. And it's like, what's going on with you right now with your dudes, and where are all your heads right now?
For sure. I think you could add Goodnight All Right to that list too.
Yeah. We'll get into that one. I've got yeah.
I mean, we're all home. We're scattered all over the globe. I mean, Craig, our drummer, is from England, and we're the rest of us are from here. And we're kind of just dealing with the COVID stuff as we can, and with our platform, trying to help as much as we can. Like whether it's being present at like protests, or trying to raise money through, again, through our platform, which we've done some cool stuff. Like we just did a t-shirt, which again is not hard, so I never wanted that stuff to look like we're patting ourselves on the back. Like, look how cool we are. It's just like, hey, you know us, you've been listening to us, you know what we're about, buy this t-shirt. This is where the money's going. And we raised like $16,000, a little bit more than that, from selling t-shirts. The band put in $500, which is a lot to us right now since we don't have work until April of next year. And then and then our label Unified, they rounded it up to $20,000, so we get to give $20,000 to Reclaim the Block, which invests their money directly into the community and make sure that no money is being invested further into the police of Minneapolis. So and then we're doing some other stuff right now with a bunch of bands. Like we have a shirt going on right now with like Stick to Your Guns, Terror, Year of the Knife, Knock Loose, a bunch of more. And, that we're all pitching in to raise money for. I think it's going to be spread out evenly between 70 different organizations that support the Black Lives Matter
Blue thing. Yeah, that's really cool. I saw that. Hard to miss that shirt because everybody blasted it out the other day, but that was awesome. I love seeing it come together. It's the merch version of this. So I was like, oh, look at that. Everyone come together. Yeah.
That stuff is sometimes to be like, oh, another shirt, which I get it. But again, it's not hard to do it. And the money we're raising is real. I mean, we're talking hardcore and metalcore people raising hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, it might even break $1 million. I mean, so our community, which I'm very proud of, like we have the newer bands like Year of the Knife and Knock Loose, like putting together that shirt and asking bands like Stig, Stray, Terror, all that stuff. That's important, and then like we see like even people in the streets, like you saying to Brendan before, having incendiary lyrics on signs. I've seen them for Stray. I have my background on my computer is a picture from Gabe the Pigeon that he took in LA with people holding like a Stick to Your Guns flag. So it's like, it made these like, almost a decade of talking about this stuff be like, which we've sometimes when we put it out back in the day, we would get shit for it. And it shows that like, man, it really feels good that like people listen to us and they took this from it. And it's like, and they're taking it out to where, the people are doing the real work instead of just making t-shirts or whatever,
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, you kind of changed my mind about the whole t-shirt drive thing that was happening too. Cause I remember I called you and I was like, I don't know. I just feel like Are people just doing shirts just to do them right now? Is that just like a thing to? Is that the easiest path to show support? But it is generating like real money. And at this point, if I see one, like I don't even care if it's PR stunt anymore. It's if kids are buying it, I'm stoked because it's the money is going to the right place. You know
exactly.
what I mean?
And I mean, at the end of this, I'm going to end up with a wardrobe of fuck police shirts, but that is awesome. So it's like, again, so some others that I picked up, shout to like the smaller ones. I mean, shout out to Karma from Chicago, Dying Wish, Extinction AD. Like there's a bunch that people were doing it, and like, and I'm not even covering all of them. Jesus Peace, they raised like a ton too, and they're also on the shirt that we're on. So it's like, it's special. And again, like, yeah, the shirts are just fucking t-shirts. They're easy. Like it was one text to someone, hey, put this together. Hey, throw this up. And then using our platform. It's fucking done in 2 minutes, but it's making it real.
Quick shout out to the merch companies that are like killing themselves to produce all these, because it's very easy for us to go, we're going to do a BLM benefit shirt. Is that you? All right, cool. Yeah, here it is. And then they get 1,000 orders and they have to place them. And it's these guys aren't taking a dime and they're getting their ass kicked, and they're generating all these shirts, printing them, fulfilling them, shipping them, all for charitable cause. So we, people like you or me or bands in our world, like we have platforms and we can get it done and get the product to people, create a value for a fan. But those people are grinding away.
It's crazy, man. Like, I mean, for even just like a couple bands that I work with that have done stuff like Sanction and Dying Wish and all that stuff, it's like we're talking thousands and thousands of shirts that are being made for nothing, literally nothing. So it's like, they're doing like, and I'm making sure that like when they're ready and like they're starting ship orders and whatnot, I'm going to make sure that they get like, so people can go and buy some other merch from these websites, not even from Stray, but from any ones that like Downright or All In Merch or any of these places do it, and make sure like, go pick up something because look at this shit. Like I've packed orders before. It sucks. Imagine having to pack like 5,000 t-shirts for zero. It's like, so they're doing the work too. The graphic designers are doing their work too. And it's special to see every area of hardcore and metalcore come together to actually make real money that's going to help real lives,
Yeah, I think it's awesome. And I bought a lot of merch this week and a lot of stuff from merch stores right now. And I'm going to go on a little shopping spree when all this is over too.
I put $100 into this charity event and my fingers are crossed for that low teens ETID test press. So let's go. One time, let's get lucky,
There you go. Hey, I mean, it's random. I already had to turn down a few, look, man, I love you, but I can't rig.
Yeah. No, I'm letting the ball spin and I'm just hoping it hits.
Well, you are a gambling man, so yeah, I appreciate it. So listen, we have to talk about this because this is just this like elephant in the room shit that it's been with us for a long time, and the whole controversy that surrounded Goodnight All Right, and when that song came out and stuff, and then how the world had shifted after that. I mean, I remember when that song came out, when we were in the studio and it got written, and the message couldn't have been fucking clear, what that was about, and then it got released into this pretty toxic internet climate that immediately took the song and the message and twisted it into pretty weird directions, where it became this all or nothing Antifa discussion and this, these extreme groups, and everybody kind of missed the point on the song. And then, and then the whole issue with the Nazis exploded like a month or two later. And then everybody was like on board with it. And I was like, what? So, I mean, you had such a crazy ride with that song. I mean, it touched Richard Spencer, so it's like, I'd love to talk about that, because in my eyes, I don't think Stray ever got a real good platform to explain what that song was about, or what in its pure sense, like what the intention was. And I know you so well, and I know what the purpose of that song was. And I think right now it'd be a very interesting song for people to go back and listen to and have a problem with it at this point. I
mean, sure. And I'll tell you this, like I had like an update the other day, and it was like the Goodnight Alt Right and Badge and a Bullet 1 and 2, like the streaming is up like 5,000%. Seriously. So it's like, I was like, holy crap, it's like, but that's okay. Like, I mean, I wasn't expecting it to explode like it did, but when I try to say, like, when I make a song, it's gonna live for the rest of time. So, and sometimes things become more relevant later. You know what I mean? Like it got, you know, we mentioned Richard Spencer in the song. You know, I mean, we're a mid-level hardcore, metalcore, alternative rock band, whatever you want to call it. We're not a big band in the grand scheme of the world where it would go to someone as big as Richard Spencer and Alex Jones and CNN and all these people that it exploded. Like it exploded within hours. And we weren't, you know, and we just didn't know that was going to happen. And at first we thought it was funny, you know, and then we get like, you know, people mention like, oh, I've been getting death threats. It's like, yeah, I mean, you get a death threat like, Will, I'm going to kill you. You're going to go, oh, okay, no, you're not. Mm-hmm. But if I told you that 20,000 times within this span of a couple hours, you start to kind of believe it and you kind of go nuts, you know? And like, so we had all that. And, you know, we were just trying to, you know, the song is about anti-racism and fuck Nazis, which I didn't know was a radical thing to say. And we had people against us that were like, fuck this band forever. And then we had people that are normally for the things we talk about that were like, I don't know why they wrote this. Like people just did it. The alt-right wasn't like mainstream. Then a month later, you know, Charlottesville happened and which with horrific events. And it kind of just stopped on a dime there. And then the whole song took a new meaning. And, you know, so it's wild. I mean, I guess the song was ahead of its time a little bit, maybe literally a month ahead of its time, and it got out of whack. But like, you know, and even when we did Badge and a Bullet Part 2, like we did Badge and a Bullet Part 1, and we're in our early 20s, we're just kids, and like it's more of a like, you're not above the law, how could you get away with this? And then we did Badge and a Bullet Part 2, where even in the video we named like Tamir Rice and John Crawford and Eric Garner and Michael Brown and like all these people that have been murdered by police. And the song took a lot more of a serious, more of an extreme thing. And we wanted to bring light to it. And we got shit for it. You know what I mean? Like we got shit for it back then. And it's like, people didn't understand. But I guess I'm trying to say is that I just think people realize now, which is why the streaming is up as much. And people are going back to that song at times like now. And, you know, I just think sometimes it takes a minute to come around to it. Don't get me wrong. Some people are completely brain dead for sure. And they're just never going to. Like they're completely right. And they just right. And they just won't ever try to come, you know, with an open mind to it. But then people are starting to catch on now after some unfortunate things and people losing their lives. I mean, some people lost their life last night. I mean, you know, like Rayshard Brooks was just killed, you know, less than 40 hours ago. You know what I mean? So it's still happening and people are fucking angry. And it's like, so I think, it just takes certain things in life, and it just happened to us earlier as opposed to people where it's happening now. You know, people look at songs, like when I'm 13 and I get into Rage Against the Machine, which I don't hide is my favorite band. When I'm 13, I hear weapons, not food, not homes, not shoes, not need, just feed the war, cannibal, animal. I don't go like, whoa, that's sick. Like he's talking about this when I'm 13. I just go, man, this guy sounds awesome. This song rules. And then I get older, and then it starts to hit you differently when your brain starts to develop. So like people shouldn't be guilty of being too young or not exposed to this stuff. But as long as they're open and they're learning from this shit, like I'm confident that our songs or other band songs and Rage songs, like they will start to hit people differently as they start to become aware of this shit. I'm sorry. I'm from New York. I don't shut up. I'm so sorry.
No, it was great. I mean, I always thought the way that played out was insane because I'm like disagreeing with this message on some strange, like twisted narrative of why at its core just like felt super toxic to me. And, you know, I'm glad that you've weathered those storms and it didn't change your band or who you are as people. And you just have still, you know, stuck to the message and the purpose of Straight from the Path. So it was, it's nice to see that people recognize that this is shit you've been saying for a while. And I'm glad that you were able to I'm sure you learned a lot from it. I'm sure you took some criticisms to heart. I'm sure you've, you know, when we approach a song today, I think we're going to have the same message. We're going to do it better, you know.
For sure. And, you know, people saying about police brutality before us, and they're going to sing about it afterwards. I hope so. And, you know, I mean, we use Nazi punks fuck off in the song, but that's from the past.
Yeah,
you know, we brought it
in. Kennedy song that's 30 years before you, 20, you know, and it's like, What?
And I think it'll have to be
message controversial now.
That's
Yeah.
why, and like you were there with us because we write all the lyrics together. The four of us and you, we write all the music together. Like, so you're basically in our band when we're in the studio. So you're there with us. So like where our heads and hearts are supposed to be because it's also yours. So it's just like, but it definitely hit me like, what? What did I do? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? This is a controversial thing. Like, I just couldn't believe it.
Well, we've talked about this a few times today with different artists who receive criticism, and I think the idea is to just stop giving a fuck about what people think. If you do the work and you're correctly socially aware and are aware of the issues that go on in the world and have spoken to the right communities and are educated enough and have the well-rounded formed opinion on an issue that you want to speak out on, now you just fucking do it and you don't hesitate, and there's no more time to care about what the reaction is going to be. And I'm proud of all the bands that are speaking out and are taking hard stances and telling their fans like, that unfollow button is right here, and it's like, I think the more that happens, the more kids are going to realize that like, hey, if I like this band, I have to like the message that this band has too.
Absolutely. And and again, not that this issue is anything had to do with hardcore and metalcore. I'm just trying to speak from my experiences. But when you write these songs and you do get criticized for it, and then like people that say they're going to kill you, and you're literally promoting where you're going to be, the address, what time you're going to be there. It's kind of rough, but it's like, what's nice to see, if there is anything nice to take away from this stuff, one of the things is that it wasn't meant for nothing, and like sometimes you ask yourself that when I think like people are threatening me or my friends, and like not that like I ever get like scared, like we never canceled the show ever, we've nothing has ever happened from it, but I like to know that we did put something on the line to some extent, and we didn't do it for nothing, because people have taken that like kind of what we offer in like our lyrics and what we are trying to bring the best out of people, and they're bringing it to now the streets, which is where this is important. The people that are doing the real work of protesting and rebuilding communities, like, and educating people and talking to people, like that is what I always wanted, always, with our band. And to see that it all paid off to some extent, it does, a small part of it feels good. And honestly, I haven't felt good in weeks about anything really. And it's like, that's one of the few things I have been, is to see again, all these people fundraising, all these people that have like took the shit that we wrote about, drinking 60 polars in your fucking room, and they took it and they went, fuck this, I'm out there. You know what I mean? With Incendiary or Stig or Architects or Stray or Anti-Flag or Enter Shikari, whatever the fuck you want to say. Like any of these bands, it's just, that's like the one cool thing directly from hardcore metalcore. It's just like, I'm proud to see what they're doing,
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'll shut up.
Oh, it's okay, man. It's been a long day of talking, so I'm happy to hear from you. Well, I do have to keep it moving. We could do this all day, but I want to announce a couple giveaways from you. The kind folks at Straight From The Path are donating a size 8 Straight From The Path skateboard deck from Real Talk Skateboards, which is very cool.
That's like 8 years old. 7 years
old. I know. That's a rare one. I don't think you're not finding this in a store anywhere. So yeah, that one's cool. And can also win a Straight From The Path Internal Atomics test press, which is probably pretty limited.
It is, and straight from my collection. So whoever wants it, please enjoy.
And I think Unified dropped a signed postcard and the weird, goofy
Craig's crazy bullshit,
which is a rare vinyl. So I'll give him credit.
It is, and honestly, I think that sold out in like 4 hours, and there's not a lot left, and goes on Discogs for a good amount. So.
All right, well, there it is. So I appreciate your time and the donations. Always a pleasure, man. And yeah, we'll catch up soon.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, everybody. Defund the police. Black Lives Matter. Peace.
Tom Williams, Straight From The Path. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you.
All right. Tom Williams. Always a pleasure. Soundring.live, $10. Enters you into a charity raffle with over 100 giveaways from your favorite bands. You can win a variety of prizes, including all of this cool Stray shit that I just posted. And donate now, please. I'm tired of saying it. I will be back in 2 minutes with Josh Smith from Northlane. We're going to talk about Australia. I want to see what's going on in Australia, so sit tight. Okay, we're
Will
back.
Putney.
Josh Smith, how are you, man?
I'm good, dude. I'm good. Nice
Look at
to
that.
hear your voice again.
You too. Look at that podcast, Mike. You're such a professional.
Yeah, man. I don't fuck around. It's good watching Tom.
Yeah, of
Good to
course.
see the boy. He's
Couldn't-
always got good stuff to say.
Couldn't do a charity event without Tom. He's always down for the cause. So
I feel like you could have chatted for like another 2 hours.
yeah, there's a few guests where I was like, I wish this wasn't 15 minutes, but it's
Yeah,
okay.
man.
I like all the different perspectives. I think it was important to get a variety of people and just hit them quick and keep moving on this. So thank you for coming on. You're on late, which is probably really early by you. So I appreciate you.
It's not
getting
that
up
early. It's all good.
All right. So if you don't know Josh Smith, he's a guitar player in Northlane, one of the coolest bands that's probably ever come out of Australia. And we've worked together on 5 projects over the years, something like
quite
that.
a few. Quite a
so
few.
always a good time, and a pretty vocal guy, and has done a lot of fundraising and things in Australia too. So thought you'd be cool to come on. I'm actually very curious what's going on in the world over there, because I'm sure I've spent months of my life in Australia and have grown quite fond of that continent. So I wanted to see, from somebody over there, how you guys are doing, how everything's holding up, what the situation is like, so far from here.
Well, I guess like for us, the Black Lives Matter movement has spread around the world now, and it's kind of given a kick up the arse to a lot of issues that exist in Australia that, a lot of people are quite outspoken about, but may not get, the kind of coverage that this movement is getting, because it's just building so much momentum that it can't be stopped now, which is an awesome thing. So like, it's huge in the UK, and it's been huge here as well. I went to the protest in Melbourne last week. There was probably, I don't know, 100,000 people there. It was massive, and it's shedding light on a lot of, issues that we have that are, I'm not going to say unique to Australia, but particular to what goes on here. So,
Sure.
Growing up in Australia, it's a very multicultural place. You grow up with people from all around the world, not just like 1 or 2 places. So, there is racism that is systemic, like you guys have in the US, but it's a bit different. But Australians are, for lack of a better word, ignorant about a lot of, the deep-rooted issues that we have here as a colonial state.
Yeah, I didn't learn about the history of some of the systemic racism until I actually spent some time in Australia and, you know, learned about the struggles of indigenous people there and stuff. I mean, you've definitely, you know probably a bit more about its history than me. And a lot of people that are on here may not be aware of that. So if you could like maybe
Yeah.
dive into a little bit of it.
So I when you sent me what you wanted to talk about, I wrote a few notes down to give everyone a quick history lesson. So the Australian Aboriginals are the oldest civilization in the world. They've been genetically isolated from 72,000 years ago. So, if you think of the world like modern history, the last few hundred years, or even like, Christianity-based timelines from BC and AD, you're only talking like a few thousand years. They're 72,000 years old, probably longer. And they're a nomadic people, which is really important for what I'm going to talk about next, because there's no like agricultural high yield crop here. They had to keep moving around the country. So in 1770, Cook landed for the English. There was almost 1 million Aboriginal Australians living here, speaking somewhere between 190 and 363 languages.
Wow.
Yeah. And because there was no visible signs of what Europeans considered civilization to be, he declared Australia terra nullius, which means unclaimed land. But they knew the native Australians were here, and between 1788 and 1939, which is not long ago, it's a period of time they call the Frontier Wars, where there was like violent conflict between the Aboriginal Australians and the settlers here. And that, 1939 is like end of World War II. So, well, not quite, but that's how recent it is.
Sure. I mean, we're talking about our grandparents,
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
only 2 people ago. And then the next kind of big thing that there was this thing called the Stolen Generation, which only ended in 1970. It started in 1910, and it was the forced removal of Aboriginal kids from their families. And they would be put into like white boarding schools and, taught to be like white Europeans in order to assimilate into Australian European culture. And that's just so insanely fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about that. It blows my fucking mind. And, around the same time that ended, we have a change to the Flora and Fauna Act, which was 1967. And until then, Aboriginal Australians were considered to be fauna, like not even people, but animals by the law, only 50 odd years ago. And, things have been improving since then steadily. In 92, we had what's called the Mabo ruling, which recognized native title for the first time.
92, you said?
Yeah. So
Wow.
only in 1992 we recognized that this land was officially occupied before Europeans came. And, there's been slavery as well here. A lot of people say that there never was in Australia, but there was 46 odd thousand Melanesians stolen from Papua New Guinea to work in sugar plantations. We also had First Nations peoples working for free as well because their wages were stolen.
Yep. Where is the climate now? Like 1992 is not that long ago. And
no. So now there's a lot of newer sort of progressive movements. One of them directly related to that is Pay the Rent, which is looking for reparations for the Aboriginal community. There's a lot of other current things happening. So one of the bigger movements here is to change what we call Australia Day. So it's like your 4th of July.
Right.
A lot of people call it Invasion Day because it celebrates the day that the Union Jack was raised in Australia, and, you know, moves on to another thing, which is that we don't think the flag here is truly representative of the people because it's just really, European, like
byproduct of
colonial.
colonization. Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
So in these protests, I mean, I would consider this a part of a Black Lives Matter movement because it's a civil rights movement, and it is,
100%.
What I mean, is this being addressed? Like, it's wild how neglectful Australia has been to these people for so long, up until recent. I mean, for perspective, we talked about 1992 before. That's the year Cop Killer came out, and it's like that, America is in a bad spot, and there's a tremendous amount of race issues here, but that's where we were at in 1992, and that's where, compared to where you were at, you allowed them to recognize that they existed in 1992. So, what has the government in Australia done since then? To
not a whole lot.
Saying,
I mean,
we're going to change a flag.
We had a previous prime minister in 2008 issue a formal apology, where he literally said sorry out the front of Parliament House, and there were thousands of people there that just turned their backs on him. We have so many problems, like 432 deaths in custody, which is one of the biggest talking points about the Black Lives Matter movement here that have been unpunished. So 432 in recent time, Indigenous Australians have died in incarceration, and nothing was done about it. Mind you, they make up 27% of the prison population, but only 2% of the population. And half of Indigenous men in their lifetime will be charged by police.
Wow.
So you have the same issues with like over policing of these communities, but because they're quite often remote, they don't have the same resources that we have in the main cities, and their way of life has been really disturbed by what Europeans have done to them, and it's caused so many systemic problems that it's hard to know how to even go about fixing it. I think acknowledgement's the first step, but
I do think the country has neglected it for a little too long.
Yeah.
Obviously, far too long. And there's obviously, in a movement that's got so many voices now, I would be curious to see if there's more proactive measures that Australia takes. But what else? I mean, in the current government that you have, because you've mentioned a few things, like what has the response been to? I mean, you have big protests over there right now, like there's some that rival the scale of America's.
Their response was outlawing any future protests with threat of like $1,000 fine or something if you showed up, because they're citing the coronavirus as a health risk to people showing up and protesting. And our prime minister is so out of touch that he said that this wasn't an Australian issue, this was an imported issue. And he also said that there's never been slavery in Australia. So that's what we're working with here. Like, you've got Trump, and that's all kinds of fucked, but we've got like very out of touch government here and it's just, it's really sad, man. It's really sad.
I'm sorry that I put you through this wave of sadness on this when we could have gotten into a few things, but I did feel like it was important to acknowledge, because you are pretty well informed on what's going on in Australia. And I guarantee you a lot of people in America don't even realize how fucked this is over there. And,
we have racism too, like anywhere else does, between, different sects of our community. But what has happened to Indigenous Australia is just awful. And it's something that's been important to us since we started, like the first tour we ever went on, we donated money to get like instruments for people in remote communities, and we have to do our part. We have to pay the rent, as they say, and you know, if the government's not going to do it, we need to step in.
So what has anything worked to move change forward? I'm looking, I mean, the reason why I ask is because I'm looking to draw parallels from other countries' policy changes or decisions and how that kind of moves things positively. Like what has actually worked in Australia? I mean, that you could think of in your lifetime.
So one of the biggest initiatives was called Closing the Gap, which addressed the gap in education levels and income, because only about 60% of Indigenous Australians finish high school, which is a pretty awful statistic in, you know, one of the most developed countries in the world. And I believe that initiative was pretty successful, but you know, in my recent memory, that's the only thing I can think of that was actually done by the government for the Indigenous Australians.
Yeah, I mean, we've conversated a lot today about social services, education, allocating more funding to make those resources more readily available in all communities too, especially low income communities. And that's, I think, what does level that playing field and give people from low income communities a more of a proper shot to escape them, to reach levels of higher education, you know, to build a family structure that is based on, you know, a higher, like a better educated family with access to more resources, you know.
Yeah,
and
but
I think
the thing to consider though is like, what education should these people even be learning? Because, you know, like one of the other things is we just don't learn about the Aboriginal Australian culture enough. And you know, I think people deserve to know what's happened to, you know, in this country prior to colonial rule, and those lessons be taught, because it's just not, we don't learn about it enough, and it's really underrepresented. And I think that's why a lot of people are so ignorant about it, because they just don't know.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't have the answers. It's honestly a dark spot in history, and I wanted to. I mean, I know this is kind of a downer chat, but I do appreciate you shedding light on this. There are a lot of people that are watching this that probably had no idea about how this climate exists in Australia, one of the most developed, you know, countries, continents in the world, and yeah, I've got to go do some other guests, so we have to have a happier conversation one of these days, Josh. Dude, this was tough to get through, and it was important though. So I know, you know, I threw you in the fire on this one, and I appreciate you being down to come on here and speak about this.
I hope what I said was helpful.
I think things start with raising awareness that these problems exist, and I guarantee you, a lot of people in America have no idea. So, I mean, this is the start for maybe to raise some awareness over here. So, thank you for coming on here. I think you donated an awesome giveaway, so I do want to go over that. Courtesy of North Lane and Jackson Guitars, you can win a Jackson X Series Solace SL3X. This is not like a bullshit entry-level guitar. This is actually a sick guitar. So I appreciate you coming through with something proper. And yeah, I mean, these are awesome. These are awesome guitars, and I would be remiss not to show John's donation also while we're
I hope he washes the fucking thing.
Look at this thing. John Daly's Node hat.
He wore that for like 3 years on stage, maybe longer.
It's the best worst donation. Because it's such an awesome collectible, but it's disgusting. Yeah. No. I would, if I, you know, a Northland fan would love to have this, but I would hate to wear it. I mean, the smell alone, I could see it.
I hope his partner Maya just disinfects it, because I know he won't.
This is grossing me out. We're going back to this. Look at that. That's no, but I mean, that's cool, man. I asked him for something rare, and he dug that up too. So I definitely appreciate both of you. I appreciate your whole band. thank you for coming on. I know this was some dark shit, but I thought it was necessary. And yeah, the next time I talk to you, I hope things are moving in a more positive direction and we could have a nicer conversation, Josh.
Thank you for giving me the chance to do it. I really appreciate it because, you know, like you said, these issues aren't talked about in the global sense. So it's pretty awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Josh. I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. All right. Soundring.live, a $10 charitable donation enters you into our giveaway raffle where you can win one of over 100 items, including this awesome guitar and John's gross but rare hat, which is kind of cool, but also kind of gross. Please go donate. I'm tired of saying it. And I just want to raise as much money as we can. So, you know, let's support a cause here. All right. We've got one guest left. I'm going to take 2 minutes and then I'll be right back with Amanda Lyberg, who is a clinical psychologist, which I'm a lot of this was based around communication. So I'm very excited to talk to someone who is a professional at communicating. So sit tight and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back, and I have Amanda Lyberg here. Amanda, how are you?
I'm awesome, man. How are you? Thanks so much for doing all this.
No problem. It's been quite a day, pretty heavy day. Josh's last interview just, you know, fucks everybody up a little bit, but I think it was necessary.
Yeah, no, I caught that. That was insane. And he's right, though. You know, there's so many people that don't understand what's happening in other parts of the world. So for him to be able to shed light was like heavy, but necessary.
Yeah, I thought I just felt like we had to do it because it's a global issue. It's not just, you know, boxed into America. And I'm sure, you know, rallying global resources is a path to a solution. So it was cool to, it was good to hear. Thank you for coming on. If you don't know who Amanda is, she sings for Eva Under Fire and also is a clinical psychologist. And as cool as your band is, it's mainly what I want to talk about today, because we have tremendous communication breakdowns in America right now, and you are professional at communicating with people and working through problems and solutions. So you are also a woman and a person of color, and are maybe the most qualified person that could exist on the planet to speak on issues right now. So I am very happy to have you here. And
no pressure.
I don't even know where to start because, like I said, I'm a fucking guy who makes records for a living and don't know what I'm doing here. So I would like, if it's okay with you, could you please address me and everybody and talk to me about what potentially, what our problem is with communication in America right now that's creating more division?
Yeah, no, God, where do I start? So first of all, I want to say clarity is super important. So I've worn my little shirt here, at my rock shirt, attitude is everything. And that's probably the biggest thing is that so many people want to be heard. They want to be heard, they want to be heard, they want to be heard, but nobody wants to listen. And I think that is always, now with the advent of like social media and everything is so very personal, and it's very, there's a breakdown with community. Nobody wants to come together as much anymore, which I love rock music for, because this is an awesome platform. You've got a bunch of rockers on this channel talking all day long about current events within a genre that is built to break down barriers. We've always been a people to like speak out and speak up. And I think this is an amazing space to be able to do that. Systemic racism is real. I want that to be very clear. And I think what a part of the problem is that narrative comes out there and then everybody kind of picks it apart and takes it into such a personal space. And then they start kind of taking things out of context and saying, well, this person had this experience and this person doesn't experience it that way. And then this other person over here had such a different experience. All of those things are valid, but we're missing a greater, bigger point, and I think that's where a lot of people, I love the title of this, We Can Do Better. We can do better. We can collectively listen better, and we can also stop to consider what we say before we say it, because the way that we say it matters. I think when you say things like racism is real or systemic racism is real, even this attitude is everything, what does that mean? And you're probably going to get different answers from a lot of different people when you speak to them, but those answers are what we need to be looking for, and it's conversations like this and platforms like this that we're able to sort of say, all right, let's break down these huge global issues, these large scale problems, and start thinking about what my role is in that and what your role is in that, and how we sort of link up and say, okay, somebody's clearly hurting or they wouldn't be shouting so loud. How can we help this person, this group of people, this city, this town, my friend, whatever that looks like? How can I help this person that's hurting feel like they're getting their needs met? And that's what we really need to be focusing on. I mean, Josh was wonderful talking about Indigenous Australia. And I think in a global human way, I'm not from Australia. I have no idea what that looks like. But what he broke that down for what, for all of us that were listening about what's happening there. Now I get it. And I become automatically able to relate it to something else maybe I've experienced here. I've got my little my psychologist couch in the background here, sitting on my own couch trying to figure out what this world looks like right now. You were saying, communication's huge.
Yes, I've been listening to a lot of people this week and hearing different perspectives and agreeing and disagreeing. I mean, I haven't agreed with everything that everyone's said to me in this past week and all the messages I've read and stuff, but I did my best to listen to everyone, understand the perspective, understand the intention of where it comes from, try to find common ground, try to work through, our our disagreements like civilly and not resort to just, instantaneously reacting with rage and stuff. But, I'm still looking at a larger issue of a country that's like almost split in half over semantics of a Black Lives Matter. Oh, but no, it's not. It's all lives matter. I mean, something as silly as that is literally causing half a country to hate the other half of the country. And it's like, where is step one for, America and for other countries in the world to just like, okay, can we just open up that conversation to all of these all lives matter people? How do you even just get through what the Black Lives Matter movement really is about to someone who's so shut off and who's so combative immediately when we start talking about these issues?
Sure. I think anybody is able to make something an argument. But what I challenge people to do is to say something anyway and try to really just, I think a big problem is the loudest people right now are the ones that are screaming back and forth. And that's not a person that you can have conversations with, right? So the rest of us that don't want to get involved with that, they're like, you know what? It doesn't matter what I say. I'm not even going to bother. I'm not going to comment. I can't get above the bullshit. So I'm not even going to, right? So it's this thing where the reasonable people feel like they can't even be heard. So what I would challenge people in that sense to do is, you might not say it right. You might not understand completely. You might not even really kind of know where to come to the table at. I am a Mexican American third generation here, right? So like some circles, I'm white because I don't speak fluent Spanish. Other circles, I'm not white because I'm clearly very much more tan than I, than some of my friends. So for me, but I am not Black. And so for me to approach my Black friends or my Black community or say that Black Lives Matter or talk about anything Black, that has been such a touchy subject for so long, even coming from like a suburb of Detroit, which huge Black community, right? It's like already I'm on eggshells, but that doesn't allow us to have a conversation. You should challenge yourself to push past those eggshells and just ask questions. And if somebody comes to you combative and that's their immediate response, then that's not the person you have that conversation with. Try to go clarify with somebody else. Find someone who's willing to talk, because we can't be silent. And we can't also let the only people who are not silent be the extremists, right? We have to have a space where we can feel confident enough to ask questions and understand that, I may be ignorant to a lot of people's perspective on this issue. And I'm sure that you've accepted that same fact, but that doesn't mean that we're not here talking about it.
Absolutely. And I think I was definitely met with uncomfortable conversations this week. And there were people who I reached out to who, said, hey, can I talk to you about this? Can I ask you some advice? Who were immediately, understanding, helpful, saw my intention. And there were people that were combative immediately. And I did focus my energy onto the people who kind of understood my intention. And, my whole approach this time was to say I'm not an expert in what's going on right now, but I have the ability to create a platform for people who might be more qualified. And,
well, exactly. What your example setting right now is huge. It's massive. And I so appreciate, because you just did exactly what I was hoping that others would do, is say, look, this is going to be really uncomfortable for me. I don't know what's going to happen, but I can say something. I can start a conversation. It's what you did here. It's amazing.
Well, I appreciate that. This isn't about me. So I do want to talk a little more about, the communication issues that I think we're having in America. What else okay, I'm this guy. I've had these conversations. I've done this event. Some of this is going to subside, naturally. I think people get fired up instantaneously about causes, and everyone's initial reaction is to support it. And then people return to normal lives and things. And I'm looking for long-term solutions. And I think communication is going to factor in long-term to keep this conversation going, to keep to keep people involved and active in supporting this movement, you know, and I don't know. I don't really have answers. I was like, oh, we'll donate to charities. I mean, because charities do this for a living all the time. And in a year, they're still going to be fighting these battles, you know, and it was my only solution. It was like, we will give money to experts because that's how some positive change can happen long term. What else can happen long term? Like, what is, out of everything you're seeing right now with this climate, with how polarized people are, not related to me or even this movement, but just in general, what would enact positive change the most effectively?
I believe the answer, as honestly, as hippie as it sounds, everybody needs some soul searching to find out who they are and where they are in this whole mess, in this whole world, right? Right when you started this chat, you were talking to AJ from Fire from the Gods. And I really loved his perspective about, you know, people are so polarized and so pulled in different directions now, because I really think they need to understand themselves more, what we believe more, challenge yourself more, to learn more and do more and have different friends and speak to other people. And you know, if you're not a confident person, or you're not comfortable with yourself, or you are not willing to challenge these boundaries because you're unsure, then you put yourself in this like boxed space where then the conversations can't happen. Then you can't learn. Then you won't activate and do anything differently. You won't speak to other people about it. It truly does start within yourself, which is what I loved about what his position was. I feel like that's where mental health comes in. I feel like these police officers that are so militarized and so, you know, they're expected to perform in a professional way and in a humanitarian way when they are faced with seeing the worst of humankind all day. And there's no like access to debriefing. I think that they need more of you know, some kind of evaluation to make sure that these people that we're letting out onto the streets and we're giving them guns and weapons, that they are in a healthy space, that they themselves are cared for in that way, and that they don't see everyone as an enemy, right? Because I mean, I'm not military, but if I was dropped off in a combat zone and that's all I knew for, you know, 3 or 4 tours and then came back home, I mean, veterans from combat zones are expected to do the same thing here. They just drop them off and expect them to live civilian life. And it's like, do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you asked them to do over there in combat zones? I mean, like, this is crazy. You can't just anticipate that people are assumed that they're okay. Also, when you have been victimized and it's a perpetual issue, then you develop a certain psyche also, because it's repeated and it's chronic in that way, that you have been victim of sexism, racism, you know, for all my people in the LGBT community, you know, these are people who are very familiar with oppression. And so if you've already had so much to overcome, it's going to be difficult for you to give someone the benefit of the doubt one day and think that, oh, well, that comment they made isn't about my skin color. That comment that they made isn't because I'm a woman. You know, I mean, you know, I was so grateful to be part of this, because even like you said, you brought me on and you're like, you know, you're a girl. That's like different than all the other people that we've been able to talk to. You know, I exist in a world that is very much male dominated. And while I understand that, I don't see that as a detriment. I see that as I have something to bring to the table. And I think that if we were able to check in better with ourselves and with each other and have real, meaningful conversations, that this would help us in the long run, so that more human beings on a massive scale would truly be okay with people of other color, with people of other sexes, with people of other, ideals with people of other identities. It doesn't, at that point, we drop down the barrier of, well, I don't know what I'm going to say and I don't know how it's going to be taken, so I'm just not going to say anything. That's not the way to go.
I mean, man, there's so much to respond to there. I mean,
I get on my soapbox. I can't help it.
No, it was good. I honestly, I wanted you to, and I think a lot of that, there's a lot to process, but I do really appreciate you coming on here and sharing that. Is there anything else that you want to say to this community? You know, I'll give you the platform now. If you think we missed anything, any other suggestions or advice that you can give to people with regards to communication?
You know, people would, the question that I had, and I hope that people can maybe discuss this and give me their feedback too, is, you know, there is systems in place that unfortunately other people are victimized by the system, right? Government officials, politicians, the police as a, you know, a whole, you know, what I'd like to further discuss is actualizing change in a very personal way when we have these kinds of talks is one thing, but I want that to also spew onto the broader scale of, this also means that as an individual, I'm okay now, so then I go become a politician, and I don't want there to be lobbyists that like can just derail my okayness, so to speak, right? That, you know, people can be bought, people can be changed. There's a lot of, right? So I just want to, I know that money is a factor, and I'm not familiar with all of the cogs in the system, but I challenge people to also think, now that I can better communicate, how can I use that to facilitate change at a higher level also, right? Let's brainstorm that and have that be the next thing.
Well, I mean, extremely well articulated, and thank you again for coming on here and talking a little bit about this. I'm going to rewatch yours a couple of times because I think it's a lot of valuable stuff. I'm working on being better at communicating, and this was valuable to me. And I'm sure right now with the climate of the world that everybody could use a little bit of this advice. So Amanda, I want to thank you again. And I really appreciate you being a part of this event.
Absolutely, man. Thanks so much for having me. And also, you know, it's really cool, just as a side, music is one of those communication channels. And so I love rockers for this reason, because they are all so intense that I feel like that is the raw emotion that we need. So just as much energy as you bring when you're standing in a rock show with your fists in the air, that's what we need here, right? So we should think on that and keep this conversation open. I appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Amanda.
All right, take care, guys.
Take care. Amanda Lyberg, thank you for coming on. Okay, that's it for me. That was the whole day. Quite a lot to take in. I didn't prepare any closing thing today because I think I'll speak on, you know, what I think I've learned from all this tomorrow when we're done. But if everyone who's watching today, I want to thank you for watching, participating, commenting, supporting all these artists who deserve it, and, you know, obviously donating money. That raffle is going to stay up. It'll be up tonight through tomorrow. I think Tuesday at midnight is going to be the deadline, it looks like. So please get those donations in. Thank you very much for spending some time with us today. And yeah, I'll be right back here at 12 o'clock tomorrow. We got a full lineup tomorrow of really awesome guests. And I know some of the topics we're going to get into tomorrow are going to be equally as challenging, but I'm looking forward to working through them. I thought I was going to hate this. I it's stressful, but it's cool. I'm glad we did this. And thank you to all my friends, guest speakers, new friends who are a part of this event today. So yeah, I'm around. I'll be on the socials tonight catching up. So feel free to send me a message if there's anything you think we should try to include or talk about tomorrow. I'll be happy to listen. And yeah, donate away. Thank you, music community. I will see you tomorrow at noon.